Brunel. He didn't play well the first 3 quarters. Pretty much 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burris is it was a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burris, and Jeremy Shockey. And
another one, just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I'm surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 200 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over there, pass all over. Dante Culpepper looked like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill. Hi, and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Thomas Galo, with my guests here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Today we'll be talking about the NFC wrap-up for Week 14. Now, it was a good week. The Giants beating the Eagles 26-23 in overtime with a Jay Feely 36-yard field goal to win 26-23. Now, was this a big win for the Giants in the division, and especially that it was on the road?
Well, obviously, it's a great win for Eli Manning on the road because previously he was 1-3 on the road this year, and his first season he didn't win a game on the road. So, and especially because, let's face it, the Giants, they did not play well yesterday against the Eagles. The Eagles totally outplayed them, and it's a scary thought that if the Eagles were healthy, they probably would have killed the Giants. So they're very fortunate that the Eagles were injury plagued and that they don't really have a lot of weapons when they're at this state. And I mean, the Giants, you gotta like the defense at towards the end of the game there. Usiu Manure, Michael Strahan stepping up in the clutch for them. Jabril Wilson coming up with some big hits. And you gotta get confidence back in Jay Feely because he was 4 for 4 on field goals after missing 4 of his previous 5. So now the Giants have that option on special teams to trust Jay Feely with kicking the ball to win the games for them.
Well, it really was a weak effort for the New York Giants on both sides of the ball. We know on the offensive end that Eli Manning, he always seems to overthrow receivers, and when you throw the ball in the middle of the field, especially versus a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, they have great corners and they have a great secondary in general, you can't throw the ball high, and he has big receivers. What would he do if he had smaller receivers? Now he has Shockey 6'5", Burris 6'5", Toomer 6'3", yet he's still throwing the ball 2-3 feet over these guys' heads. So that you got to work on, and Jay Feely really stepped it up. He knew that if he came back to New York and missed that field goal, he probably would have been crucified. But I think next time the Giants go to Philadelphia, they got to stop at Pat's, get some energy, because it was just a weak effort.
Now, if McMahon did not fumble that ball by the 30-yard line, I mean, do you think the Giants still would have won in overtime?
Yeah, because I thought their defense was just, I mean, even if he hung on to that ball, I mean, he absolutely got laid out there by Usiu Manure. I mean, I think the only bad thing that I could take out of this week, the whole week, that Lawrence Tyne missed that 41-yard field goal. Otherwise, I would have been very happy that Dallas lost too. But no, I think the back to the Giants. I think that overtime would have been the same. Somehow, some way, the Giants would have came back on top.
Yeah, I feel like the Giants, even if the Eagles had to punt the ball, they would have been able to drive down the field. But in these next 3 weeks, they got teams that all are good rushing games. They got the Chiefs with Larry Johnson. They got the Washington Redskins with Clinton Portis, and they got the Raiders with Lamont Jordan. Now, without Antonio Pierce, I don't know how they're going to be able to stop these rushing attacks. Now, the Chiefs really had a heartbreaking loss this past week, so they're going to be ready to play. So the Giants really got to step up and hope that their key players can come back and bounce back like most good teams do.
And you're right, the Chiefs did have a really bad loss this week to the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys win 31-28. And now, Terry Glenn, this was his first game having over 100 yards. He did a great job. He had the flea flicker. That was the longest pass for the Dallas Cowboys this year. Now, who do you think will come out on the top in the NFC East? Is it going to be the Giants or the Cowboys?
Well, let's first talk about the Kansas City game against Dallas. Kansas City absolutely blows the game. They had a lead into the fourth quarter. I mean, especially, it seems like Dallas always gets away with this because they get the call at the end there, that holding penalty. Otherwise, the game would have been over. The Kansas City would have won. But then you got to blame the defense on Kansas City. Dallas got another shot, and they couldn't step up with the defense in the goal line situation. When you're, especially in the Chiefs' case, when they're in a really tight playoff race in the AFC, you can't really afford to lose a lot of games. And when you lose a game at Dallas, which the team arguably, Kansas City, their offense and the overpowering offense, they should have beaten Dallas, but and it's just at the end there to miss a 41-yard field goal, it's unacceptable in Kansas City's case.
Well, I'm really surprised with that fact that you said that it was his first 100-yard game of the season, because you look at Terry Glenn and the year he's had, and he's been more of a factor than Keyshawn Johnson and Jason Witten and both the running backs, Marion Barber and Julius Jones. So I'm really surprised by that fact. And when it came down to it, coaching really stepped in. Dick Vermeil, he couldn't get the job done. Bill Parcells, really a proven coach. And this division is going to go down to the last week of the year. The Giants, right now, they have a one-game lead on the Cowboys, but also a tough schedule. And the Giants are now getting plagued with injuries on the offensive line and also on defense. So they got to step up, and I think it's going to go down to week 17.
Now, I really thought that Julius Jones was going to be the big thing in Dallas for them this year, but it turns out Marion Barber's been really doing a great job. Now, I'm just asking, for next year, who do you think is going to come up on top, Marion Barber or Julius Jones?
Well, I think it's too early to say now, obviously, but I think it could be Julius Jones just because, who knows, maybe Marion Barber's a one-year wonder because he's come out of nowhere and stepped up this big. Because Julius Jones has the track record, and personally, Bill Parcells, as we all know, his favorite is Julius Jones. So I think Julius Jones will be starting next year for the Cowboys.
I think they're just going to split time. You look at the Miami Dolphins, they have that Ronnie Brown and Ricky Williams backfield. So I think it's going to be both same thing, around 15 carries each.
Okay, all right, thanks, guys. And when we come back, we're going to have Alan Bernstein talk about the AFC. More in the 30-minute drill.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I am your host, Alan Bernstein, here with my fabulous and wonderful guests, Andrew Gayo and Matthew Greene. Guys, week 14 was last week. Week 15 is this week coming up. First game we got to talk about, of course, the G-Men, sitting here at 9-4 against the Kansas City Chiefs. And it's going to be at the Giants now. The Giants need this win to keep moving forward in the NFC East with the Cowboys right behind them. How important is this game for the Giants?
Well, I'm kind of nervous because last week against the Eagles, they barely stopped Oates and they barely Moats actually, and they barely stopped. The other running back, I forgot his name. But
Reno Mahe.
Yeah, right, Reno Mahe. But so it's gonna be scary when they have to go against Larry Johnson of the Chiefs in that high-powered offense, especially with Trent Greene and Tony Gonzalez. And thank God this game is at Giants Stadium, because if this was at Arrowhead, I would have a bad feeling for the Giants, because nobody goes into there except the Eagles when they came back and won when they were healthy against the Chiefs. So if they can stop Larry Johnson, I think the Giants can, and their offense, if they stay consistent with Eli Manning, I think they can, basically have a chance to beat the Chiefs. So it's going to be tough.
This Chiefs team this year has had a history of blowing the game, blowing the game against the Eagles early in the season, like Gayo said, and blowing the game last week against the Cowboys, having a lead going to the fourth quarter and losing it. But same with the Giants. The Giants pretty much played a terribly hurt Eagles team, with Eagles losing 3 of their offensive weapons gone, and their whole offensive line's gone. A few linebackers like Seminole are gone on their defense, and they just barely pulled it out. And if they play like that, if Eli Manning keeps overthrowing his receivers like that, like what he did in the fourth quarter and overtime, throwing 3 interceptions, I don't think they're going to come away with this game. But all they got to do is they got to bring their A game and beat the Chiefs. I think the Giants will win this week.
Well, I was at the Eagles game last week, but another thing we have to talk about, of course, with this Giants team, it's a lot of key injuries. Kareem McKenzie, Luke Pettigrew, and as well as Antonio Pierce. Antonio being the cornerstone of the Giants' defense this year. I think that was part of the reason why they had trouble stopping the run this week. Now, if Antonio Pierce cannot play against the Chiefs and Larry Johnson, is this going to be a big loss for them, you think?
Well, it's going to be a huge loss, and it also doesn't help that their big man in the middle, William Joseph, he's hurt as well. He got hurt in the Philly game. It seems the Giants, they were decent with injuries going into the Eagles game, and then everything went downhill from there, losing the 2 offensive linemen, McKenzie and Pettigrew, and then losing Pierce and William Joseph. It just doesn't help them at all. So, if Pierce can come back, that's definitely have a big lift for the Giants and their defense.
Well, I agree. They lost a lot of people in that Eagles game when they really shouldn't have. But I think the Giants will come out, and I think someone will come back. I think someone will play injured, because it's just the adversity of playing in a game like that where you got to get into the playoffs. And
Quickly, can I have your picks for this game?
I'm going to say probably the Giants 35-28.
I say the same, but a little bit of a closer game, more like a field goal, maybe like a type of last week game.
All right, well, we got to move on. The Colts sitting at 14-0 now against the Chargers.
13-0.
13-0, I'm sorry. And the Chargers also doing well. The Colts, they're in command of this. They've already basically clinched the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Who do you think is going to win this game?
Well, first of all, Alan, I don't think the Chargers are in a good position at all because last week they lost to the Dolphins, and that was a devastating blow to lose to the Dolphins at home, who the Dolphins virtually, they've come out of nowhere this year. They started off bad, and now, they come out and they beat the Chargers at home, so I don't know what about to think about them. So the Chargers, now going into Indianapolis where the Colts are undefeated, I mean, it's going to be extremely tough for the Chargers to win now to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, because Chargers are definitely in a bad position because you got the tough AFC like that. You got the Patriots in front of them with an 8-5 record, but it's just the Chargers losing to the Dolphins last week was definitely a tough blow with Denver in the division. And you know what, the Colts I think are just coming and just blowing away. Their defense has just gotten so much better this year, and Peyton Manning's just doing his regular routine, it's just being unbelievable.
Right, they really have players on both sides of the ball this year. But another game we have to talk about: Falcons-Bears. Falcon, of course, Monday night losing Michael Vick to a bruised rib injury. Also, the Bears not having a great offense, but having some tenacious defense, especially this year. They're also coming off a loss. How important is this game for both teams? And if the Falcons lose, are they out of the running?
Well, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't say they're out of the running, but it certainly destroys their playoff hopes because in that NFC South division, I mean, with the Panthers and the Bucs, it's going to be extremely hard to make the playoffs, let alone. I mean, if they can beat the Bears at Chicago, that's definitely going to lift their hopes. But I can't see them beating the Bears in Chicago because the Bears just don't lose there in the cold, especially.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Bears are just an unbelievable team with their defense. I mean, last week they choked a little bit against the Steelers, even though the Steelers are always a great team. But you know what? With the Falcons losing Michael Vick last night, and just they barely came away with that game. I mean, 26-17 is a pretty good margin, but you know what? I think the Bears are going to take this game pretty easily. But even though the Bears have a tough time with their offense.
Very quickly, Cowboys-Redskins. The Cowboys need this win to keep moving forward in the NFC because they're maybe falling behind a little bit. Who's going to win this game very quickly?
Well, I'm going to say the Cowboys because after that Monday night letdown against the Redskins when they were up 13-0, and then they gave up 2 quick touchdowns in the fourth quarter, I'm going to say the Cowboys beat the Redskins at Washington.
I say the Cowboys absolutely destroy the Redskins in this game because you know what, the Redskins are 7-6, but Redskins just don't play.
It's certainly a game to watch because anything can happen in the National Football League. But that's all the time we have for this week. We'll wrap up with more 30-minute drill after this.
Scatman's World. My scene's green, do you know what I mean? My scene's green, do you know what I mean? My scene's green, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die. Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing. It's not here to die. Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, Andrew the Axelband and David the Dog Suntup. All right, guys. What's cooking, man? We're doing MLB, hot stove. We're going to talk about the Mets, all right? They got Carlos Delgado, Billy Wagner, and Paul LaDuca. They also added Jose Valentin and the ageless Julio Franco to their bench. What do you think the moves the Mets have made so far? What do you think about the moves so far they made, the Mets?
I like the moves that they made so far. They addressed critical positions for the offseason, but they have to look to strengthen their rotation, but they're looking pretty good. So
I like the moves. I definitely like the moves that they made so far. I mean, they traded a player that was a good minor league player, but was only in the majors for a month, and they also traded a pitcher in Double-A, and they got one of the best sluggers in the game in Carlos Delgado. He's going to greatly solidify that lineup and take pressure off of guys like Cliff Floyd, David Wright, and Beltran. They got the second best closer in the game behind Mariano Rivera, and they got him for a pretty good price considering how much money B.J. Ryan got and some of the other relief pitchers have gotten on the market. And they also filled their catcher's void by getting Paul LaDuca. And I think that was a good deal because they didn't overpay for one of the other 2 catchers on the market who are good, but they're not worth what they wanted on the market.
Dave, I know you're a Mets guru. What else should they be doing for the rest of the offseason?
Well, they need a starting pitcher. They need a number 2 guy. Now they have Pedro at number 1, and then you have Glavine. I don't think I could call him a number 2, but even though he pitched well the second half, I think he's more of a number 3. So they're looking at Barry Zito. They're looking at Javier Vasquez. They want to get rid of Benson to free up money to get a number 2. And then I look at another setup man. I like Octavio Dotel. I know he had Tommy John surgery, but when he was one of the top setup men in the game for the Houston Astros back in 2002, and 2003. And second base, I like what they have there. I think they should just keep Kaz Matsui because they solidified their lineup. And if it doesn't work out, go to someone in the minors.
All right, across town, the Yankees, they've been pretty quiet. Only adding Kyle Farnsworth and Mike Myers to their bullpen. They still have questions to figure out on their rotation, and they still have a hole in center field. What other moves should the Yankees make, and who will be the CF in 2006?
Well, Ryan, the Yankees, they always find quality players to fill their bench. And by the end of the offseason, they will have all the players. But for their center field, I thought it would be Juan Pierre. But now I'm thinking like a Rocco Baldelli type of a player for center field.
Yeah.
Well, Rocco Baldelli, I like him, actually. I know he missed last year for torn ACL, but I like him. And in the double-race outfield, they have Carl Crawford, they have Johnny Gomes, they have Joey Gathright. So maybe there's not really a place for Baldelli. And they also have a young kid, Delman Young, who's almost ready to play at the major league level. So that could be a possibility. But, I'm a little surprised. But on the other side, Brian Cashman's running things now, not Steinbrenner. And Cashman, after last year, he signed some pitchers to some bad deals. So he doesn't want to pay money on an overrated guy like A.J. Burnett. He's letting he let the Blue Jays overpay for him. But, they did a good job filling the bullpen after they let Gordon walk. He was a little old. But they got Farnsworth, who's a good setup man. They got a lefty specialist in Myers, who pitched very well for the rival Red Sox. So we'll see what happens. But they definitely need a center fielder. But I don't think they could get anyone by trade because they don't have the pieces to trade. And Johnny Damon wants too much money. So we'll see what goes on from here.
All right, there are a lot of good and bad moves this offseason. In your guys' eyes, what were they?
The best move was the Mets getting Carlos Delgado, and the worst move was the Marlins dumping their whole roster. Yeah. Hey, what do you think?
Okay. My best move, I have to say, Billy Wagner. Maybe the Mets overpaid a little bit, but comparing what the Blue Jays paid, 5 years, $47 million for B.J. Ryan, a guy who's only closed for a year and a half, the Mets got a bargain on Billy Wagner. The worst moves, the Chicago Cubs. What in the world is Jim Henry doing? He is absolutely nuts. He's paying $4 million a year for 2 setup men. I mean, the Mets paid Roberto Hernandez like less than $1 million last year. They paid him chump change, and he was one of the top 5 setup men in baseball. These guys just got to find out of the blue here, and he's overpaying for these guys. And also the Dodgers paying 3 years, $39 million to Rafael Furcal. They're paying more than the Orioles are to Miguel Tejada. The Dodgers are nuts. They have one of the worst GM regimes in baseball. They should fire everyone because the Dodgers just are totally clueless.
Thanks, guys. That wraps up the segment. It's been a pleasure having you. Once again, I'm your host, Ryan Dubin, and see you next time. Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, Andrew the Axelband and Dave Suntup. How you doing, guys?
Good.
First, we're gonna wrap up the segment with AFC wrap-up, and let's start, guys. The Jets won their first game since Week 5. They beat the Raiders 26-10. Are you surprised with that?
I'm not surprised because the Jets, they show that they can beat some teams when they really don't have a quarterback, but it's kind of bad because they don't get like a good draft pick in the draft next year, so it's kind of both.
Well, when you're the Oakland Raiders and you're playing your backup quarterback, you should expect to lose, and that's the case. Marcus Tuiasosopo, the quarterback who played in place of Kerry Collins, he turned the ball over four times. And you turn over the ball, you can't expect to win football games. And Brooks Bollinger, he wasn't fantastic, but he was consistent. He didn't turn over the ball. And then Cedric Houston, the third-string running back, had a good game. He ran the ball well. He ran the ball well in that game, and he got a key touchdown for the Jets. And the Jets played well on defense, and they capitalized on Oakland turnovers. So I'm not surprised, but it's hard to win when you have a third-string quarterback and a third-string running back.
Well, I know, like Andrew said before, I mean, I would really like for the Jets to lose so we could get a good draft. Who do you think they're going to pick up if they lose all the rest of their games?
I'm not really sure who they're going to pick up. I don't really follow college football, so...
Well, I think the Texans are going to have the #1 pick. I don't expect them to win another game this year unless actually in Week 17, the Texans play the 49ers in San Francisco, so that could be the game for the first overall pick in the draft. But I think the Jets will either get the 3rd or 4th pick, and it depends what route they want to go. If they want to get a quarterback, and if they're giving up on Pennington, maybe they'll get Vince Young, or maybe they'll trade up and get Matt Leinart or Reggie Bush. But it's too far ahead to see. We've got to see what other teams do. But it's going to be between Houston, San Francisco, Green Bay, and the Jets mainly for the top pick.
The Chargers, they had an upset the other day with Miami.
They lost 23-21. I mean, is this going to crush their hopes of making the playoffs this year?
Not at all.
Can they recover, you know?
Not at all. The Chargers, they have LT, Drew Brees. Dane Thompson, he had a good game, but the Miami Dolphins stuck through with their defense. The Chargers, they will recover, and they probably will make the playoffs in the AFC this year.
Well, Andrew, I definitely think they're a playoff team. You know, they have the talent, but the games that they lost earlier in the year by just a couple of points, they're going to come back to haunt them. Their upcoming schedule, at Indianapolis, I do not think they're winning that game. At Kansas City,
yes.
Two of the toughest places to play in the NFL, Indianapolis and Kansas City. And the Chargers don't really do too well at Arrowhead Stadium. And the last week of the year, they play home to the Broncos. That's a game I think they will win, especially if Denver clinches the division or has a playoff berth and they start resting some of their players. But it's going to be really tough. And they need to go 2-1 to go 10-6, and 10-6 doesn't guarantee them a playoff berth because the AFC is stacked.
Well, guys, I really think that if the Chargers use their key players and like LT and Drew Brees and Antonio Gates come up big, I think that they could win and make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now on to the Colts. They beat the Jaguars. There's a big hype for this game. You know, everyone was saying the Jaguars have a chance, but the Colts just added another game to their undefeated season. Do you think they're going to go undefeated, and will they? Do you think they're going to win the next game?
Yeah, they will go 16-0. They have all the momentum on their side, and I was not surprised that they beat the Jaguars, because everyone was said that they would beat the Jaguars, and it happened. And Peyton Manning, he's playing very well. Murray Harrison too, so they will go undefeated this year.
Oh, I think they're going undefeated. I think they'll beat San Diego at home. I mean, San Diego can't even beat the Dolphins on their home field. How are they going to expect to go into Indianapolis and win? I mean, Seattle's a good team. They're the best team in the NFC. But I'm not sold on Seattle. Just by watching the Giants game, you know, Seattle only got across the 50 about 3 times in that game, 3 or 4 times, and they only got into the red zone 2 times the whole game. So I don't think Seattle's that good. And then Arizona Cardinals the last week of the year at home. I think they'll definitely go 16-0. And as for beating the Jaguars, I thought the Jaguars would have had a chance if they had Leftwich, even though Garrard played very well for the Jaguars. But Peyton Manning was just totally on his game. He connected with Marvin Harrison for 2 touchdown passes. He completed his passes to his receivers. And then Edgerrin James got 3 yards of carry against a really tough Jaguars run defense. So the Colts played very well in that game, and I'm not surprised if they won.
All right, thanks, guys. That'll do for the segment. Once again, I'm your host, Ryan Dubin, and there'll be more drill after this.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm Sammy Ullrich with my guests Ryan Dubin and Dave Suntup. Now we're going to preview Week 15 in the AFC. The Jets, coming off with a win against the Raiders, travel to Miami to face the Dolphins team that currently has 3-game winning streak. Can the Jets snap Miami's streak?
I really don't see the Jets winning this game. I mean, Miami's looking a lot better. Had a big win last week against the Chargers. Their offense is coming up big, and Jets aren't looking too good.
Well, the Jets are going to put up a fight here, but I don't expect the Jets to win. I mean, Miami, huge win in San Diego last week. They totally shut down LT, big upset. They had a big comeback win against Buffalo. They were down by, I believe, 21 points. But the Jets will put up a fight. It's hard playing with your third-string quarterback and running back, but I think the Jets will put up a fight, but I think Miami comes out in the end.
The Bucs, coming off with a huge win in Carolina, travel to Foxborough to face Tom Brady and the Patriots in a game with huge playoff implications. Which team will come out on top and why?
I'm going to say the Patriots, but I say Bucs have a shot. They have to run with Cadillac, and they got to play strong defense like Barber is playing the past few weeks. And, I mean, if their defense plays good and they run the ball, I think they have a shot, but Patriots most likely are going to pull away with the win.
Well, I'm going to have to go with the Patriots here just because they're home. Tom Brady, he's been playing really well lately. Corey Dillon's back and he's healthy, so the Patriots are getting healthy at the right time. But the Patriots have to prove something here. Their last 3 wins have come against bad teams. New Orleans, the Jets, and Buffalo. This is a huge game for them. This is a game to show them how they could stack up with the other playoff teams in the AFC. So I think the Patriots will come out on top, but they have to shut down Cadillac Williams in order to win.
The Vikings, who have won their last 6 games, play host to the Pittsburgh Steelers, another game with huge playoff implications. Can the Vikings make it 7 wins in a row, or will their magic run out this week due to the Steeler curtains?
The Vikings are going to lose this game. Everyone's making a big hype about the Vikings. Personally, I don't think they're that strong of a team. When you see them winning at games like when they played Giants a few weeks back, I think it just comes down to some luck, and the Pittsburgh is a very strong team. Once they establish their running game, I think this will be an easy win for Pittsburgh.
I agree with you, Ryan. I'm going Pittsburgh here. Minnesota is beating up on all the weak teams in this portion of the schedule, and Brad Johnson has given them stability at quarterback. That's why they've won all of these games. The only game that they did win against a good team was the Giants, but I'm going to Pittsburgh here. The bus was back on Sunday against the Bears. Ben Roethlisberger, he's getting used to playing with that thumb, and the defense was very good on Sunday, even though the Bears don't have much of an offense. But I think the Vikings their luck is gonna run out due to the steel curtain.
The Broncos travel to Buffalo to face the Bills. Can the Bills put up a fight against the Broncos?
The Bills are, they're not playing well. The Broncos are looking really good, and I think the Broncos are going to come out with this one.
I think the Broncos are just going to demolish the Bills. The Bills are in total disarray. They're done. I mean, J.P. Rossman, he was their quarterback. He wasn't very good. Now he's hurt. Now they have Kelly Holcomb and Willis McGahee. He's had just a terrible season. He hasn't done anything the whole year. And then Eric Moulds getting suspended for arguing with coaches and not wanting to play because he said he was hurt. The Bills are in total disarray. Their coach is probably going to be fired. I expect the Broncos to kill the Bills in this game.
And that wraps up the 30-minute drill. We'll see you next week.
Smile fades in the summer. Place your hand in mine. I'll leave when I wanna.
Brunel. He didn't play well the first 3 quarters. Pretty much 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burris is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burris, and Jeremy Shockey.
And another one, just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I'm surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 200 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over there, pass all over. Dante Culpepper looks like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill. Hi, welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Thomas Galo. My guests here, Matt Taylor,
Alan Bernstein.
and today we talk about NFC wrap-up for Week 15. Now, a lot happened this week. For instance, the Vikings, they lost Sunday after being undefeated for over 6 games under Brad Johnson. Now at 8-6, do they still have a chance in the playoffs?
Well, I think they're doing it. It really was an interesting week of football. And you talk about this game, and it had an offense that was really clicking in the Minnesota Vikings and a hard-hitting defense in the Pittsburgh Steelers. And when it came down to it, the Minnesota Vikings couldn't run the ball with Michael Bennett. They couldn't pass the ball to any of their receivers, Marcus Robinson, Corin Robinson. And Ben Roethlisberger really took a beating in this game. But when he needed to get first downs, he really got the job done. Willie Parker had a tremendous game. So I think that the Minnesota Vikings are still in the run, but they got to bounce back these next 2 weeks.
I got to disagree with Taylor here. I think the Vikings are out of the playoffs here, especially because they had a poor conference record coming into these few weeks. Beginning with their poor start under Dante Culpepper, who was picking up the interceptions like nobody's business. But now they're sitting at 8-6. They have a poor conference record. Their offense, in my opinion, is not clicking, and their defense is weak. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
All right, now the Cowboys, they just got annihilated yesterday by the Redskins. Now, and just tell me, they're now in 8th seed, and the Redskins are at 6th. Now, what do you think about?
They really flopped the positions there for me.
They definitely did. Now, what do you think about these teams?
Well, starting with the Dallas Cowboys, I really think they took a big hit earlier in the year, losing Flozell Adams. Now you got Marco Rivera got injured. So with their running game, just to start off with, Julius Jones and Marion Barber, they haven't been able to move the ball. It was just a matter of time before Drew Bledsoe was able to just throw interceptions one after another. And their receivers, Keyshawn Johnson and Terry Glenn, they haven't been getting open. And I think if they want to be successful, they got to throw the ball more to Jason Witten. He's their best player on the offensive end. He's big, he's experienced tight end. So I think if they want to win, they're going to have to give him the ball. And with the Washington Redskins, they got a big game this upcoming week against the New York Giants. So they got to hope that Mark Brunell can play consistent ball. And Clinton Portis has really been unbelievable lately.
Well, I think when you talk about the Cowboys, you got to think about Drew Bledsoe. Is he the guy here? I say no, that he's not. I think that he's over the hill. He's too old for this team. They have too many veterans on the team and not enough young talent, with the exception of Julius Jones and possibly Marion Barber. And on the Redskins side of the ball, I think that, they have a pretty good defense. Their offense is struggling. The only real great player they have is Clinton Portis, but they're struggling with Mark Brunell, I think. He's not having his best year at all. And I think really it's interesting how the Cowboys and Redskins kind of switched their positions this week. They were both at 8 and 6. Now they just flopped. Now the Redskins are possibly going to make the playoffs from a previously poor position. I don't know what's going to happen in this, but it's certainly going to be a great end to the season.
Now the G-Men, they beat the Chiefs 27-17. Now Tiki Barber accomplished a franchise record, which stood for over 50 years. It had 220 rushing yards. Now the Giants at 10-4. Are they nearly guaranteed a playoff spot?
Well, I think they are, especially the last week of the year. They got the Oakland Raiders. They've been just playing awful. Kerry Collins is just throwing the ball wherever he feels like it. But about the New York Giants, being a Giant fan, I still have mixed emotions about this game. Tiki Barber really is a tremendous player, but Eli Manning still can't find ways to hit these open targets. Plaxico Burress only had 2 catches in this game, so I think they're kind of fading away from him since that Seattle game when they put double coverage on him. And on the defensive end, their DNs really, you can't say enough about these guys. And once they get Antonio Pierce back, you just get another weapon. Their secondary, I've really been surprised by Curtis Veloch and his ability to play coverage on these guys. So I think that the Giants are in good shape. Jay Feely back in his good kicking form.
Well, I mean, we first need to talk about the offensive line. Injury-ridden. They had a tough, all people in new positions this week, and they were really able to block well for Tiki Barber, who just had an extraordinary game. This guy's a great pro. He doesn't get enough recognition in this league, and quite frankly, as a Giant fan, I think he deserves it. Also, on the defensive side of the ball, they were missing Antonio Pierce, Carlos Evans, and William Joseph, and I thought they gave up a lot of yards this week, which I didn't find so good. But the thing is, if they keep having these injuries, are they going to be able to keep playing at this high level of ball, especially if they're going to run into tough teams like the Seahawks down the road in the playoffs? I think they're going to win the division. I don't think the Redskins or the Cowboys even have a chance. And I think we're going to see the G-Men far in the playoffs this year.
I mean, Tiki Barber just had an amazing game yesterday. I mean, if you watch the game, he just broke every single tackle. He just got right into there and just went right into the end zone. Now,
it's also the Chiefs' poor tackling, I think.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have a great defense. I mean, that's why Tiki Barber just broke through everything and got 220 yards. Now, I'm going to ask you here, who do you think will win the division? I mean, I know you guys telling me the Giants, but do you think that Cowboys or the Eagles or the Redskins have any chance of taking over the Giants?
Well, the Eagles are already mathematically eliminated, and I think the Redskins do have a chance. They've been playing well lately. As long as Mark Brunell plays well, they'll be in contention, maybe for a wild card spot. I think that the Dallas Cowboys, if Drew Bledsoe does not play well, and I mean like excellent, they have no chance, especially since their running game is non-existent in these past few weeks. And I think the Giants are going to take the division, something in the beginning of the year I don't think nobody thought.
Well, the NFC is just so competitive. You have the 3 really great teams at the top. The Eagles are really a great team. They've just been so injury-ridden this year, the loss of Donovan McNabb, and they've been losing Brian Westbrook. But now, you have the Giants up there at the top. They're playing great ball. The Redskins and the Cowboys are close behind. I think the Giants are going to come out on top, and I'm going to predict that the Redskins are going to come in second.
All right, thanks, guys. And when we come back, more 30-Minute Drill.
Hey, everyone, welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein, here with my fabulous and wonderful guests, Andrew Gayo and Matthew Greene. Another week of NFC action to talk about next week. We're getting close to playoffs, right around the corner. The Giants, the Redskins, the Falcons, the Bucks, Vikings, Bears, all these teams right in the NFC playoff race. A lot to talk about. First, huge game for both teams, Carolina and Dallas. Both need to win desperately. Carolina's much higher up there with 10-4. Dallas are struggling with a recent loss to the Redskins. How important is this game for both teams?
Well, I don't think it's more important for Dallas than it is for Carolina, because Carolina right now has the best record in the NFC South, and they're in a strong position because they have the edge over the Falcons and the Bucks. Because if Dallas loses this game, their chances of winning the NFC East are really extremely low. I mean, they're in a tough position as it is because they have to win all the rest of the games.
They're nearly mathematically eliminated if they lose this game.
Basically, the only way they can win is basically if it's a 3-way tie or between the Redskins, Giants, and Dallas.
But really, the Giants have the outstanding record there, so that's not even an issue.
Yeah, I know, but Dallas right now, their only chances is a wild card.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dallas, after this loss to the Redskins, too, they looked absolutely horrible, too. Being down 35-0 at halftime. To a Redskins team that has struggled this season, but has actually came back now. And the Dallas defense is struggling, and I don't see Dallas coming out with a win in this game. I think Carolina's going to absolutely destroy them with their 10-4 record. So I think Carolina behind Seattle is the best team in the NFC.
Well, another huge NFC East game this week. The G-Men.
The G.
Against those Indians, the Redskins. It's going to be a tough game. Redskins are 8-6. The Giants 10-4, sitting atop the NFC East. The Giants clinch the division with a win or tie, or they also have a playoff berth with a Vikings loss. So how important is this game for the Giants to win the division and solidify themselves in this NFC conference?
Well, I think it's huge just to win the division this week coming up against the Redskins because it's going to be tough New Year's Eve to go to Oakland and win, even though Oakland's not that good this year. It's always tough to go into their house, especially it's going to be a packed house over in Oakland. So I think it's very important for the Giants to win, and I think they can because their first showing against the Redskins, they won 36-0, and I think that defense at this state right now, I mean, you saw what they did against Kansas City. They just dominated that whole game, and I'm really confident, especially with Tiki Barber in the running, Giants are going to win this game big.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind the Giants are going to win this game, but you know, like Gayo said, they won 36-0 back. I'm not sure a week. I think it was maybe 7, but they just came out there and they absolutely destroyed and made the Redskins look like they were nothing. And obviously now, as the Redskins beat the Cowboys last week, as I just said before, the Redskins aren't a nothing team. They're hot right now. You know, beating a Cowboys team like that. I mean, beating Cowboys is something, but beating by that much is even better. And I think there's no doubt in my mind that the Giants will win this game, but it will be a much closer game, much more exciting game to watch. I really can't wait to see it.
Well, so far, the Giants haven't really had a trap game this year. In the past, they've had trap games that really lose out their season. So, can I get a quick prediction on this game from you guys?
I'm going to say I don't think the Giants are going to absolutely dominate, but they're going to have the upper hand in this game. I say 28-7, probably the Giants are going to win.
That's a pretty big.
Yeah.
I say 27-20 Giants. I'm not really sure. I say 27-20 that the Redskins Giants will be close to halftime, then Giants will pull away in the fourth quarter, maybe in the third quarter. You never know.
I gotta say that's gonna be a much closer game in overtime. If you feel he's gonna kick one for the win.
Right.
We gotta move on. Falcons, Tampa Bay. It's gonna be another great game. Another one of these tough wild card teams. I think this year, especially the NFC has been so close. How important is this game right now?
Well, first of all, the Falcons, I don't know what they did this year. They came in with such huge expectations. You know, people were saying that they could have the opportunity to maybe go 13-3, 12-4. Look at the state they're in right now. They're in third place in the NFC South. They're not even in the wild. They're out of the wild card race. I mean, they're still in it, but they're not in the picture right now. I mean,
Vic has been injured every other week lately.
Yeah, but he's also in. But when he's been healthy, he's also been playing very inconsistent. I mean, you saw the other night against the Bears. That offense produced nothing. The running game with Warwick Dunn, T.J. Duckett, and Vic, they weren't there. And when that's not there, they have literally no offense. So, and then basically have to rely on the defense. So, if the Falcons win this game, this will be a huge lift. But if they lose, they're virtually eliminated.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, in week 1 on Monday night when the Falcons beat the Eagles, you know, thinking the Eagles were such a Super Bowl team, they're like the Falcons. Yeah, like I said, 13-3, 14-2, you know, 12-4. You know, I mean, look where they are now, 8-6. Like I said, not even in the wild card picture. You know, with this Tampa Bay team, 9-5 is a great team, but I don't know if they're really like this game will be a matchup. Definitely will say, like you said.
Yeah, I think this could be a great game.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a great game, no matter what. But it's just saying that how the Falcons have just stooped down to a lower level that they should be at, and how Vic, like you said, has been hurt every other week. So it's pretty heartbreaking, I guess, for the Falcons, but you know they're still a great team. This game's gonna be a great game. I honestly predict the Falcons over Tampa Bay.
All right, well, that's a great prediction from all of you guys. But you know, a lot of great games this week, a lot of tough contested matches, very important games, especially this time of the year. But that's all the time we have for this segment. We're right back with more 30-minute drill after this.
Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Andrew Axelband. Today's guests, Ryan Dubin and David Suntup. Today we'll be talking about Week 15 wrap-up in the AFC. Guys, the Jets lost the heartbreaker to Miami, 24-20. What do you think of their performance? And do you think the players like Brooks Bollinger and Cedric Houston could be in the long term with the Jets?
Well, the Jets actually played a decent game, and Cedric Houston played a great game, phenomenal game from him. I could see him in the future, but a guy like Brooks Bollinger, I can't really see him playing for the Jets in the long term, because if the Jets don't get Reggie Bush, because they're in a race right now with the Texans, if they don't get Reggie Bush, I'm looking for them to pick up like a Matt Leinart or a Vince Young. So That's it.
I was very impressed with the Jets yesterday. Brooks Bollinger played very well. He looked very comfortable running the offense. He looked great in play action, going to shooters like Jolly, Coles, McCarrons, and Cedric Houston. The kid really impressed me. He's not the fastest guy, but he breaks a lot of tackles and he gets a lot of hard yards. And running backs, I know Reggie Bush is a can't-miss guy, but running backs you could find out of the blue. And I think Cedric Houston could possibly be the starter for this Jets team, unless they get the #1 pick. Obviously, they pick Bush. And as for Bollinger, I don't know if I trust him because he's playing in meaningless games, but I think he could definitely be a good backup in this league. But I was really impressed with the Jets because they're still playing hard, even though it's been a miserable year for them.
Hey guys. All right, the perfect season for the Indianapolis Colts is over with. The Chargers beat them 26-17, and the Chargers controlled most of the game. Now the Colts will not go 16-0. Should they start resting their starting players like Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison? And how does this win impact the Chargers for their playoff hopes?
Well, they should definitely start resting their players. I mean, I actually think they should play the next game and then rest the 15th and 16th game to get ready to prepare for the playoffs and keep them healthy. And once again, the Chargers are not in the playoffs yet. They need Pittsburgh to lose a game, and they have to win the rest of the games. So this definitely did help them, though.
Well, that was a great win for the Chargers. They showed a lot of heart coming back from a terrible loss against the Dolphins. As for the Colts, they came back, but San Diego just took the momentum away. They had a big long run by Michael Turner in the fourth quarter. That put the game away. But as for the Colts resting their players, play them against Seattle, because if they rest them against Seattle, they would be going like 3 to 4 weeks without playing. So I would play them against Seattle. If the game gets out of hand or whenever the result is decided, rest the players. And then I play them maybe a series or two against the Cardinals and then rest them. But I want to ask Ryan Dubin a question. As you said, the Chargers need to run the table and Pittsburgh needs to lose a game in order for the Chargers to get the 6th seed, because Jacksonville's 5. They are 10-4. They have at Houston, home Tennessee coming up. The Chargers play at Kansas City and home to Denver, 2 very good teams in their division. And Pittsburgh plays at Cleveland and home to the Lions. Do you think the Chargers will make the playoffs?
I mean, I don't see Pittsburgh losing those games, but they're not going to make the playoffs. But Chargers, I think they can knock off those 2 teams, though.
All right, guys. The Patriots crushed the Bucs 28-0 in Foxborough, and the Patriots also won the AFC East for the 3rd year in a row. What do you think about the Patriots after this game? And can the Bucs recover from this loss?
Well, the Patriots showed a lot of skill and talent, because a lot of people were looking down on them, thinking that the dynasty's over and ended with them not making it to the Super Bowl this year. And I really think that they got a shot now. They're showing what they showed last year, and the Bucs, they're capable of doing pretty much anything. I really think that they could get into the playoffs, and I think they're a great team.
I was really impressed with the Patriots. Tom Brady is back, playing the kind of football he played the past 2 years that they won the Super Bowl. Corey Dillon is healthy now, running with authority, running really hard for this Patriots team. And then the thing that's impressing most is the defense. This defense was horrible against the run earlier in the year. Kyle Williams had 23 rushing yards. Willis McGahee, the week before, 3 rushing yards. The defense is back. Teddy Bruschi's playing a big part in that. But the thing that still worries me about them is their secondary. They lost Ty Law last year. Rodney Harrison, their big hard hitter, is hurt. So it's going to be tough if they play a good passing team like Indianapolis. As for the Bucs, I still think they're making the playoffs. I know they have Atlanta this week, but the week after they have New Orleans, and they're 9-5. So I think 10-6 will get them into the playoffs.
All right. Which team made the biggest statement in Week 15, and which team failed to live it up to the challenge?
Chargers and Colts.
Hey, what do you say?
Well, definitely the Chargers made the biggest statement, just because they beat the Colts coming back. They lost the lead, and then they stayed composed, and they won. The team that didn't show up, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, coming off a big win against Carolina, playing a big game in New England, they choked.
Thanks, guys. We'll be back for more drill after this. Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Andrew Axelband. Today's guests, Ryan and David. Right now, we were talking about Week 16 in the AFC. Since we will not be here next week, due to our holiday break, we're going to start off with our predictions in the AFC playoffs. I'm going to say a team. Ryan or David will say whether the team is playoff bound or not. They will give their predictions for the AFC playoffs. Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Denver, and New England have already clinched playoff berths. Is Jacksonville in it or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Is Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Yes.
San Diego?
No.
No.
Kansas City?
No.
No.
All right, guys. What is your prediction for the AFC bracket? Indianapolis has already clinched the first seed.
All right, I'm going to say Indy, first seed, Denver, second seed, Cincinnati, third, New England, fourth, Pittsburgh, fifth, and Jacksonville, sixth.
Very similar to you, Ryan, but Indianapolis is obviously number one. I'm going to say Cincinnati number two. I think Denver loses that last week to San Diego. Denver is going to be three. New England's going to be four because they got off to a slow start. Fifth, I'm going to go with Pittsburgh in sixth. I think Jacksonville will lose one of the last two games. They didn't look good against San Francisco. Jacksonville is going to be sixth, and San Diego, slow start's going to cost them. I don't think they get in.
Yeah, I agree too. All right, the Jets play host to the Patriots this week on Monday night in one of our last games of a horrible season with the Jets. What should the Jets' goals be for this game and the rest of the season?
Well, I think, since the Jets season is over, and I really think they should start putting out their young guys like a Cedric Houston and see what they can do so they can fit into the long term for the Jets franchise.
I think what the Jets have to do is they still have to play hard. I know there's only a couple games left. I know the fans want them to lose so they get Reggie Bush or Matt Leinart or Vince Young, but they have to play hard and they have to keep intact the integrity of the franchise. But play the young guys like Cedric Houston, Brooks Bollinger, let them get experience. Let that young secondary get experience like Derek Strait and Oliver Selston and Eric Coleman. Let them get experience and let them take something positive into next season.
Indeed. The Chiefs and the Chargers play in Kansas City in a game that has playoff implications. The loser of this game basically has no chance of making the playoffs. Who will come out in top in this game and why?
I think the Chargers are going to come out on top of this game based on how they've been playing since the last week, and Kansas City was struggling lately, and both teams aren't going to make the playoffs either way.
I think the Chargers are going to win this game. When you beat the team that is undefeated at 13-0, and you go into their house and you totally beat them up, that gives you so much momentum and so much confidence. I think the Chargers will go into Kansas City and have a big win. That's what I think. Kansas City, they've had two bad losses on the road. I think Kansas City is done. I think San Diego is going to go into their house, Arrowhead Stadium. I think they're going to beat the Colts. And San Diego, Tomlinson didn't even do anything against the Colts, and the Chargers still won that game. And Reason didn't even have such a good game. But their defense totally stopped Peyton Manning. They made Peyton Manning look horrible in that game. So I think the Chargers will win this game.
Yeah. The Colts and the Seahawks play in a matchup of the NFL's best. How competitive will this game be now the Colts can start resting their players? And do you think both teams will be playing in the Super Bowl?
Well, first of all, I think that Peyton Manning and the offense and all the starters will be in the first half, and whatever happens in the first half is going to stay that way, and they're going to take them out no matter what, no matter the score. And I do not see these teams playing in the Super Bowl. I really think the Giants, they got unlucky with the Seahawks. The Seahawks have been struggling last week against the Titans. I mean, they almost lost to the Titans, which is a really weak team. So I think that the Seahawks are overrated.
Well, Ryan, do you think the Colts are Super Bowl bound?
Yes.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, Ryan Dubin. But I think both these teams are going to play. The Colts still should play their stars. I mean, otherwise they're going to go a month without playing at all. And they have to play their starters a little bit, so they're not rusty when the playoffs start. And the Seahawks, they still have something to play for. They win this game, they clinch home field advantage throughout the NFC playoffs. So Seahawks are going to be playing their starters. That's why there's another week in the season left to rest your starters and let the backups play and keep the starters fresh for playoffs. But these teams still have a lot of time until their first playoff game, so these teams should be playing their starters. And I think the Seahawks have a good chance to go to the Super Bowl from the NFC. But wanna know what? The NFC is wide open. There is not one team that is dominant over the other teams. The Seahawks have the best record, but I don't think that they have a free pass to the Super Bowl like maybe the Colts do, because the Colts have been better than basically just everyone else.
All right. Thank you, guys. More drill after this. Thanks for joining us for this week's edition of a 30-Minute Drill. On behalf of everyone at 30-Minute Drill, have a safe and happy holiday season. See you in 06.
Brunel. He didn't play well the first 3 quarters. Pretty much 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burris is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burris, and Jeremy Shockey.
And another one, just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I was surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 200 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over, they pass all over. Dante Culpepper looks like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill. Hi, welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Thomas Galo, and my guests here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Now, for the next 30 minutes, we're going to be talking about the NFL, the last week for the season. All right, guys, now a lot happened this week. The Giants, they beat the Oakland Raiders 31-20, and now the Giants are 11-5, and they're going to the playoffs. Now, how will this game affect them in the playoffs?
Well, first of all, Giants making the playoff, first time since 2002. Very happy. But this was a big win, especially that goal line stand at the end. I think this proved a lot for the Giants' defense. After Strahan went out with that injury with the hands to the face call, that wasn't called. That was ridiculous. The Raiders had first and goal on the 1-yard line, and the Giants stopped them on 4 downs, so that showed a lot of heart for the Giants. And Tiki Barber, he's the offense right there. They're going to rely on him a lot in the playoffs. I mean, 201 yards on the ground. He's just an excellent runner. The Giants, I can see him. They can really do some damage in the playoffs this year.
Well, before I even get started, I'd like to congratulate Rich Rodriguez and the West Virginia Mountaineers on an excellent victory in the Nokia Sugar Bowl, beating the Georgia Bulldogs 38-35. Back to the New York Giants, I really saw a lot about this game. And when you play a team like the Oakland Raiders, they had nothing to lose in this game. They could take chances. They can go for it on 4th down in the middle of the field. And the Giants' defense, more particularly, stepped up in this game. And I'm really seeing why the Giants have to use Brandon Jacobs more, not only in the goal line, but also in the middle of the field. You can't just have a guy frozen on the sidelines the whole game and then expect him to get in the end zone on a goal line stand where you got all these guys just stacked up in the line of scrimmage. So I think that the Giants, if they want to be effective in the playoffs, they got to rotate their backs, give Tiki Barber a break, and even get Ward in some carries because they're going to have to wear down at these defenses.
Now, the Oakland Raiders are not going to the playoffs. They finished off their season 4-12 now. Do you think the Giants could have done a better job in this game?
Well, I mean, a win's a win, but yes, I guess they could have played better because, let's face it, the Giants' secondary is not that good. I mean, Will Allen, he's probably won't be back next year. He's a free agent. He's not that good. Will Peterson's good, but he cannot stay healthy. Curtis DeLoach, he's good at times, but a lot of times he gambles. Sean Williams, he's always hurt. Jabril Wilson, he's inconsistent. So the Giants' secondary, they're going to have to patch that up in the playoffs somehow. I mean, that's going to be key for them, especially against Jake Delhomme and Steve Smith of the Carolina Panthers. That's going to be tough. So, but yes, they could have played much better in this game, especially against the Raiders, 4-12. Very disappointing season.
Well, I must stay true to the Giants secondary. They're not a very good unit, but when you play a team like the Oakland Raiders, they really have 2 excellent receivers. Randy Moss, he really didn't meet expectations this year, but he's always going to be a deep threat, really a great receiver. Jerry Porter, he's also a great receiver, doesn't get the recognition he deserves. And once it comes playoff time, these corners have to step up. And I really don't know, being a Giant fan, if the Giants don't have Antonio Pierce, how far they could go, especially if they play Seattle down the road, how they're going to be able to stop the run without their best player on defense and pretty much their leader on defense as well.
Now, the Redskins defeated the Eagles. Now, the Eagles finished off their season. They're not going to the playoffs, finished off 6-10. Now, the Redskins, they're going to their first playoff game in 6 years. They finished off their season 10-6. Now, how do you think they're going to do in the playoffs for the Redskins?
Well, from the past couple of weeks when they were 5-6, we were all wrong counting them out of the playoffs. And they just shocked everyone going 5-0 down the stretch with Joe Gibbs. He's done an excellent job coaching in his second tenure with the Redskins. That running game with Clinton Porter, all of a sudden he's come alive. Santana Moss leading that offense for them. Mark Brunell playing consistent there at the quarterback position. And that defense ranked 7th in the league. They're doing an excellent job down the stretch, stopping the run. We saw against the Giants. they completely fooled the Giants in that game, offensively and defensively. So the Redskins, and especially because they're playing the Buccaneers, who they lost to a couple weeks ago, 36-35, it's going to be an excellent game to watch. In my opinion, one of the best games this wild card weekend coming up. So the Redskins, they can do, even though they're 6th seed, they can do a lot of damage this year.
Well, going into Week 17, you looked at that number 6 seed, and it was between the Dallas Cowboys and the Washington Redskins. And I'm looking at both these teams, and you could study them both all you want. And I think that the Washington Redskins are a much more dangerous team. Their defense really knows how to stop the run. Even their secondary is tremendous. And Joe Gibbs really established the run with Clinton Portis this season. And they even rotated a lot of other backs, like Marcel Sellers, I'm pretty sure his name is. Marcellus Sellers, or whatever. They even used Chris Cooley in the backfield sometimes. And Santana Moss really had an unbelievable season. If Mark Brunell could play consistent ball, they're going to be tough to beat.
Now, do you think the Redskins are going to be a strong contender at the playoffs, or do you think it's just going to die down in the first round?
Well, especially in the NFC, I think they can be a pretty strong team in the playoffs, especially if they win their game against Tampa Bay, because then they play a Chicago team that has an excellent defense but a questionable offense that still has a lot of questions to answer. So, but the Redskins, with the way it looks at it, they can beat Tampa Bay, and they probably can beat Chicago.
Well, let me just correct you. If the Washington Redskins win their first game, they'll be playing the Seattle Seahawks because they'll be the lowest seed, and the Seattle Seahawks will be the number 1 seed. And I really would not be surprised if the Washington Redskins beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Bucs will have trouble moving the balls. Carnell Williams, you don't know what he's going to be able to do against an excellent defense like this. And I have a feeling that Mark Brunell will be able to get the big play against the Bucs. So no surprise here if the Redskins upset them.
Now, the Seahawks play Green Bay. Now, Seahawks finished off their season 13-3. How do you think the Seahawks will perform in the playoffs?
Well, basically they're going to be very dangerous, the most dangerous team in the NFC. I mean, with Sean Alexander alone, he's amazing. He's the best running back arguably this year in the NFL. Matt Hasselbeck, he's got the receivers, Darryl Jackson, Bobby Agrubb, Joe Juravicius has stepped up big for them this year. That defense, especially with home field, nobody could beat them when they go into Quest Field over there. So they're going to make a lot of noise, and right now they're the favorites to win the NFC.
Well, right now I'm totally not sold on the Seattle Seahawks, but you look at this defense, and they're kind of a no-name defense, kind of like the 72 Dolphins that went undefeated that season. They had no names that you could say, oh, this guy's a Hall of Famer, he's a great player. I'm talking about the defensive end. Yeah, it seems like they always shut down teams, or not even shut down, keep teams at a low-scoring pace. And when you have a guy like Sean Alexander, you're always going to be able to get big plays and always sets up a great play action. And they got a great offensive line that keeps that team intact.
All right, thanks, guys. And when we come back, more 30-minute drill.
Hi, welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, AJ Levine, joined here with my guests Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Today we're talking about the NFC playoff picture, starting off with the wild card games. The Giants are playing the Carolina Panthers, and what do you guys think is going to happen in this game?
Well, it's definitely going to be a great contest because with that great Carolina defense of the Giants, with Tiki Barber, Eli Manning, Plaxico Burress, Jeremy Shockey, Amani Toomer, it's going to be excellent. It's going to be a great matchup. I mean, and especially with the Giants defense, it's going to be a test for them because without Antonio Pierce, their leader on defense, and their battered up secondary, and the linebackers, they have a lot of injuries in that position as well. Against Steve Smith, Deshaun Foster, Steven Davis, it can be a great matchup probably, and I could see the Giants winning this game.
Well, being a Giant fan, my one concern is, can the Giants keep Julius Peppers off of Eli Manning? And hopefully for Eli Manning's sake, it's Kareem McKenzie, because if it's Lou Pettigrew, they might have to get the respirators in the ambulance in Giant Stadium from now. And also a big matchup is, will the Giants be able to run the ball against that strong Carolina defense? You know they have excellent tackles, and that whole Carolina defense in general is really great. A very underestimated secondary that no one talks about. That whole defense is centered around Julius Peppers. But I think their defense really could cause some havoc, especially in the deep passing game for the New York Giants.
I agree with Andrew on the linebacking core of the Giants and the secondary. The injuries are going to hurt them a little bit. The next game we have is the Redskins against the Buccaneers. What do you guys think about this game?
Well, dating back a couple of weeks ago when these two teams played in Tampa Bay, and Tampa Bay won 36-35 on that call at the end by John Gruden to go for 2 points instead of the point after attempt. So it's going to be another great game. We're really fortunate this year with great games in the playoffs. Usually some years we have some trashy games, but this year we have some nice games. But this game, the Tampa Bay is going to depend on their defense, Chris Sims, and Cadillac Williams, because if Chris Sims does not play well, they're going to totally
zone in on Cadillac, and if Cadillac doesn't play well, the Tampa Bay's in trouble because with the way the Redskins have been playing lately, they've been unstoppable.
Well, dating back to that last game, we all thought it was going to be a low-scoring affair. We got two excellent defenses. Offenses that, at the time, were really struggling. Chris Sims really wasn't like he was playing right now. And it turned out to be an excellent game. And I think that with these two teams previously playing, both the teams know each other. They know their tendencies. So I think that even makes the game even better. So even John Gruden and Joe Gibbs are both going to have excellent game plans, two tremendous coaches. So I'm looking for really an excellent game, but very low scoring this time.
All right, and the Seattle Seahawks and the Chicago Bears and the 1 and 2 seeds, they're going to put up a fight against anyone they play. I mean, who do you think is going to win if they're playing these games?
Well, the Bears and the Seahawks, they have byes this week. They play the winners of those games. I mean, it's a really good bracket this year. It's just the Bears, I'm still not sold on their offense because that defense is excellent, but they have just so many questions on offense. Rex Grossman, he doesn't impress me. The Bears fans like him. I mean, their other quarterback, Kyle, and he's just terrible. They're going to depend on their running game, and the Seahawks, they have a lot of firepower, but they're very good, but they are beatable. The Giants, we all know they can beat them. The Giants should have beat them a couple weeks ago with Jay Feely missing those field goals. Panthers can beat them. We all know that. So it's going to be interesting, the bracket. I think anybody can win it.
Well, I'm going to go back to Seattle again, and I'm still not totally convinced about that team. Matt Hasselbeck, I'm not even sure. I think it was 2 years ago where he threw that big interception against the Green Bay Packers and got returned for a touchdown. So I really don't think that he's the greatest quarterback in the world, but he is having an excellent season. And talking about the Chicago Bears, if you're any sort of running ball club, you're going to have trouble moving the ball against this team, especially if you have to play Soldier Field at night. You know it's going to be about -50 out there. Snowing, you might have a snowstorm during that game. So if you're a running team, like the New York Giants specifically, I would not want to go to Soldier Field in the playoffs.
We have an interesting situation this year with a bunch of strong NFC teams, because anyone can make it all the way this year. Thanks for joining us, and we'll have more drill after this.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Matt Dubow. Today our guests are Andrew the Axelband and David Suntup. All right, guys, today's topic, Week 17 wrap-up. The Jets closed out their season on a positive note by beating the Bills 30-26 and ending their season at 4-12. What do you think of the Jets play in this game, and what do they need to improve for future seasons?
Well, I don't think it was a positive note. I think it was a negative because they won't get a good draft pick because they won like 4 games and they should have just lost the game, and they need to get a new quarterback because Brooks Bollinger is not that good, and they need a new running back. Curtis Brown's getting too old. So, and they might need a new head coach because Herman Edwards might retire.
Well, actually, Andrew, Herman Edwards is probably going to go to Kansas City. He's going to fill in for the retired Dick Vermeil. Jets would get some compensation, probably a 3rd and a 4th rounder. But I think it was a positive note because the Jets beat a division rival. They ended a miserable season on sort of a positive note. And even if they lost the game, they only would have had the 3rd pick instead of the 4th pick. But I think the Jets needed a quarterback. They need a running back because Curtis Martin's old. He makes a lot of money. He's probably going to be a cap casualty, as they would say in the NFL. And they need to improve the offensive line. The offensive line was ravaged by injuries. Mawai was hurt most of the year. A lot of guys were playing out of position. They need to improve the left tackle position. So they need an offensive line, a running back, and a quarterback.
I agree with you, Dave. I think a quick fix would have been Reggie Bush. Would they have gotten that with the 3rd pick rather than the 4th pick? I don't know. They still have a chance of a trade down, but we'll see. All right, next question. The Dolphins finished off their season with 6 straight wins by beating the Patriots 28-26. What do you think of the Dolphins' performance, and are you surprised by their rapid performance?
Yes, I was very surprised. They didn't do too well last year. When Ricky Williams came back this year, he put a lot of help into it. He played very well, and Chris Chambers had a very good year this year. And the Dolphins they will be better next year. And it was pretty good that they beat the Patriots because they probably really would never beat the Patriots.
Yeah, I agree with you, Andrew. The Dolphins definitely had a rapid improvement in their play. When they were 3-7, Nick Saban's like, it doesn't matter if we win, we're playing for the future. And then they won the last 6 games. This is a big win because they beat division rival. But on the other hand, the Patriots are playing their 2nd and 3rd string starters most of the game. They played Castles at quarterback, and then they had Doug Flutie drop kick an extra point. So the Patriots are kind of playing this game for fun. I don't think they wanted to play the Steelers in the next round. But Andrew, at the beginning of the year, we were talking about the Dolphins after they beat the Broncos, and you said that they don't count. You said they were not a good ball club, and now you did. Now it shows how much they improved. Because you thought that they were bad, and now you think they're good. So
Yeah, well, they improved, Dave.
yes, they got a lot
they're
better.
better.
Yeah, they're a lot better.
My only comment is that drop kick was a doozy. I'll say that much. The Chiefs crushed the Bengals 37-3 behind a strong effort from Larry Johnson. What do you think of Larry Johnson's season, and how do you think this loss will affect the Bengals going into the postseason?
Larry Johnson played a big role in this Chiefs offense. He had a lot of yards, and it won't really affect the Bengals that much. They're in the playoffs. The Chiefs aren't. They're going to lose to Pittsburgh anyway, so they're being on the first round. So yeah, Dave?
Well, Larry Johnson is just an excellent running back. Over 200 yards, 3 touchdowns. This guy's an absolute beast. Larry Johnson is one of the top 5 running backs in the NFL. He breaks tackles. He has a lot of speed. He uses his blockers really well. Kansas City could have made the playoffs. Tough not making the playoffs at 10-6. They had a really good offense. The defense was a little spotty at the end of the year. They lost the game to Dallas. They lost the game to the Giants where they missed a lot of tackles. But Larry Johnson is going to be a great player in this league for a long time. And now it looks like Herm Edwards could be the new coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. And as for affecting the Bengals, well, the Bengals are in the playoffs. I know they didn't go in on a great note, but this is a new year. Everyone is 0-0, so they have to look at it that way. And they're 1-1. They're 1-1 against Pittsburgh on the year, so they got to look at that. So I think the Bengals will be okay, but I think Pittsburgh's going to win that game.
I agree. Larry Johnson, watch out for him. Possible future Hall of Famer. Those Penn State alumni. Always got to keep an eye out for him. Last question, real quick. I just want to touch on the Reggie Bush thing. Texans won the number 1 pick and the rights to Reggie Bush by losing to the 49ers, 20-17. Do you think the Texans should keep the pick, trade down? What do you say?
I think they should trade the pick because they need some offensive linemen to protect the quarterback. So I think they should trade the pick.
Bush is such a top prospect that you can't overlook a guy like that. There hasn't been this much hype about any draft prospect in years. But what I think is they should trade down. Trade with like the Jets because the Texans need offensive line help. They need another wide receiver and need some help on defense. The Jets need that standout running back. So I would trade the pick, but they're going to keep it and select Bush.
All right, guys, thanks a lot for your opinion. And we'll be right back with more drill after this. Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Matt Dubow. Today our guests are Andrew the Axelband and David Suntup. All right, guys, down to business. Today's topic is the AFC wildcard preview. We're going to start off by predicting the AFC bracket and who will go to the Super Bowl from the AFC. Now you have the 3-seed Cincinnati playing the 6-seed Pittsburgh and the 4-seed in New England playing the 5-seed Jacksonville. If Cincinnati wins, they play Denver, and the winner of the 4 and 5 or 5-seed game plays Indianapolis. If Pittsburgh wins, they play Indianapolis, and the winner of the 4 and 5 games plays Denver. So, guys, what's your take on it all?
Pittsburgh will beat Cincinnati. New England will beat Jacksonville. Indianapolis will beat Pittsburgh. And Denver will beat New England. And then Indianapolis will beat Denver, and they will go to the Super Bowl, Indianapolis.
Well, I think Pittsburgh is going to beat Cincinnati. I'm going to take New England over Jacksonville. And then I'm going to take Indianapolis over Pittsburgh. And then I'm going to take Denver over New England.
So you got Denver going all the way.
Actually, Indianapolis over Denver. I forgot my last one. Thanks
there
for
you go.
reminding me.
I think it's going to come down to Cincy and Indianapolis. You got to watch out for Cincinnati. It's the first time in there in about 15 years. They're going to look and improve themselves.
They're not terrible.
I don't think they're going to go all the way. I think it's going to come down to them and Indy, and Indy's going to beat them, but they're going to give them a run for their money. So, guys, in the first AFC game, the Jaguars travel to Foxborough to play New England to face the defending Super Bowl champs. Can the Jaguars beat the Patriots, and what do the Patriots have to do to keep their quest alive for a 3rd straight Super Bowl run?
The Jaguars can definitely beat the Patriots, even though the odds are against them. They are a 12-4 team, but I've seen better 12-4 teams. But they can definitely beat the Patriots. But in order for the Patriots, they have to. Tom Brady has to control the offense and control the ball very well. And if he does that, they will make it to the next round of the playoffs.
Well, I'm going to take New England in this game. First of all, anytime you have Tom Brady, he's won 3 Super Bowls, he has all the experience, you're going to be in good shape. and then playing at home in the cold at night against a team from the south that likes to play in warm weather. That's another advantage for New England and a big disadvantage for Jacksonville. And New England defense has really come on. They're stopping the run well. They're doing better against the pass. Teddy Bruschi has really played well since he came back from the stroke. And then Corey Dillon has got healthy again, and now he's running well. So I'm going to have to take New England in this game. Even though Jacksonville, I know they're 12 and they have a good defense, but I think they're worse than the record shows because they have a weak schedule.
I agree with you, Dave. I think, can Jacksonville beat the Patriots? Yes. Will they? No. It's up at Foxborough. It's not going for them. Cold weather's going to kill them. All right, in the matchup of two AFC North teams, the Pittsburgh Steelers play in Cincinnati against the Bengals, who are making their first playoff appearance since 1990. Can the Bengals stop a hot Steelers team, or will the Steelers' running attack be too much for them? What do you think?
The Steelers will be too much for the Bengals. Willie Parker is running very well, like he did in the beginning of the season. And with Troy Polamalu on the defense, he knows how to stop the running attack and the offense. And earlier in the season, the Steelers beat the Bengals 27-13. So I know that they're going to do the same thing again and beat Cincy.
Well, Cincinnati also beat the Steelers in Pittsburgh in a shootout, but Pittsburgh's been a much better team since that game. I think that was the last game that Pittsburgh's lost the whole year. But I'm going to go with Pittsburgh in this game. Their running attack has just been unstoppable. You know, Ben Roethlisberger, now that he's healthy again, he's starting to play better. He's starting to make defenses have to play against the pass, and now they can mix it up on offense. Steelers' defense has played excellent the past 3 games. And Cincinnati's defense has not played well going into the playoffs, you know. They let up a lot of points against Kelly Holcomb and the Buffalo Bills, and the Buffalo Bills are not a good ball club. And then the Kansas City Chiefs ran all over the Cincinnati defense, and Trent Greene also had a good game against Cincinnati. So I'm taking Pittsburgh in this game.
Folks, I think you're going to have to TiVo this one. This is going to be one heck of a matchup. I think it's going to come down to a shootout between Big Ben and Carson. Ben Roethlisberger can perform, they're going to win, but that's what it comes down to. Next question. Which player needs to come up huge this week for their team to win, and why?
Tiki Barber, he must come up huge for the Giants because Eli Manning can't lead on the team. He doesn't have the right tools to go to the next round, and Tiki has been fantastic this season. He is a stellar player, and if he does the same as he's been doing, they will go on to the next round.
Well, I think it's going to come down to Carson Palmer. The Bengals defense has not played well the last couple of weeks. You know, they're not really a good defense. He needs to have a really good game in order to beat Pittsburgh. It's going to have to be a shootout type game. He's going to have to throw for 3 touchdowns. He's going to have to throw for 250 yards. And he can't turn over the ball. And Cincinnati really has to have a great performance in order to win. But Andrew, going back to what we were saying, who do you think needs to come up big in the AFC? What player in order for their team to come out on top?
I agree with you, Dave, but yeah.
I think Big Ben. I mean, he's been iffy. He hasn't been healthy. The Steelers have been playing great, but if he cracks, I think the whole team's going to crack right under him. Last question, real quick. We're running out of time. What team's going to surprise everybody in the AFC?
The Denver Broncos.
Broncos. What's your pick?
I'm going to say the Denver Broncos because Jake Plummer's played very well. They have a good running attack. The defense has played well, and Plummer does not turn over the ball anymore.
I'm going to go with Cincy. I feel it. I feel the Cincinnati win. All right, thanks, guys. We'll be back right after this for more drill.
Hey everyone, I'd just like to give you a warm welcome to a 30-minute drill. I am your host, Alan Bernstein, here with my fantastic and wonderful guests, Andrew Gayo and Matt Greene, here again with me. But guys, it's that time of year, the playoffs coming around, wild card weekend. We got 2 great matchups, Giants-Panthers, Bucs-Redskins. Going to be 2 great games, especially on the NFC side. First, let's talk about the Bucs and the Redskins. Both these teams the Bucs are now the 3 seed. The Redskins are sitting back there at the 6 seed. What's going to happen in this game?
Well, I think it's going to be an excellent matchup just based due to a couple weeks ago when these 2 teams faced off and the Buccaneers came out with a 36-35 win on that call by John Gruden. At the end, they go for 2 points instead of the one extra point. So it's going to be a game, but I think this game's going to feature those 2 great defenses that the teams have, with the Bucs ranked in the top 10 as well as the Redskins with the number 7 defense. So, I mean, if the Bucs are basically just going to depend on Cadillac Williams and Chris Sims, because if those 2 aren't running, the Redskins, and by the way the Redskins are playing, the Bucs are going to be in trouble.
I definitely agree with Andrew because, you know, at that game in the middle of the season, Bucs Redskins, you know, it was 36-35 win, you know, very, very close game. I mean, not much defense, but, I mean, I think it'll be a game like that. I think where it'll be really, really close, and it'll be quite a game to watch. I mean, I think this whole wild card weekend in the NFC is going to be really, really quite a weekend to watch.
Also got to talk about the ground game here. The Bucs have been struggling, but they're starting to come into their mold. The Redskins all year, Clinton Portis has been having some solid numbers, especially recently, having a number of good performances. But now we got to move on to the Giants versus the Panthers. It's going to be a great game for the G-men, who have yet to prove themselves in a league where the NFC's been pretty close this year. No 9-7 teams making it. So first, let's talk Giants, Panthers. What do you think about this game?
Well, the Giants, they're going to be, this is their first home playoff game since 2000, with the year that they went to the Super Bowl. So they're going to be pumped up for this game, but they're injury plagued, especially in the linebacker position with Antonio Pierce, Chase Blackburn, Reggie Torber. They're all out.
Carlos Edmonds.
Yeah, Carlos Edmonds. They're going to really depend on Roman Pfeiffer's leadership now in that middle linebacker core, and especially that secondary, which is absolutely terrible, very inconsistent. Curtis DeLoach, he gambles a lot. Will Allen, he won't even be back next year because of his poor play. And basically, on the offensive side, they're going to have to depend on Tiki Barber to run all over this Panther team because with Eli Manning, I haven't been sold on him lately because he's made a lot of stupid decisions.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, I agree. They are injured struck. They do have a lot of injuries, obviously. But see, this Giants team, after looking at them last year, last week, I know they played a 4-11 Oakland team, but Oakland was a decent team this year. They just had a tough schedule. Now they're 4-12, obviously, not even getting close. But the Giants and the Panthers games is going to be really, really close because you know what? Both at 11-5, both great teams, and they both have great offenses. One has a great running game and one has a great passing game. It's just going to be that close.
Interrupt just for a second. The injuries on the Giants' defensive side of the ball are terrible. You have Will Peterson pretty much out for the year in IR. He's done. The linebackers, their 3 starting linebackers start off for the year are out. The Giants linebacker core, it looks like a bunch of it looks like the Continental Army of the Revolutionary War. So we don't really have too much going on there. What do you think about this Giants defense?
Well, they're going to have to depend on the leadership of Strahan, and I'm going to say this Umanura because he's really stepped up in the clutch this year. He's evolved every single year that he's been in this league, just stepping up his game. And Antonio Pierce's leadership's going to be missed. Sean Williams, he didn't really play much this year because of injury, but he's going to be on the sideline there. Maybe his leadership's going to have to take a role. Jabril Wilson, maybe, because they're going to have to just step up because this running, they have a decent passing game, as we said, the Panthers with Steve Smith, one of the best receivers in the league, but don't go past those running backs because they have Stephen Davis and Deshaun Foster, and you can't ever go easy against them.
That's true. You got Strahan, you got Umanura. Umanura is probably one of the speediest guys on that defense, probably one of the top in the NFL. And Strahan has always had the leadership ever since he started with the Giants. Everybody loves Strahan. It's going to happen. It's going to be a great game. I think the Giants defense is going to survive here. They're going to have to worry about Steve Smith, leading the league as a receiver. He's an awesome receiver. But you know what? The Giants just have to make some adjustments to Stephen Smith, and like Gayo said, not forget about the two running backs, Stephen Davis and Deshaun Foster. All they have to do is just step up the game. They have to play their A game in order to win this game. And I also say the same thing about Carolina because Carolina has something coming up for them too. The Giants aren't the only ones that are going to have a tough game here.
I definitely agree with you guys. But quickly, can I just get a prediction from this game? Who do you think is going to win?
I'm going to say 26-20. The G-men are going to prevail.
I agree with that, but a little bit less score. I think it's going to be a lot of defense this game. I think it'll be 17-10, 16-10, the Carolina Panthers.
Well, that's all I wanted to know, guys. Thanks for joining us here this week on our 30-minute drill. We'll be back with next week. We'll be talking about the divisional playoffs and wrapping up the wild card weekend. We'll see you next week.
I can say anything crazy. I know you catch me right before I hit the ground. With nothing but a t-shirt on. I never felt so beautiful. Baby, as I do now.
Yeah, guys, that's what I really thought. But you see, there's just one thing left. Live from Wayne, New Jersey, it's 30 minutes.
I saw a lot about this game, and when you play a team like the Oakland Raiders, they had nothing to lose in this game. They could take chances. They can go for it on 4th down in the middle of the field.
They looked absolutely horrible too. Being down 35-0 at halftime. To a Redskins team that has struggled this season. But
I really think the Giants, they got unlucky with the Seahawks. The Seahawks have been struggling last week against the Titans.
I agree with Andrew on the linebacking core of the Giants and the secondary. The injuries are going to hurt them.
He has a lot of speed. He uses his blockers really well. Kansas City could have made the playoffs. Tough not making the playoffs at 10-6.
The Giants, the Redskins, the Falcons, the Bucks, Vikings, Bears, all these teams right in the NFC playoff race.
Been healthy. The Steelers have been playing great, but if he cracks, I think the whole team's going to crack right under him. They're going to lose Pittsburgh anyway, so they're being out in the first round. Yeah.
Giants making the playoff first time since 2002. Very happy.
When we come back, more 30-minute drill. Hi, and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Thomas Galo, and my guests here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. And today we'll be previewing the NFC divisional playoffs. Now, guys, let's start off here with the Redskins and the Seahawks. Now, I just don't understand. I don't know. I never think that the Redskins would make it this far. But you know what? They did, and they got a great defense. Now, let's start off there. I mean, with the Skins D at full power, I mean, how are they going to do in this playoff game?
Yeah, I mean, they were 5-6 going into Week 12, and then what do you know? They win their next 6 games right now. They've been playing awesome. Their offense, though, it's been questionable. I mean, we can all say we're going against a great Tampa Bay Bucks D last week, but their defense just demolished Chris Sims. And at the rate that they're playing, they can really put up Seattle a fight. It's just Seattle's at home where they haven't lost since the 2003 season. So there's going to be a lot of questions that the Redskins can answer here if they can prevail in this game. If they win this game, they can win the Super Bowl, because if they beat Seattle at home, that's going to be that's a big step forward.
Well, Andrew, you're totally right. At around Week 12 in the season, it was between the Giants, the Cowboys, and the Redskins, all fighting for that division in the NFC East. We all know that the New York Giants already got eliminated, and the Dallas Cowboys did not make the playoffs. And the Washington Redskins were really on the outside looking in. And now you look, they got a tremendous defense, and versus Seattle Seahawks, we all know that the key is to stop Shaun Alexander. And I think that this defense really is good enough to stop them. The matter of the fact is, can they stop Matt Hasselbeck as well? And will that offense be able to move the ball? Now, most Joe Gibbs ball clubs, they usually bounce back from week to week. So it's going to be a really big challenge this week for Mark Brunell and this whole offense for the Washington Redskins.
Now, Andrew, you're right. Now, the Seahawks haven't lost at home since 2003. Now, they're 16-0 at home. I mean, that's just amazing. Now, I mean, I just really think the Seahawks are going to pretty much just kill the Redskins. I mean, how do you think they're going to do with a 16-0 record at home?
Well, just to clarify for the viewers at home, they're 16-0 over 2 seasons. They don't play 16 games at home in 1 season. No, just to clear things up. But no, they have all the weapons. We know that. They haven't really been playing at full strength lately because they've been resting. I mean, Week 17, Seneca Wallace played for them, so they've been giving their regulars off. But with Shaun Alexander on your ball club, you're always going to be in contention. And really the surprise this year is that defense playing so well, as we saw during the season, just shutting down opponents. They played one bad game, and that was against the Giants, which the Giants should have won that game. But as again, Seattle's at home, they come back and win. So I mean, Seattle, they're the favorites to win this game, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do win.
Yeah, let me pull in Andrew Gayo right here. They are 16-0 at home in the last 2 seasons, but in my mind, they're really 15-1. They should have lost that game to the New York Giants. If Jay Fieldy didn't just mess up 3 times, he should have hit all those field goals. And I think that Seattle is a little overrated. They got a no-name defense, but they always seem to get the job done, and they're playing a really weak offense. So I think Mike Holmgren doesn't have that tough of a job for the defensive end this week. It's just that will they be able to move the ball on a very strong Washington Redskins defense?
And you're right, but now let's talk about here, like Week 4. The Skins beat the Seahawks in overtime, and they were at home. Now, beat in 2017. How will this game affect both of the teams?
Well, this was in the beginning of the season when both teams, let's face it, I mean, the Redskins, we all know, started off to a hot start. They started off 5-2, then they slowed down, but then they've been strong again. Seattle, they started off 2-2, and they've been on a run ever since. And Seattle's weak on the road, notoriously losing to the Redskins 20-17. The offense wasn't there, and they were just playing against that good Redskins defense. Now, people have been saying that that was 4 months ago. I still think that the Redskins can beat the Seahawks just because the Seahawks are overrated. They're not that good because when they play good defenses, Matt Hasselbeck can be shut down. The test is, can that run defense of the Redskins stop Shaun Alexander? Because if they can, the Redskins can win this game.
Well, right now I'm going to choose one word to describe this game, and that's going to be battle-tested. And the Washington Redskins really are that. We saw that amazing comeback against the Dallas Cowboys, both touchdowns to Santana Moss. And really in a tough NFC East, they play good teams on a daily basis. Now you look at the Seattle Seahawks. That might be the worst division in football. So I think then it's going to be down to Matt Hasselbeck when it's crunch time, can he make the big plays? We know 2 years ago against the Green Bay Packers, he surely couldn't. He threw that pick in overtime to lose the game. So I think that the game's going to be on more Matt Hasselbeck than Sean Alexander this week.
Now let me ask you this. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear Skins, Seahawks, NFC Divisional Playoffs?
Well, first of all, what comes to mind is I wish the Giants were in the divisional playoffs because I'm probably not going to be watching this game because I've given up on football this year. But honestly, if I have to think of it, I think it's going to be a defensive battle. I think it's going to go right down to the wire. I'm going to say 10-7 Skins.
Well, one word to describe this game, again, I'm going to use the one-word acquaintance thing, is going to be sleep. Yes, I'll probably be sleeping during this game because this game has absolutely nothing to do. I have no interest in it. I'll be watching the late game that night on Saturday. And I think that this game, it could be a very interesting game, but in the New York area, there's not much interest in this game at all.
All right, now just one more question. Now, who do you think will win this one? I mean, give me a prediction here.
Well, I said 10-7 Redskins. I think John Hall, in overtime, will kick a 33-yard field goal to win.
I think that I like Seattle 21-14 in this game. I think that they're going to have too much offensive power for the Skins.
I just think that Seattle's going to win. I really have no score. All right, thanks, guys. And when we come back, more 30-Minute Drill. Hi, and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Thomas Galo. My guests here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Today we'll be talking about the NFC Divisional Playoffs, the Panthers and the Bears. Now, here's my first question. The Panthers coming off a great win, Giants Stadium. I mean, they beat them 23-0. How do you think this will affect them playing the Bears?
Well, they totally did outplay the Giants, unfortunately, because the Giants just didn't come to play. Tom, I don't know why you're smiling because the Cowboys didn't even make the playoffs. But anyway, the Panthers are going to be pumped up for this game because after that just whopping of the Giants, to go into this Chicago Bears defense, they can win this game just because Chicago, they really have no offense. And if the Panthers, if they get Steve Smith going, I say if the Panthers score at least a touchdown or two, they can win this game just because the Bears, we all know Rex Grossman's not the answer there.
Well, you look at the Carolina Panthers and you look at an excellent coach in John Fox, and John Fox coached ball clubs really aren't going to have letdown weeks. Now, they really do have an inconsistent offense. You look during the year, they never had 2 games in a row where they just exploded on offense. We saw versus the Giants. The Giants really could not stop the running game with Deshaun Foster. And Nick Goings, who was really key in this whole game. They kind of contained Steve Smith, but it was too late then. And if there is one weakness in that Chicago Bears defense, it is the secondary. So I think that big plays can be the key for the Panthers this week.
Now let's just go over to Chicago here for a little bit. They have the best D in the league. How do you think they'll be able to stop the Carolina Panthers?
Well, it is going to depend on that secondary because we all know that run defense, it's excellent. Adewale Angunlie and Alex Brown, they're the best, arguably one of the best end combos in the league. And they have Big Nathan Vashier back there in the secondary. He has over 10 picks this year. He had a great year, career year. So if he steps up and leads his secondary, they can beat the Panthers just because they're so strong. And we always can't forget the leader in the middle, Big Brian Urlacher. He's been the cornerstone of this franchise for years now.
I really don't feel there is any concern on the defensive end against the run specifically for the Chicago Bears. We know that those inside linebackers, Brian Urlacher, and even Lance Briggs, really tremendous against the run. It seems like no one could run against them. And their defensive ends put pressure on the quarterback, which lets their cornerbacks get interceptions and their safeties as well, Adewale Angunlie and Alex Brown from the University of Florida. So I think that this is a really excellent defense. And the Giants last week, they weren't able to stop the draw play pretty much on like a 3rd and 11 situation. I think that the Bears had the linebackers that could stop those plays all day long.
Now, like I said, the Panthers coming off a 23-0 win over the G-Men. Now, I mean, tell me. Now, the Panthers, like I said, 23-0 win. Do you think that they have like a really good chance? I mean, probably saying, "Oh, we beat the Giants." Do you think that they're saying that, "Oh, we can take care of the Bears now that we beat the Giants"?
Well, with the John Fox-minded ball club, no, they're definitely not doing that because with John Fox, you can't take anything for granted. We all know when the Panthers make the playoffs, they basically don't lose. The one time they did lose was in the Super Bowl to the Patriots. But with John Fox's ball club, they're not going to go into Chicago saying, "Oh, we beat the Giants, we can beat these guys," because the Giants, let's face it, they did not come to play the last weekend. Eli Manning did not play well. The offensive line did not play well. So the Panthers, they're going to be looking to fight in this game. And with John Fox, I think they're going to be fighting the whole game, and it's going to be an excellent matchup.
If I had to compare John Fox to any one coach in the NFL, it would kind of be a Bill Belichick because these players know that you got to play each week and not look ahead. And all these players know that this week they got the Chicago Bears. They got to go to Soldier Field, which is one of the toughest places to win in the NFL. And they're going to have to play A-ball to even stay in the game with the Chicago Bears, especially their defense. You know points are going to be very scarce against that defense. So they got to play well on all cylinders. And I think special teams, everyone forgets about that within these both teams, but I think that could be a key in this game.
Now, the Panthers did have somewhat of a rough season. They did have a few losses, but how do you think this will affect them in the playoffs?
Well, I don't think it's going to affect them because this regular season's the regular season. That's done. They got into the playoffs. I mean, especially that win against the Giants, I think that's gonna propel them from this point on, because with an offense when you have Jake Delhomme, who a couple of years ago was a nobody playing in NFL Europe, got picked up by the Saints, and the Panthers picked him up because their starting quarterback was Rodney P, and he obviously was not the answer. Look what he's transformed into under John Fox. And Steve Smith, at 5'9", but one of the best receivers in the National Football League, if not the best. So you can't go unnoticed with the Carolina Panthers. The losses of the regular season, that's not going to affect them one bit.
Well, I'll go back to it again, and you look at the Carolina Panthers, and they really had a tough division this year. And again, I'll say that they are battle-tested. They had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they had the Atlanta Falcons, even the New Orleans Saints, even though they're a very bad team, they still tried hard at the end of the year. So they had 6 very tough divisional games throughout the year. So I think that maybe in the fourth quarter, these guys will know what to do while they got the Chicago Bears, and that very weak NFC North aren't going to know how to react. Very inexperienced on all cylinders.
All right, now here's my favorite part, the prediction. Who do you think is going to win this game, the Panthers or the Bears?
Well, as I said about the Panthers, with the battle tested, can they do it? I think they can. I'm going to say 7-3 Panthers.
Wow.
I'm going to say the Bears, 13-10.
I'll pick the Bears just because they're amazing defense. All right, and when we come back, we talk about the AFC divisional playoffs. More in the 30-minute drill.
Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Andrew Axelband. Today's guests, Ryan Dubin and Dave Suntup. Right now, we are going to wrap up the wild card round in the playoffs. In the first AFC game, the Patriots clobbered the Jaguars 28-3. Tom Brady led the offense with 3 TDs, and the Patriots still won despite not having Corey Dillon. What were your thoughts on this game, and do you think the Patriots were one-sided?
Well, the Patriots are actually underrated this year. They've had a rough season, and Tom Brady's undefeated in the postseason, and he's just a phenomenal player. And I really think the Patriots were going to come out and win this game by a lot, and I think they're going to make a run to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Tom Brady just played fantastic. He came out with a chip on his shoulder. He really wanted to lead this team after having a disappointing regular season. In his eyes, he threw for 3 touchdowns. Yeah. He went to his tight ends. He went to Ben Watson. He went to Givens. He got everyone involved in the offense, and that compensated for not having Corey Dillon. And they won without having much of a running game. And then the defense stepped up. Asante Samuel picked off a Byron Leftwich pass and returned it for a touchdown. And Leftwich was rusty because he hasn't played in a while. And this Patriots defense is tough to play against, especially for someone coming back for their first game in 4 weeks.
All right. The Pittsburgh Steelers put up 31 points against the Bengals and won 31-17 in a dirty game and a game of high emotions. Ben Roethlisberger played fantastic, leading the Steelers' offense. Were you surprised the Steelers were able to win despite they were not running the ball, but they were throwing the ball?
Yeah, because Ben Roethlisberger, this is a guy that's had very few losses, and he just made, he has a lot more experience this year than he did last year, and last year he played unbelievable. So I really think he could get the job done.
Yeah, Ben Roethlisberger just played a fantastic game. In the playoffs last year, he was not very good. He turned the ball over. He didn't look comfortable in the offense. The Steelers got far last year because of defense. And Ben Roethlisberger, he is asked not to lose the game. He is asked not to lose the game. He's not asked to win the game. But in this case, he was asked to win the game, and that's exactly what he did. I love that trick play that they had. Ben Roethlisberger didn't take the snap. One of the running backs said he threw it to the wide receiver, and the wide receiver threw it back to Ben Roethlisberger, and he threw a touchdown to Cedric Wilson. That's probably the best play I've seen the whole year. That was a sick play. And the Steelers came up big on defense in the second half, and that's why they won.
All right, Carson Palmer tore his ACL on the Bengals' second offensive play of the game. Do you think if he was healthy, the Bengals could have won?
I really think the Pittsburgh defense is a great defense. I don't really think they would have won. The game would have been much closer, but I still think Pittsburgh would have won.
Well, Jock Hitna played very well the first half. The first half he moved them down the field. He got the Bengals points. But in the second half, the offense just struggled. The Steelers' defense came up big, and Kitna threw some picks. I don't know if Palmer would have thrown those picks, and I think the game would have been closer. But I still thought the Steelers would have won. And Palmer did have the surgery a couple of days ago. Everything's going well. But if everything doesn't go well, the injuries is potentially career-ending. But hopefully Palmer has a speedy recovery, and hopefully he could come back healthy next year.
Now we're going to talk about NFC games from last week. Do you think the Panthers were a better team, or did the Giants just play bad? Because they look very bad. They lost a very bad game.
Well, it was a horrible timing for the Giants to have the worst game of the season for them. But the Panthers are possibly one of the best teams in the NFL right now. I think the Giants are too, but after that performance, you have to give credit where credit is due to the Panthers.
Well, the Panthers made the plays. Simple as that. Giants didn't. The Panthers were able to move the ball. The Giants' defense on third down was horrible. They couldn't tackle Deshaun Foster. They did a decent job on Steve Smith, even though he still got 2 touchdowns. But Steve Smith didn't have a very explosive game, what I'd like to call. But the defense couldn't stop the Panthers on third down, and that's why they lost this game. And then when the Panthers punted the ball, it was a bad punt. It hit off the Giants' player. The Panthers got a field goal. The Giants were in this game at the half. They were down 10-0. But then Eli Manning, he started to feel the pressure. He was pressed. He wanted to make a play, and he throws a couple of picks. And then after the first pick he threw, and then the Panthers got the touchdown, the Steve Smith run, the game was over with. And the Giants didn't make the plays. Eli did not make plays. He threw too many picks. I just hope Eli could have a year next year like Palmer did this year with Cincinnati. That's all I could hope for, because Eli Manning didn't make the plays and he didn't come out big for the Giants.
All right, one quick question. How did the Skins win with no offense and they beat the Bucs 17-10?
They were lucky, but you have to be good to be lucky, and they did it by scoring.
Well, they did it by playing good defense and creating turnovers. LeVar Arrington picked off a Sims pass. He got it down to the Buccaneers 5. Then Portis had a touchdown. Then Cadillac Williams fumbled the ball. The Redskins picked it up, and they returned it for a touchdown. And one of the times they did get into field goal range, they got a field goal and kicked it. And they played good. They played very good defense, and they won the game. The defense won the game for them.
Thanks, Ryan and Dave. More drill after this. Welcome back, guys. Now we're going to talk about the divisional playoffs. Patriots travel to Denver to face the Broncos. Will the Broncos put an end to the Patriots' quest for the Super Bowl?
I think the Patriots are going to win this game because they have so much experience. Jake Plummer, he's been having a good season, but I don't know if he can handle the pressure. Maybe he'll throw some picks. And I think Tom Brady has the poise, and I think that the Patriots are going to win this game.
Well, it's gonna be a very good matchup. The first time these two teams played in Denver, Denver won this game pretty easily. But the Patriots are a different team now, and I believe Corey Dillon did not play in the first game between those two teams. The key to this game, Jake Plummer cannot turn over the ball. He did a great job this season of not throwing interceptions, and that's why the Broncos won 13 games this year. That's what they have to do. They have to control the ball. They have to run the ball, control the tempo of this game. They have Tatum Bell at running back. He's played very well. They also have Mike Anderson. They both had great years. The defense played well. So the key is Jake Plummer not throwing interceptions. If he throws picks, the Patriots win this game. So, Andrew, what do you think about this game?
Well, Dave, as I told you about a few weeks ago, I told you that I think Broncos, they were a very good team, and you told me they were not, and they're going to show the Patriots.
Not only that, you said that Jake Plummer is the best quarterback in the NFL.
I think he will be after they win the Super Bowl this year.
Well, I wouldn't say the best quarterback in the NFL. I did underrate him a little bit. He had a very good year, and I'm giving him his credit.
Yeah, all right. The Steelers traveled to Indy to face the Colts. Last time these teams played, Ben Roethlisberger played hurt, and the Colts beat the Steelers. Do you think the Steelers have any chance in this game?
They definitely have a chance. I think it's going to be a close game. I'm actually not sure who's going to win this game because the Colts, I don't know. I don't have so much confidence in them right now. I don't know. I'm feeling a little shaky about it. Tony Dungy, he's not himself. He's not emotionally stable yet. Peyton Manning's gonna have to be a leader, and if he is a leader in this game, I think that they could win.
Well, Dubin, how come you're not confident with the Colts in this game? What don't you feel confident about?
Peyton Manning, he's lost a lot of postseason games. He hasn't done anything in the postseason.
Yeah, but those games that they lost, those were at Foxborough against the Patriots, and the Patriots won the Super Bowl those years, So, he didn't lose home games in the playoffs. And I know the Colts didn't go into the playoffs on a great note, but they had everything locked up. So they were just playing their backups, resting the starters. Now the starters are well rested, and they do not have a lot of, they're not really sore. They're fresh, and they're going to be ready to go. Anytime you have Peyton Manning, he's one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL,
Yeah.
He could break a game wide open. Add Edgerrin James to the equation. He's a fantastic running back. The play action will really work well. And the Colts defense played very well the whole year. And having Ben Roethlisberger for the Steelers is going to help a lot. He's healthy now. He was on his game last week. The Steelers defense has played well. But I think the Colts are just too good, and I think they're going to win this game. What are your thoughts, Andrew?
I think the Steelers are going to win this game. I don't think Indy, Ben Roethlisberger, they're going to beat Indy. They're going to go, I say about 31-28. The Steelers will win.
So you're predicting a shootout here, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Well, how do you think the Steelers are going to stop Peyton Manning and Edgerrin James? They have a large task ahead of them.
I don't think Edgerrin James is going to play that well in this game. But Peyton Manning, he's going to play very well, but he's not going to be able to. I think he's going to throw a lot of picks.
Well, who do you think's going to be really? Who do you think's going to play really well on offense for the Steelers, if you had to say?
Willie Parker and Jerome Bettis.
Yeah, so Andrew's going with the running back. The Steelers, they like to pound the ball and they like to run the ball. That's how they win. When they don't run the ball most of the time, they don't win, with the exception being last week.
All right, Herm Edwards left the Jets for Kansas City. Who should the Jets look for their head coach this year?
They could pick up Mike Sherman. I don't know if it's the greatest option, but he's a guy that you could look at. He has a lot of experience coaching Brett Favre, and they really definitely did a good job by getting rid of Herman Edwards. And I really think that it was stupid what they did. Only got a 4th-round pick. They made problems for themselves when they could have done something good.
Well, Ryan, the Jets got really upset with Herm Edwards because he was saying he wanted to leave, and all the rumors. So they were probably going to fire him anyway. So they got a 4th-round pick for someone who, if the Chiefs didn't offer compensation, the Jets were just going to fire, and he was going to go to the Chiefs for nothing. But I look for Eric Mangini. He's the defensive coordinator for the Patriots. A lot of experience under Belichick. I'd definitely go for him. And then the guy no one mentions, Mike Nergovac. He's the defensive coordinator for the Panthers. He's done just a fantastic job with that defense. They played really well against the Giants. And then back in the day, in 2000, he was the D-line coach of the Redskins. He did a very good job. So Mike Nergovac should definitely get a look from some of these teams.
All right, thanks, Ryan and Dave. More drill after this.
Yeah, guys, that's what I really thought. But you see, there's just one thing left. Live from Wayne, New Jersey, it's 30 minutes.
I saw a lot about this game, and when you play a team like the Oakland Raiders, they had nothing to lose in this game. They could take chances. They can go for it on 4th down in the middle of the field.
They looked absolutely horrible too, being down 35-0 at halftime. To a Redskins team that has struggled this season. But
I really think the Giants, they got unlucky with the Seahawks. The Seahawks have been struggling last week against the Titans.
I agree with Andrew on the linebacking core of the Giants and the secondary. The injuries are going to hurt them.
He has a lot of speed. He uses his blockers really well. Kansas City could have made the playoffs, tough not making the playoffs at 10-6.
The Giants, the Redskins, the Falcons, the Bucks, Vikings, Bears, all these teams right in the NFC playoff race.
Been healthy. The Steelers have been playing great, but if he cracks, I think the whole team's going to crack right under him.
They're going to lose Pittsburgh anyway, so they're being on the 1st round.
Giants making the playoff, first time since 2002. Very happy.
When we come back, more 30-minute drill. Hi, and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Thomas Galo, and my guests here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Greene. Today we'll be talking about the NFC divisional playoffs. Let's start off here with the Carolina Panthers and the Chicago Bears. Carolina won 29-21, but I just have one question for you here. Where was the Bears' defense in this game?
Well, it was there, just Carolina. They totally outplayed them with Jake Delhomme, Steve Smith. They really tore it up the running game.
took control of the Bears' defense, even at home. So, I mean, the Bears, it's not like they were slacking, just that Carolina totally outplayed them in this game.
Actually, I disagree, guy. I think the Bears were slacking. They could not make tackles whatsoever. Steve Smith totally dominated them. Deshaun Foster did amazing. You know what I mean? The Bears weren't slacking. It was just an off day. It was just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Having not their A game that day was a big mistake by their part.
Now, Carolina's offense was excellent, led by Jake Delhomme. Now, what did you think of his offense?
Well, it seems that every single time the postseason comes, Delhomme really steps up his game. We saw in 2003 when he took his team, they played 3 games in the postseason, then made it to the Super Bowl, which they really weren't favored to. They were, a low-seeded divisional winner that year, and then this year a wild card winner, making it all the way to the conference championship. So he just steps up his game, and when he comes to the playoffs, he comes to win. He's very intense.
Of course, he's 5-0 in the playoffs. Like Gayo said, he made it to the Super Bowl a few years ago against the Patriots, only to lose by a field goal, 32-29. But he's just a game player. I mean, unlike Peyton Manning, for example, who is not very good in the playoffs, as we've seen over the past few years. But Jake Delhomme is just a game player, and he can do anything in the playoffs. Especially, coming in and destroying the Giants, the G-men, and then beating a great team like Chicago Bears by a touchdown is big.
Now, were you guys surprised by the outcome of this game?
No, I wasn't, because I picked the Panthers in the beginning before this week started, and I thought that just because of Delhomme and that defense, because after I saw what they did to my beloved Giants, they demolished them, and what they did to the Bears, going both on the road. So they get basically, if they can beat the Bears and the Giants on the road, they can definitely beat the Seahawks on the road.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But I mean, I wasn't totally surprised. I was hoping the Bears were going to win. I was hoping their defense was going to step up, but I kind of had a feeling since the Bears' offense is too great, their defense kind of rode them the whole year. But I wasn't too surprised by this game because you know what, the Chicago Bears aren't that great of a team. Their defense wasn't as good as 85 Bears. I don't know why they were even talking about that. It wasn't even close because the 85 Bears were absolutely phenomenal.
All right, now let's go to the other side of the NFC with Washington Redskins and the Seattle Seahawks. Now, Seattle beat the Washington Redskins 20-10. I mean, Seattle was struggling at the beginning of the game, but they came together as a team and fixed their problems. Now, what did you think of Seattle offense in this game?
Well, they had to get something started because they were playing really rusty in the beginning of the game. Sean Alexander got hurt, got a mild concussion. So right when that happened during the game, I was starting to think, man, because I picked the Redskins earlier, I was like, maybe just a surprise pick just for the heck of it. And I really thought the Redskins could have won this game just because without Alexander, the biggest offensive threat for the Seahawks, because Hasselbeck, in my opinion, is overrated. I mean, it was just a game in which the Redskins, in the plays I could have executed, they didn't, especially with John Hall missing that field goal at the end. That was key.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Seattle, as soon as they lost Sean Alexander, everybody, including my whole family, when we were watching the game, we were like, oh, man, they're done. Sean Alexander's done. You know what I mean? Like, he had such a great year this year. They thought they carried the team. But, I disagree with you, guys. I think Hasselbeck is not overrated. Hasselbeck is definitely the best quarterback in the NFC next to Jake Delhomme. He's a great player. He stepped up, and he did absolutely amazing. To beat a great Redskins team like that, who I picked to win, was just big.
Well, just, on the contrary, this is his, I would say he's overrated. I mean, I know you say he wasn't, but I only said he was overrated because most of the time when he goes into the playoffs, he can't win, besides last Sunday.
Well, those are past years. This year, you can tell, when you're losing some of your offensive line and you're going into the game like that, and you have some pressure on your back, and just to come through beating a great Redskins team like that just proves that he's not very overrated. I mean, the whole picture will be proved this week against the Panthers, but otherwise, right now, he really stepped up in this game. You agree?
I'll agree just for
the
sake of it.
All right, we don't want to fight here, but let's talk about Sean Alexander. Yes, he did have a concussion. It did definitely affect the Seattle Seahawks in this game. How did it affect them?
Well, obviously, because that was their top offensive weapon, Tom. I mean, you take away him, they had the backup running back in there, but when they handed off to Max Strong back there had a 32-yard run, his longest of his career. That was huge, getting them a first down. But the biggest part of the Seattle Seahawks this past week was their defense, because that defense, against an offense of the Redskins that was questioned, but they still had Santana Moss and Mark Brunell and Clinton Portis. And they just totally stopped them. Those defensive backs played an excellent game. The linebackers blitzed, they gave Brunell pressure, and the defense is the reason they win this game, because without Alexander, if the defense did not play well, the Redskins would have been in the NFC Championship.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I guess losing Sean Alexander kind of affected their offense in a positive way. I mean, it does sound a little wrong, but no, I mean, it took pressure off the get their backups in there to actually dominate. I mean, they were breaking open field tackles and everything, and then it opened up the passing game for them. And you know what? The Redskins, who were ranked one of the top 3 defenses in the league, for the Seattle Seahawks to dominate them like that, I mean, from the second quarter on, is just big. And you know what I mean? I mean, losing Sean Alexander, of course, was a big part of their offense, and losing him was the biggest part of the game. You know, everyone thought they were going to lose, they were going to get destroyed. But you know what? No, they didn't. And they came out and beat him by 5 touchdown and a field goal. It's big.
All right, let's talk about Washington here. I mean, I never thought they'd make it this far, but they did. So what do you guys think of their offense in this game overall?
It was terrible because Mark Brunell could not generate anything. Clinton Portis, after having that 6-week stretch of him just dominating against teams, he wasn't there. Santana Moss got completely shut down. You can't, that last play when Brunell tossed that Hail Mary into the end zone and Michael Boulware tipped the ball out of Santana Moss's hand, it was very close, but that just showed what the type of game that Moss had. You know, he didn't have a big game. He didn't step up in the clutch. Even though he did have a touchdown, he did not have the typical Santana Moss game.
Well, actually, I disagree with that. Santana Moss did have many catches. He did fine. You know, it's just this Washington offense has been a little off this year. Actually, very often. Their defense, like the Bears, just carried them all year. And I don't know. I mean, the Washington Redskins didn't really show up for this game. It was very, very slow game to watch. It wasn't the most exciting ones out of these 4 games that went on.
All right, thanks, guys. And when we come back, we'll talk about the NFC Championship, previewing it. It'll be Carolina and Seattle. It's going to be one hell of a game. More in a 30-minute drill. Hi, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Thomas Galo, and my guests here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Greene. Today we'll be previewing the NFC Championship. It'll be Carolina Panthers and the Seattle Seahawks. Now, I'm just going to start off here with the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, they're 17-0 at home in the past 2 seasons. How will this affect them in this game?
Well, it just gives them the complete, what the home field advantage has been. Everyone wants it, and I mean, we go last week, Indianapolis spoiled that because they had a home field advantage. Everyone wanted it, and they just blew it in their first game against Pittsburgh. But anyway, back to this. Seattle, 17-0 at home over the past 2 seasons. They're just a powerhouse there, and actually 25-1 over the last 3 seasons there. So it just gives them the complete advantage, but they're going against a really good Carolina team, so I expect this game to live to its hype.
Yeah, I mean, that streak may be over, you know. I mean, the Panthers are a great team, but you know what? For Seattle, I mean, it was a big thing. Being 17-0 at home, going to the playoffs, they were 16-0 going at home, going into the season. So, like, taking that fact into consideration, there was so much talk about, no one's going to beat Seattle now because, it's so hard going into Seattle and beating them. And really, obviously, because, the past 2 years, every single game, every single regular season game, no one has beaten them. It's unbelievable how they can pull that off. It really is.
Now, Sean Alexander, a key player for the Seattle Seahawks, was hurt in the game against Washington. Now, how will this affect them in this upcoming game?
Well, let's just put it in this perspective. He will be back. It's not like he will not be starting. He'll probably be, at worst, questionable on the injury list, but he will be playing, and that's going to be huge for Seattle just to try to establish a running game against that great front 7 of the Carolina defense, which features notoriously Julius Peppers and Michael Rucker. So it's going to be very tough, but especially if Sean Alexander does not play, but he will be playing.
Yeah, minor concussion is minor concussion. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I'm obviously not him, but in my opinion, from the hit, from the way he was up and celebrating when they won the game, I think he should have maybe been back that game, but. Minor concussion, he'll be fine. He'll pull it out. He's Sean Alexander. He's a leading rusher. He's a great player. He'll come back this week and he'll do a great job.
Now, Jake Delhomme having an excellent postseason. Now, how does he step it up in the playoffs?
Well, the type of player Jake Delhomme is, he's a very exciting player. When he goes out there, he's trying to have a good time. He likes getting his teammates fired up. I saw that against the Giants. After he missed the third and like 6, and they had the punt, he was on the sidelines just trying to fire up his teammates, trying to get them back into the game, trying to keep them focused. And that's just the way he is on every single play, no matter what the score is, no matter how much time left in the game is. That's the way he is. And that's why if I had to pick a team to go into Seattle and beat Seattle in their home field, it has to be Delhomme because he just has the experience in the playoffs. he wins in the playoffs, and the only time he has lost was in that Super Bowl, but that wasn't his fault. That was the defense's fault. So if I had to pick one team to go in there and beat them, Seattle, it's the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Delhomme 5-0 in the playoffs. He's awesome. Like I said, also, he's a game player. He's a player. He fires up his team. Gets the Giants to go in there and beat the Giants by that much is great, and to beat the Chicago Bears by that much is awesome. You know what? I really love Delhomme. Delhomme is the man. That's all.
5-1 in the playoffs. Super Bowl counts.
Oh,
Okay,
yes, you're right. You're right.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, guys. And when we come back, we'll be talking about the AFC divisional playoffs. Steelers and the Colts. That was the most amazing game that I ever saw. More in the 30-minute drill.
Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Andrew Axelband. Today's guests, Ryan Dubin and Dave Suntup. Now we're going to wrap up the AFC divisional playoffs. In the first AFC game, the Broncos beat the Patriots to end their third Super Bowl quest by beating the Patriots 27-13. The Patriots turned over the ball 5 times and played a very sloppy game. Were you surprised that the Broncos had such an easy win?
Yeah, I'm very surprised because it's not usual to see a two-time championship team play such a bad game, 5 turnovers. I mean, we would never expect that from this Patriots team, and Tom Brady, and he was struggling out there, and the Broncos just played their game and they won it.
Well, I was surprised that the Broncos won by a lot, but I thought the Broncos would win this game. Jake Plummer's been playing really well the whole year. He hasn't turned over the ball. The rushing attack of Tatum Bell and Mike Anderson really works well for Denver. And then the defense has played very well the whole year. The secondary, they have Champ Bailey, they have John Lynch, and then the D-line. Last year's Cleveland Browns D-line is now the Denver Broncos D-line, and they had a great year. And then also the special teams, you got to get some props for them forcing turnovers. But I wanted to ask you guys something. Where do you think this game fell apart for the Patriots?
Well, Tom Brady, he lost it. He couldn't really control the ball, the offense, and the Broncos defense, they played very well.
I think it has to do with the turnovers. Special teams. I mean, that's an embarrassing.
Wait, I have a question for you, Dave.
Yeah.
What do you think about Jake Plummer? How do you think he played in this game?
I think he played pretty well, actually. I couldn't see all of my game because the cable reception in my house was not really working well. But he wasn't asked to win the game. He was asked just not to lose it. He didn't turn over the ball. He was proficient, and he led his team to scoring drives. But did you guys see the call on Asante Samuel at the end of the first half? They called pass interference at the goal line. He didn't really touch the Broncos receiver. I didn't agree with that call. He didn't really touch him. You can't really call something like that. And I think after that, and then the Patriots fumbled one of the punts late in the first half. That's where I think the game really fell apart for the Patriots.
All right, guys. In the second AFC game, the Steelers were able to hold on to beat the Colts in a victory of 21-18. The Colts cut the lead from 21-3 to 21-18. But Mike Vanderjagt, who has never missed a field goal at home, missed a 46-yard field goal in the last 30 seconds in the game. Were you surprised that Pittsburgh was able to knock off the Colts? And how come the Colts cannot win a big game?
I was not surprised because the Steelers team is they're an excellent team. Defense is incredible. I mean, last time they played the Colts, they didn't play their game. They struggled. They didn't play well. And, the Colts I don't know what's wrong with Peyton Manning. I mean, he didn't play a bad game, but, he really can't win the big games. No, they didn't really play that well. They didn't look like themselves. And there's just something about the postseason. They can't come through under pressure.
Well, they could win postseason games, which they have done, but they can't win the big postseason game to get to the next step. That's what they haven't done. Well, in this game, Peyton Manning, the first 3 quarters, he really didn't do very much. But he came out in the fourth quarter. He played well enough for the Colts to at least tie the game at the end of the fourth quarter. And, the Colts got so many breaks in this game. First, the Palmer interception, that should have been an interception. The NFL even admitted it. It wasn't called an interception. They go for it on 4th and 2 at the end of the third quarter, and they get it. I like the leadership of Peyton Manning. The punt team was going to come on the field. Peyton's like, no, stay on the sidelines, take a little break, and watch me convert. That's what he was telling his guys. And then with the Bettis fumble, the Colts got so many breaks, and they didn't capitalize. So I thought that was just really pathetic. So Well, guys, Dubin said Peyton Manning can't win the big game. Who do you blame for this loss?
I gotta blame Peyton Manning because he should have just started rolling in the first quarter.
Well,
But
how about Edgerrin James? He didn't really have much of a game either. Do you think that's why maybe Peyton Manning didn't have much of a game because they didn't have the running attack going?
No, he can't blame running back. He has to blame himself. And he also, a question for you guys.
I actually think the Steelers are the reason why they lost, not themselves. I think the Steelers beat them rather than them beating themselves. Because the Steelers played so great.
I have a question. Peyton Manning, after the game, blamed his offensive lineman for not playing that well. Do you think it was him or the offensive lineman?
Well, if you don't have protection, you don't have time to throw the ball. So, you have to have a good offensive line to play in this league. I don't care how good you are. You see with the Houston Texans, David Carr, he's a good quarterback. He has no offensive line, and he gets sacked every time. When you're getting hurried, when you throw the ball, your throws are going to be off. Even the tiniest bit of a hand in your face, your throw is going to be off. And if you're off by a little bit, the defensive back is going to come and intercept it.
I agree with Dave, but I think from a team leader, I don't think you should say that and blame a certain part of the team for the downfall. So.
Well, guys, Mike Vanderjagt, he missed the kick, He choked. He just flat out choked. Why are you guys blaming Mike Vanderjagt?
Well, he hasn't missed a field goal at home yet, and he should have put this one through.
Well, this is my formula, Long kicks late in playoff games when the game is on the line, not a good formula. We saw it with Doug Bryan, we saw it with Jay Feely. I know that wasn't a playoff game, but that was a game in Seattle. So we've seen it before, that the coach should have gotten closer. They should have had a shorter pass.
All right, thanks, guys. More drill after this. Welcome back. I'm your host, Andrew Axelband. Today's guests, Ryan Dubin and Dave Suntup. Now we're going to preview the AFC Championship game versus the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Denver Broncos. Both teams are coming off huge wins, and both teams have made huge statements in their wins. Which team has more momentum going into this game?
I think the Steelers have more momentum because they're not only playing for the championship, they're playing for their teammate Jerome Bettis. This may be his last season, and he really uplifts the team.
Well, I think both teams have a lot of momentum, like Andrew asked in the question. The Broncos beat the Patriots. Patriots were favored in this game. Everyone was picking the Patriots. The Broncos really wanted to prove themselves in this game and show everyone, we're better than the Patriots. And that's what the Broncos did. They totally came out, they played their game, and they just beat the Patriots in every facet of the game. And then the Steelers went into Indianapolis. They lost there the first time they played, and the Steelers just totally outplayed the Colts. I know the Colts had a late surge, but the Steelers were able to get out of there and survive. So I think the Steelers have a lot of momentum because they've already won 2 road games in these playoffs, and they want to win a Super Bowl for Jerome Bettis.
All right, Denver has home field advantage in this game. The Steelers already have won 2 games on the road in the playoffs. How much will home field advantage help the Broncos?
I don't think it's going to help the Broncos that much, like what you just said. The Steelers are winning on the road, but I really think that the Broncos, they've been playing at home now, so I still think Pittsburgh is going to win this game.
I think it's definitely going to help. Anytime you're playing in the Mile High City, you have the altitude. It's definitely an adjustment, and Denver's used to that. And also, playing in those surroundings always helps you. You just have a comfort level at home. You sleep in your own bed. Your mom makes good chicken. You eat good food. So playing at home definitely helps. And also, the crowd factor. When you're on offense, a lot of those linemen, they like to move their legs. They like to flinch, and the crowd makes that happen. So, false start penalties could lose you a game.
Yeah.
As us three know as Giants fans, that Seahawks game was very painful. So, the crowd factor is definitely a big factor in the game.
All right, Denver has Jake Plummer as QB. The Steelers have Ben Roethlisberger at QB. Which one would rather you have on your team, and why?
I would rather have Ben Roethlisberger because last year, he was playing in the postseason. He came out big in the postseason last year. Jake Plummer, this is really his first year proving himself. And I think Ben Roethlisberger is the better quarterback and will be in the future.
Why do you think that?
Because he just shows so much poise. He's a young guy too. Jake Plummer's been in the league for a while now. And I think that Ben already proved himself early.
Well, I disagree. Well, Big Ben did not play well last year in the postseason. He was terrible. The only reason why the Steelers beat the Jets is because of defense and Doug Bryant's inability to kick a field goal. That's the only reason why Big Ben got to the championship game just like this year. Well, I'm gonna agree with Dubin here. After I disagree with him, I'm gonna agree with him. I'm gonna go with Ben Roethlisberger here. You know, he shows a lot of poise. He makes the big throws. He's a big guy. He could scramble, and I just like the way he plays the game. You know, Plummer has he's fragile. You know, one game he could play well, and one game he could turn the ball over. But I'm pretty impressed with both these guys. But I take Roethlisberger.
All right, what's your prediction for this game?
I say Steelers on top.
What's the score?
34-28.
28.
I'm gonna go with the Steelers this one, and I'm gonna say I think it's gonna be sort of, you know, the defenses have played well, so I'm gonna go 21-17.
I'm gonna go. I'm still sticking with my Broncos.
Really, Andrew? After that big win?
Yeah, maybe I'll lean over to the Steelers.
I know you gotta decide now, man. The clock's ticking.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna go with the Steelers. Win over Broncos in overtime.
Overtime on a field goal or a touchdown? Or?
No.
The chicken at home in the bed doesn't.
It's just gonna be overtime. Pittsburgh's gonna pull it away.
You think anyone's gonna miss a field goal like the last game, or any crazy events?
No, Jerome Bettis is gonna get the winning touchdown.
Jerome Bettis.
The big boss.
Yeah, make up for last week.
Yeah.
With a fumble.
All right, thanks guys. Thanks for joining us for this week's edition of 30 Minute Drill. Once again, I'm Andrew Axelband. Join us next week as we
Smile fades in the summer. Place your hand in mine. I'll leave when I wanna.
Yeah, guys, I mean, that's what I really thought. But you see, there's just one thing left. Live from Wayne, New Jersey, it's 30 minutes.
I saw a lot about this game, and when you play a team like the Oakland Raiders, they had nothing to lose in this game. They could take chances. They can go for it on 4th down in the middle of the field.
They looked absolutely horrible too, you know, being down 35-0 at halftime. You know, to a Redskins team that has struggled this season. But
I really think the Giants, you know, they got unlucky with the Seahawks. The Seahawks have been struggling last week against the Titans.
I agree with Andrew on the linebacking core of the Giants and the secondary. The injuries are going to hurt them.
He has a lot of speed. He uses his blockers really well. Kansas City could have made the playoffs, you know, tough not making the playoffs at 10-6.
The Giants, the Redskins, the Falcons, the Bucks, Vikings, Bears, all these teams right in the NFC playoff race.
been healthy. The Steelers have been playing great, but if he cracks, I think the whole team's going to crack right under him. They're going to lose Pittsburgh anyway, so they're being on the first round. Yeah.
Giants making the playoff first time since 2002. Very happy.
When we come back, more 30-minute drill.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein, here on the Super Bowl edition of the 30-Minute Drill. Super Bowl 40 is just around the corner between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Seattle Seahawks. Two underdog teams. Let's talk about this.
you know what? Being a 6th seed and going to the Super Bowl is unheard of. You know, also being number 1 and 2, 3 seeds on the road. And, you know, it's going to be tough for the Steelers to win this game, but I personally think they're going to beat Seattle. But, you know, on the way here, they beat Indy, which is a big win. They were 13-0 during the season. You know, Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison. We all know how Peyton Manning is in the playoffs. He has a reputation of choking. But also, my personal opinion was that, you know, they were going to lose in the first round to the Cincy team, you know. One of the biggest talks in the NFL at the end of the season. You know what? To come this far is just amazing.
Well, you can check my facts, and I'm pretty confident that a number 6 seed has never won a Super Bowl, and I'm pretty sure that they never even made it to the Super Bowl. And now you're looking at the number 6 seed Pittsburgh Steelers are a 3-point favorite over the number 1 seed Seattle Seahawks. So that's really something tremendous. You see that they have a lot of confidence going into these games, especially going on to the road. You know it's always tough. They have to travel across the country in some of these games. And it seemed like Ben Roethlisberger was always big when they needed plays from him. And when you had a guy like Jerome Bettis in the red zone, their percentages are really unbelievable.
And also, Matt, to add to that, it also proves how, or does this prove how the AFC is a little bit better than the NFC, or maybe a lot better? Because you have a number 6 seed, the last seed, being like the favorite to a number 1 seed in the NFC.
Well, I think that the AFC is really more well-rounded. All the teams really, it was up for grabs who could win. Now, you had the Cincinnati Bengals, the 3 seed. A lot of people had them going far. They had an excellent season under Coach Marvin Lewis. And then you have the number 6 seed that kind of sneaks their way in, takes everyone by surprise, and they got really overshadowed by the Cincinnati Bengals in their division this year. So I think that the Pittsburgh Steelers, we knew that they had talent, especially from last year when they were 15-1, I'm pretty sure, in the regular season. But we all knew that they had the talent to get this far.
Well, you guys mentioned Ben Roethlisberger. Let's talk about his performance in the playoffs. Second-year quarterback. He's really been great this year. Last year he had a great season. Everyone's talking sophomore slump, but definitely has not happened. Let's talk about his amazing performance in this playoff.
Well, you know what? Let's go back to the middle of the season. He was hurt the past 2 games. Tommy Maddox came in, he blew the game, It just proves that Ben Roethlisberger and the presence that he plays, he's big, he's tough, he takes so many hits. And you know what? A lot of the announcers, a lot of the broadcasters really talk about how he shouldn't be taking as many hits because you know what? The guy never throws the ball away. If he has no receivers around, he'll just slide and he'll take the hit. He's a big guy. I mean, you can tell he's bigger than most linemen. He's huge. And you know what? This hit.
I wouldn't say most linemen, but he's pretty big.
Big exaggeration there, but he is one big guy for a quarterback. And you know what? The way he's played as a sophomore, even as a rookie last year, coming in and then going 15-1. I mean, as a rookie, it's a great performance. Now your second year. I mean, most quarterbacks, like for example Peyton Manning, who achieved a lot, haven't even been in the Super Bowl yet. And you know what? It's as a second-year player to be in the Super Bowl, and all the players he has around him is just big.
Well, you look, and it's his second year in the league, and you look at the New York Giants' second-year quarterback, Eli Manning, and both of their progresses, you can see that Eli Manning's really become something in this last year. And Ben Roethlisberger, hands down, he's been put into a better situation, more talent, a better coach in the Pittsburgh Steelers organization. But this guy is simply unbelievable. They take Eli's brother, Peyton Manning, in his first 2 seasons, he really wasn't anything special, and look at what he turned into, the best quarterback in the league. So I think Ben Roethlisberger, he's not going to put up the huge passing yards or the touchdowns, even the stats, but the guy is a winner.
Definitely.
Well, definitely the Steelers team really played great in the playoffs. It made Jake Plummer look like the abominable snowman out there.
Oh, wow.
That hairy face. Anyway, guys, number 6 seed Steelers really in the regular season got no credit at all. No one really thought they would make it this far in the playoffs. How can we give them some credit right now?
Personally, I didn't think the Steelers were going to make the playoffs. I definitely agree with that because you know what? Steelers seemed like they came out, the Bengals, the Bengals, I mean, when the Bengals are good in that division, it's kind of weird, It's kind of weird seeing the Bengals as good. And you know what? I personally didn't think the Steelers can come out and be in the Super Bowl. And you know what? I give them major credit for all the heart they have in them, for all the heart Jerome Bettis has personally, because Jerome Bettis did an amazing job. He barreled over people in the playoffs.
Well, you start at the beginning of the year, and you see that the Pittsburgh Steelers were the favorite in the division, and then you say, hey, the Cincinnati Bengals are for real. And then you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers. Deuce Staley gets hurt. Ben Roethlisberger gets hurt. And you think it's going to be a series of unfortunate events. But it seemed like the guys stepped up. You know about Willie Parker. This guy's sensational. He's just as fast as any running back in the league. Jerome Bettis, he's been proven all these years. Went to Notre Dame, really a tremendous running back. So I think that key guys stepped up just like the Patriots in their run in the Super Bowls.
Well, guys, I definitely agree with both what you said. I think we have a lot more to talk about this week. We'll be back in more Seahawks talk after this. And welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein, here with my guests, Matt Taylor and Andrew Gayo, substituting for Matt Greene. He went home early today, but now we're still here back in the drill. Guys, Super Bowl 40 around the corner. First, talk about the Steelers' offense matched up against a great defense in the Seahawks. Let's talk about this.
Well, I think that's really going to be an excellent game. I don't think it's going to be overly high scoring, nor is it going to be very low scoring. You got two teams that are both even on both sides of the ball. I think that if it comes down to coaching, that the Pittsburgh Steelers will win, but I think the Steelers do have more talent on an overall basis.
Not only do they have more talent, they're just a more physical team overall. I mean, you can't doubt the Seahawks just because, they have Shaun Alexander, the league's MVP this year, and he's maybe the most physical back in the NFL, but with that backfield of Bettis and Parker for the Steelers, you can't underestimate them, and especially with that offensive line manned by Alan Fenica. You can never take them for granted.
Well, Allen's a great name, especially and Feneca's a good player. So anyway, Seahawk defense with the Steeler offense is going to be a great matchup here. Let's talk about this quickly.
Well, in the first 3 games with the Pittsburgh Steelers, everyone expected them to run the ball, pound away. That's what they're known for, especially with Jerome Bettis and now the newfound Willie Parker. And it seemed like they kept throwing the ball, Ben Roethlisberger, and they keep finding success. And they keep finding these receivers that are these no-names. You figure, all right, they're going to throw the ball to Hines Ward, so you key on him. Then they just find some no-name guy, Wilson. I don't even know the guy's first name. Cedric Wilson. Yeah. I don't even care what his first name is.
Andrew. San Francisco 49ers drafted by them.
You're retarded.
Yeah, I know. Continue.
But it seems like they're just finding these guys, but they will try and run the ball against Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I agree. Especially when you were saying the no-name receivers, the X factor for the Steelers probably is Antoine Randall because just back there for punt returns, he always gives them good field position, and on offense, catching some big catches on third down, and from Roethlisberger, who maybe he's the most patient quarterback in the league. And a lot of people have been criticizing the Giants for drafting Eli Manning over Ben Roethlisberger, but I don't want to talk about that right now because, you know.
Well, you mentioned Randall on the Steelers special teams. In the previous years, they've really been the dominating special teams force in the NFL. This year, however, they had a little bit of a turnaround with a number of blunders down the way. Let's talk about the Steelers special teams, how they could create factors in this game.
Yeah, well, it seems like in the past, the Steelers, they used to blow games with their special teams, and now it seems like this year they've been very effective. And you know, on the offensive end, the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to run trick plays. Who knows, in a Super Bowl, Bill Cowher might throw in some triple reverse flea flicker Hail Marys on a punt return, so I'm expecting some crazy things in this game.
Well, it has been in the fact, unfortunately, for the Steelers, especially in 2001, the special teams has blown it for them. Chris Brown kicking a 39-yard field goal that would have won it for them against the New England Patriots. It was blocked, and then it was returned for a touchdown by, I believe it was Troy Brown. Look that up for me. But just basically, their special teams this year has been the reason why they kept them in the playoff race, because when they were 7-5, when they lost to the Colts, everyone was doubting them, and now they're in the Super Bowl. And the special teams if it's downing punts inside the 5-yard line with Chris Kardaki not getting his punts blocked, or Antoine Randall running back kicks, they've been a really big factor for the Steelers this season.
Well, also, we got to move on to special teams. Which side is the crowd going to be on? Is the crowd going to have any effect in this game?
Well, I think it's definitely going to be with the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know that both teams, you got the Seattle Seahawks coming from all the way in the West Coast, where close to Alaska, if you want to say it, and you got the Pittsburgh Steelers on the East Coast, not as far. And the Steelers have always been a national team, just like the Dallas Cowboys. Wherever they go, they're going to travel fans. And hey, if you're the Steelers, you've won 3 away games. Even if it is the Seattle Seahawks crowd, it doesn't matter to you.
Yeah, numerous people have hopped onto that Steeler bandwagon over the past, just because due to their success in the playoffs. I mean, being the number 1, 2, and 3 seeds in the playoffs, that's just excellent, especially with the Steelers being the number 6 seed, having no home games, all of them on the road. So, yeah, the crowd's definitely going to be behind the Steelers to pull the upset of defeating the number 1 team, the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay, let's talk about the predictions really quick. Who do you think is going to come out on the top?
Well, I think it's going to be the Steelers 24-17 and Ben Roethlisberger MVP.
Well, I just think this Pittsburgh defense just destroys the Seattle offense. I'm going to say 17-3 Pittsburgh.
I'm going to take the Seahawks in this game because I think that Roethlisberger, being a rookie, is actually going to, even though he's been poised during the playoffs, is not going to have a good game.
Well, he's not a rookie. He's a
second-year player. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Must be a last year with Carlton. Anyway, I think he's an inexperienced quarterback, even though he has performed well under pressure in the past. I think Loaf Tupa will lead his defense to victory. But that's all the time we have for this segment. We're right back with more season recap after this.
Ready.
And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein, here once again, Super Bowl edition with Matt Taylor and Matt Greene. Guys, the other team, first we talked about the Steelers, now it's Seahawks time. It's been a weird season for all the NFC. The Seahawks have now emerged into the Super Bowl. Let's talk about their role in the Super Bowl. They had a bye. They played Washington, beat Washington, then they ripped Carolina. Let's talk about the Seahawks team.
Well, it's really a team that no one talks about. I mean, Seattle is like 2,000 miles away from the next closest city, might be San Francisco or San Diego. And they really played in a weak division, so everyone's saying they're not going to be able to play in the big game situations. But we saw in the playoffs that their defense really stepped up for them. We know about Sean Alexander, how great he is. Their offensive line, the best left side of the line in the league with Steve Hutchinson and Walter Jones. And really, Matt Hasselbeck has been playing effective this postseason, so they're looking fine.
Well, you know what, the Seattle Seahawks team, last year, I think Mike Holmgren's going to be gone, But, they've established something big. They've been undefeated at home for the past 2 years. They're such a great team, and it's so hard to go into their place and win, just to come through the playoffs. Everyone thought Carolina was just going to run right through and go right to the Super Bowl, and they did the exact opposite, where they just beat them down. And in the Redskins game, where Sean Alexander was hurt and got a concussion, there was questions about that, but for him to come back and play as well as he did was a big thing for the Seahawks.
Also, you have to remember that the Seahawks had a bye in the first round. How important is the bye?
Well, I think in most cases it's really important. You go through 16 games in the regular season, and you also have that bye. And most of these teams had the bye early in the year. But with the Seattle Seahawks, it seemed like they just breezed through their whole season. It never seemed like they were playing these big overtime games where they just took physical beatings. So I think in the Seahawks, it was less important. Now you look at the Colts. Before the bye, they lost 2 very important games, and we saw what happened to them. They really weren't prepared for the high level of play against the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I think for a team like the Seahawks, it wasn't needed as much, but it always helps to have another week off.
I agree with Matt in a way, but also it just in generalities, the buy and the buy and
that's a word, man. In generality.
Anyway, a bye and home field advantage is just great. It just gives your team a rest, gives your team to go home and be with their families for 1 week, and then come back and then work hard for one whole week. It's good rest time for them.
Well, that's definitely true, guys. But also we need to talk about Mike Holmgren, who's going to be almost out the door last year. Now he's back in the Super Bowl. Let's talk about this great coach really quickly.
Well, I think that this year he really had the talent set in place, and the injuries, they really didn't show up this season. And in the past, I really think that he should have been fired. I mean, it seemed like in the postseason they always had great opportunities to win, and they could never win the big games. So I think that this year he's done a good job, but the last few years I think he should have been out the door.
I definitely agree with Taylor. Last year, for example, that commercial that they made was hilarious, but Mike Holmgren the past few years should have been out the door, getting to just barely making it to the playoffs and not doing anything. But this year, they just came through. Mike Holmgren had one last chance. He took advantage of it, and it's really working out well for him.
We got to talk about also Sean Alexander. There are a lot of key playmakers on this team: Sean Alexander, Matt Hasselbeck, Lofa Tatupu on the defense. But Sean Alexander, is he the real MVP of this team?
Well, I think that he gets all the attention because the yards he puts up and the touchdowns, but I think the real MVPs, plural, is the offensive line. I mean, they protect Matt Hasselbeck. They give Sean Alexander these huge holes to run in. So I think that the offensive line, in all cases, doesn't get the credit they deserve. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs. They're always known for a good running attack. They have a great offensive line. So I think that Seattle's running game kind of coincide with the offensive line.
Well, you know what? I agree with Matt in every single aspect that he just said. But there's also things about Seattle Seahawks that have gone unnoticed this year. Like, for example, their defensive line. Defensive line against Carolina was absolutely amazing. Carolina could not get a push the whole game, and that really just changed everything for Jake Delhomme and his protection. So it was really a great job by them for Seattle. And you know what? During the season, they really performed well.
Just very quickly, guys, do you think this team resembles any other teams that we've previously seen in the Super Bowl?
Well, not really in the recent years, because all the recent teams seem like they have these dominating defenses and they have these key names. You look at the Ravens team, that was just an unbelievable defense, goes down as one of the greatest of all time. The Patriots in the last few years, their defense has been great. And you look at the Seattle team, they hold teams to low points, but you really can't name anyone on this team. The only guy you can notice is Grant Wistrom because of his curly blonde hair. So I think that not really, they don't resemble many teams.
Yeah, not really. I mean, not like a Patriots team from the past few years when Ty Law, Teddy Bruschi on the defense, and you got Tom Brady and Falk on the offense. They're kind of one of the teams that just had a balance on both sides of the football. You know what I mean? They had Hasselbeck, Sean Alexander, and then a good backup running back, and then Tatupu as one of the big time defensive players and a decent secondary. So I feel that they weren't really resembling any Super Bowl teams.
Well, the Seahawks definitely have a great defense, and Lofa Tatupu is right at the core of that. But that's all the time we have for talking about the Seahawks. We'll be right back with bowl picks and bowl preview after this. And welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein, here at my guests, Matt Taylor and Matt Greene. Guys, we're talking about the Super Bowl this segment, but now it's time to move on to the season recap. It's been a great season in the NFL, I think. A lot of breakout teams, a lot of disappointing teams. First, let's talk about the surprise teams. You had a bunch of teams such as the Bears, the Bucks. They're really great this year. And the Giants, of course, the hometown favorites around here. Let's talk about this.
Well, you look at the Chicago Bears, and this season they really became a force in the NFL, especially with that defense. On the offensive end, they still weren't strong this year, but they even drafted to get stronger. They drafted Cedric Benson because there was question marks at the running back position. They drafted Kyle Orton out of Purdue because they weren't sure about Rex Grossman. They picked up Bashir Muhammad because they needed a big-time receiver. They picked him up from Carolina. And really, Lovie Smith did an excellent job with this team. So everyone in the beginning of the year thought that the Green Bay Packers and Minnesota Vikings were going to be fighting with this division. No one thought the Bears, so they were the biggest turnaround this season.
Yeah, definitely the Bears. But let's move from the NFC to the AFC. How about the Cincinnati Bengals? They never have a winning season. They're a mediocre type team. They were always a team that you would just look at. See, oh yeah, we're playing the Bengals. Oh yeah, easy win. But now this year, you had Carson Palmer, Chad Johnson having breakout seasons. You know what? They were the big dominant force besides the Colts in the AFC. You know what? They came into the playoffs, and even though they did lose to the Steelers, who are in the Super Bowl right now, obviously. But it just proves that in the next few seasons they are going to be a top team in the AFC or even in the league.
Definitely, and part of the great thing about the NFL is that you can have a great season one year, then turn it around and have a bad season. This happened to a number of teams. This is the Eagles, the Jets, the Falcons, and the Vikings. Let's talk about this.
Well, I think the Atlanta Falcons, a few years ago, you go back when Michael Vick went to Lambeau Field and beat the Green Bay Packers, and they thought that this team had such high hopes. And this season, it just seemed like it was a total collapse for them. No one expected the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to be this good in that division this year. Everyone knew the Panthers had talent. And this whole season was just a mess for them. You got Warwick Dunn. He was on track the whole season, but what is wrong with Michael Vick? It seems like every game he's taking a beating. Too many turnovers for him. He's got his passing game down, but now his feet really changed the game for them, and I don't think he's using his feet enough. That's what he does. He should run all the time, stop passing the ball.
Oh, yeah, but how about the other team in the AFC, the Philadelphia Eagles? They were terrible this year, going 6-10. After being in the Super Bowl the year before and then coming back this year and not even making the playoffs, not even getting close to making the playoffs, is kind of depressing. But you know what?
They had a lot of controversy around that team this year.
T.O. pretty much messed up their whole franchise. The whole offensive line hurt.
McNabb being injured, your strong leader.
Exactly. McNabb, who is our leader, who is a great player on and off the field, being hurt most of the season and then finally staying out for the rest of the year knowing that they weren't going to make the playoffs. It was just a tough year for the Eagles. And it seems like this year they didn't catch one break, really. It was just like they would play close games, like, for example, the Giants, the second game they played them, they should have beat them, but they lost in overtime 23-20. I mean, it was a close game. The Giants did win that game, but, it was just a terrible season for the Eagles. They didn't catch any breaks.
Well, yeah, in the previous years, the Eagles have really dominated the NFC, but it looks like they're on their way out, at least for now. But let's talk about the MVP this year. A lot of great players in the NFL, obviously. Who do you think's the MVP of the season?
Well, I'm going to stick with a New York favorite, Tiki Barber. Everyone likes him. Just a tremendous running back. He does everything for a team. He runs, he blocks, he does charity work even off the field. And everyone will say Sean Alexander, but with that offensive line, I think Don Vito from Viva La Bam could run behind them, and he's around 500 pounds. So I think that Tiki Barber is just the total package in the NFL.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, him having 1,600 yards. But also, there's another player in the AFC you can talk about, Carson Palmer from the Bengals. Even though the Bengals didn't make it very far in the playoffs, just to lead that team to the playoffs this year after having so many terrible seasons in the past is just something big. It was really surprising seeing them beating the Steelers during the season, and it was just a surprising year for them. It was just like they dominated them. They dominated the division. They really looked good this year.
Well, definitely, guys. And at the end of the season, we saw a bunch of teams having some positive breakthroughs. What team is on the rise for next year to look to be good?
Well, I'm going to look at the Miami Dolphins. Now, you look at the end of the year, they finished at 9-7. Nick Saban, we really know that he's an excellent coach coming over from LSU. They got two great running backs, Ricky Williams and Ronnie Brown. We know that Ricky, he's a reincarnated running back. He's just as good as anyone. We know that they're talking with Terrell Owens and Dante Culpepper, so if they could pick up those guys, they're just going to be as good as any team in the league. Their defense, it's proven. They picked up Don Capers as a defensive coordinator, so I think this team, I don't know if they're in contention with running with the Patriots in the division, but I think they're a wild card ball club.
I personally think the Cardinals are going to be a surprise team next year. They really look like they're on the rise. This year they beat a few good teams. The Eagles, they beat a lot of good AFC teams too. And you know what? Just to come out this year and look like that is really something big. And I think Kurt Warner, who's had bad seasons over the past few years, is really maybe on for something. And then you got David Boston as their offense. All they need to do is just tune up their defense with their draft picks this year, and I think they'll be all right.
All right, guys, that's all the time we have for this segment. Thanks for joining us. This concludes the NFL edition of the 30-minute drill for this year. We'll be back with more drill next week.
Cheesesteaks and the capital cheesesteaks in the Philadelphia Eagles. But this year there's a new hype in Philadelphia, and that's the Villanova Wildcats.
On the show when they play, they throw a lot of alley-oops. And has a lot of dunks.
Rotation now, and these guys off the bench have stepped up and played very well.
It's one person on defense that was doing the job. They made the big plays.
So doesn't it defeat the purpose of the high school drug testing? Because if you're taking steroids and it's voluntary, you're not going to get tested.
There was so much talk about, no one's going to be Seattle now because, it's so hard going into Seattle and beating them.
Their special teams. In the previous years, they've really been the dominating special teams force in the NFL.
Come down to a shootout between Big Ben and Carson. Ben Roethlisberger can perform.
Let's go to the other side of the NFC with Washington Redskins and the Seattle Seahawks.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm Ryan Dubin alongside Andrew Axelband and David Suntup. Today we're going to be talking about the Nets and the Knicks. The Nets have played well lately. They beat Detroit and the Heat. And why are they playing so much better now?
Well, Ryan, they decided to step it up a notch. In the beginning of the season, they thought that they would be able to do good, but they really haven't been able to do very well. But now they're starting to win a lot of games.
They're starting to gel. They're starting to play together.
They're starting to play very, very, very well. He's a kid, Vince Carter, Richard Jefferson. They're playing very well. I'm very happy with their performance.
Well, the reason why the Nets are playing well, it's all about chemistry. You know, Richard Jefferson was out most of the year last year, so he didn't get a chance to play with Vince Carter. But now the starting five is gelling with Kidd, Carter, Jefferson. Collins has now been healthy for a stretch. He's been hurt on and off throughout the year, and they have Kristich. And the bench, people know their roles now. Scott Padgett, Clifford Robinson, Antoine Wright, Jack Vaughn have played very well off the bench. They have their rotation now, and these guys off the bench have stepped up and played very well, especially Scott Padgett and Cliff Robinson.
Wait, what about Scalabrine? What's he up to lately?
He's on Boston.
He got traded?
I don't care about that.
He signed as a free agent.
He was the heart and soul of the Nets team.
No, he was not.
He
He was the redhead who sat on the bench in warm-up suit.
He was just the one that...
He's on Boston now. He's the redhead in green. Next question,
Next
Ryan.
question. I don't care about him.
So what do you guys think of the big three? You know, you got VC, Jefferson, and Kidd. What do you think of their play?
They work very well together. Jason Kidd, VC, they put on a show when they play. They throw a lot of alley-oops. Vince Carter has a lot of dunks. Jason Kidd, a lot of threes. Jefferson, a lot of dunks too. If these people were not on the same team, I don't think the Nets would have been this good.
Jason Kidd has really shot well from the field this year. He's really worked on his field goal percentage. He's shooting well from three. You know, Jefferson and Carter, they drive to the hole, they kick it out to Kidd, and he shoots the trifecta and makes it. Their fast break offense has really been clicking lately with Kidd starting it, going to Carter or Jefferson. Vince Carter, in the first month of the season, he wasn't scoring like he usually did, but now he's taken control of this offense. He's the number one go-to option, and he's really scoring. And Jefferson's also playing well, so if teams are going to double team Vince Carter, Richard Jefferson's going to be open in the corner for three, and he's going to make it.
You know, they could have had the big four with Scalabrine. I'm a little disappointed.
Oh, come on,
We'll go to the
Scalabrine's a
next
scrub.
question.
He's a scrub, dude.
The next question. What do you think the Nets' biggest weakness is, and can they fix their weakness before it's too late?
I'm not sure. They need they need someone who can like rebound and be like a center. And they need a lot of rebounds because on like defense they're not getting a lot of rebounds. Offense they need a lot of rebounds too.
Yeah, I agree with Andrew. Definitely the biggest weakness is rebounding. Jason Collins, he's their power forward, and now Chris is in their center. And and Jason Kidd leads the team in rebounds. So their point guard, when your point guard is your leading rebounder, that means that your team has problems. And for the way the Nets are corrected, well, they have to go out and try to get a power forward before the trading deadline, which is February 23rd. So they don't have much time. They've been looking at Melvin Eli on the Bobcats, Chris Wilcox on the Clippers, but they don't really have much to trade because they have three players who make the max, and then no one else makes like a mid-level salary. So they don't really have much in terms of trading chips. So they basically have a problem. But I'd give Mark Jackson a chance because I think he could be a good player if they give him more playing time. And even off the bench, they only have Cliff Robinson. He's more of an outside presence than an inside presence because Cliff likes to stay behind the arc and stroke those threes.
You know, we've been talking about how well the Nets have been playing. Now we're gonna go across town and talk about the Knicks. You know, they had high expectations. They got a new coach, Larry Brown, and it's just not working for them. They lost 16 of their last 17 games. What do you think about this?
They're not good at all. When they played the Nets the other day, the Nets smoked them. They beat them a lot. Steph Marbury, he's terrible. He's hurt too. If I was the next coach or the owner, I'd probably fire the coach because Isaiah Thomas, because he's one bad guy. He is not a coach team.
Whoa, Andrew. Well, Larry Brown is one of the best coaches in NBA history. Okay, so
Dave.
you would fire him?
I'd fire all of them. Dave, the team is terrible.
I know
the
it's
team
terrible.
lost 16 games out of the last 17 games.
I know the team's terrible.
They've
What
won
did
one
Larry
game.
Brown put together this team? Larry Brown is a championship caliber coach. He's won championships in this league, okay?
Is he going to win with the Knicks? No.
Yeah, because he just got here, and these are not his players. These
All
are
right,
the
we'll
players
see.
that Isaiah Thomas got.
If he does better in like a couple games, I'll like change my mind.
It takes time, Andrew. This team was the way this team was constructed. It's first of all, this is the horrible team. The way it's constructed.
Years. 10 good years.
They turn over the ball a lot. Jamal Crawford does not know how to play basketball.
Right. Well, let's bring this to our next question. Like, who is to blame for this?
Oh, you got to blame Isaiah Thomas and Mr. James Dolan. Actually, it goes back to the GM before Isaiah Thomas, Mr. Scott Layden, who signed all these players to these horrible contracts and then overpaid all these players. So the Knicks are basically in salary cap demise here, I guess you could say. And then Isaiah Thomas tried to fix it and made things worse. I think the only good thing over for the Knicks is they have some good rookies. They have Eddie Curry. Even though Eddie Curry, sometimes he shows dominance, but other times he doesn't play any defense at all and shows no heart. So he really needs a lot of motivation. But the Knicks have the good rookies, they have Eddie Curry, and they have a good coach. So I guess that's somewhere
All
it's
right, I'll say this. Like Brett, he is a good coach, but if the players don't step up, then the team's not going to do any well at all.
Wait, Joe, I want to ask you something. Name one coach that would have this team in the playoffs.
One coach? No coach.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't blame it on Larry Brown. My point.
All right, guys. That's it for the drill. See you next time. Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guest, Andrew Axelband, and the legendary Dave Suntup. Guys, we're going to be talking about the gambling incident involving Wayne Gretzky, and we're also going to be talking about whether or not Pete Rose should be inducted to the Hall of Fame. So let's get started. Rick Tocchet was caught running an illegal gambling ring in New Jersey, and Janet Jones and 12 NHL players are also rumored to be involved. What do you think of the accusations, and how does this incident affect the NHL?
This incident affects the NHL a lot. Causes a lot of corruption. Everyone's talking about it. I think Rick Tocchet, he did take part in this. He was the main part. I'm not really sure if he did anything with hockey, but maybe a little bit. I know they said in the papers that he did a lot of football, so that should be true. And 12 NHL players, that doesn't really make sense because I'm not really sure why they would want to take part in this. And yeah, I'm not really sure why they would want to.
Yeah, it's definitely going to affect the NHL in a negative way. This is a league that got a lot of bad press last year for the lockout. They really need all the support that they can get. They can't afford bad press like this, and especially if something happened to Wayne Gretzky. That would be the nail in the coffin for the NHL. That would just be horrible. But as for why the players would do this, I really have no idea. Rick Tocchet, he was a good player for his career. He's a coach now. If he knew what happened with Pete Rose and he knows the consequences, why would he even want to risk in getting involved in something like this? And same with Wayne Gretzky. But Wayne Gretzky, he's probably innocent, but it's still wait and see.
So now, if Rick Tocchet is guilty, how do you think this will affect his hockey reputation?
Well, he was a very good Flyers player, playing in the NHL. He was very well. He was a coach too. It's going to affect his reputation. Not really a lot of people are going to look up to him and see him as a hockey legend now. They're going to look up to him they're going to see oh, he was the one that did all the gambling in the NHL or football. So it's going to affect him a lot.
Well, if it's true that he bet on hockey, he'll probably be banned from the NHL. Pete Rose got banned from baseball because he bet on baseball. So if he bet on hockey, he'll be banned or expelled from the NHL, coaching or anything. But it's bad enough that he's involved in something like this because now it got other players in the NHL to bet on games and stuff. And definitely if he's guilty, it's going to be really bad for Rick Tocchet. Reputation takes a big hit. He's not going to have any credibility around the league. And he also could face jail time. That's the worst thing out of it all.
Gretzky's, there's rumors that he's involved with the gambling ring. How is this going to affect his legendary, his legendary
status?
Yeah.
I don't think Gretzky.
Thanks, Dave.
I don't think Gretzky was involved in the gambling ring at all. He might have taken part. No, I don't think he took part in the NHL. Maybe some of his wife, because she took part in it too. But I think he's innocent.
Well, his wife definitely took a part in this thing. She used some of his money to bet on games. But Gretzky's saying that he's innocent. He's saying he didn't know about it until the cops came to his house to talk to Janet Jones. So Wayne Gretzky better be right because If he's saying that he's innocent and they find that he bet on hockey, this is going to be another Pete Rose. And it would be horrible because Wayne Gretzky was the best player to ever put on a pair of skates and use a stick and gloves. So it would be horrible if he somehow got charged and somehow he bet on hockey, because then he would definitely not make the Hall of Fame. He wouldn't be able to coach anymore. And hockey's greatest player would take a huge hit.
We all know what betting on sports can do. Pete Rose bet on baseball while he was managed the Cincinnati Reds, and it cost him a spot in Cooperstown. Do you think Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame?
Definitely. He was one of the greatest players, and he just did something wrong. He made a mistake. He started to bet on baseball, started to waste a lot of money. I think he should definitely be in the Hall of Fame no matter what.
Wait, this is what I wanted to ask you. I agree with you that he should be in the Hall of Fame, but he lied about his decision. He said he denied gambling on baseball and betting on baseball games when he did do it. Do you think that should cost him a spot in the Hall of Fame?
Say it again, please, Dave.
He said that he did not bet on baseball. Pete Rose.
Yeah.
He said he did not bet on baseball.
But
he
he
was
did.
found guilty, so
Yeah.
he lied.
Yeah.
You think he still deserves a spot for lying?
Yeah, he still deserves a spot. He was a very good player, Dave. He just made a mistake.
Well, do you think what do you think he should have to do in order to get back into the Hall of Fame?
That's a very good question. I don't even answer that, Dave.
I'm giving you doozies here, Andrew. Well, anyways, I think he should be in the Hall of Fame. I know he made a mistake, but he should just come out, apologize, say he's sorry, maybe do some community service for the game, because he made a mistake and he lied. And
Wait, Dave. Community service? Like what kind of community service?
I don't know, Andrew, just something to make up for the wrongdoing. But I mean, what he did this stuff when he was managing. He didn't do it when he was playing the game. I mean, he was one of the greatest players of all time. Over 4,000 hits, great averages, won World Series with Cincinnati, had a 49-game on-base streak. He was just fantastic for Cincinnati Reds. And just because he bet on games when he was a manager, that definitely should not prevent him from getting into the Hall of Fame, to say the least.
Right. And what do you think about him?
I think that Pete Rose was a phenomenal player. I personally think that he should be inducted to the Hall of Fame, but he did make a mistake, but I don't think that interferes with how he played.
Yeah, definitely. As long as he didn't fix games and he was a player, that's all that counts. When he did when he was a manager, he was wrong. But all he had to do when it happened was say, "I bet on baseball. I made a mistake, and I'm sorry." And they would have forgiven him, and he wouldn't have all this scrutiny, and he would have been inducted into Cooperstown.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll be back with more drill after this.
Hello and welcome back to 30-Minute Drill this week. This is our college basketball segment. I am your host, Andrew Gayo. Alongside me, the one and only Matt Taylor. Now, a lot of college basketball hoops action has been occurring lately. Some great contests, most notably Villanova-UConn in one of the most hyped-up matchups this year. Number 4 Villanova taking on number 1 UConn at the Wachovia Center in Philadelphia. Villanova eventually coming up with the win, having great play from their guards, just pressing UConn the whole game. What was the key to Villanova's success in this contest?
Well, let me just start off. When you think about Philadelphia, most people think about Pat's cheesesteaks and the capital cheesesteak in the Philadelphia Eagles. But this year, there's a new hype in Philadelphia, and that's the Villanova Wildcats. And this matchup with UConn, we saw that the UConn guards really couldn't handle the pressure. We know that Villanova starts 4 guards. Their inside game is a little weak. I mean, they bring off Jason Frazier off the bench. Will Sheridan isn't the greatest center in the world, but you saw that he got the job done. And I think that these guards is just as good of a combo as anyone in the country. And let's talk about UConn for a little bit. Marcus Williams, he really played a good game, but turnovers. And that wasn't just for him. No one could come off the bench. The only guy that shot the ball well was Rashad Anderson. Rudy Gay, a little inconsistent on the perimeter. And you know that the big guys on UConn really should be just staying in the middle, rebounding, because they have a size advantage on almost every team they play, but they really couldn't execute on this Villanova defense.
Yeah, I thought, quite frankly, the key was for Villanova to shut down Rudy Gay, and Mr. Lowry did a great job at doing that. I mean, I thought he was the X factor in the game. He gets my nod for player of the game. I mean, because we all know Rudy Gay's an eventual player of the year candidate, and just by the way he performed against that tight Villanova defense, it was just stifling to say the least. Now, another game that we would like to talk about, Duke-Wake Forest at Cameron Indoor. This was not really one of the most anticipated great matchups because Wake Forest, Chris Paul is gone. Justin Gray is basically their leader, I guess you can say, and he's not really much of that. What did you think of this game and Duke blowing away Wake Forest at home?
Well, I had a chance to see Wake Forest earlier in the year at the Garden in one of those tournaments with, usually 2 games, and I really wasn't impressed. The only thing that impressed me was the size of Eric Williams' mother. And Eric Williams really, he thinks that he's the greatest player. He thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and he really hasn't shown much this year. Justin Gray is their only spark, and he's pretty much inconsistent, and Duke is just on another level ball club.
Yeah, I mean, it really was not much of a ball game. I mean, Eric Williams, another overrated center in this league. But one of the shockers, I have to say, was last night I turned on the television to MSG, and I got to have the privilege to see the West Virginia Mountaineers against the Seton Hall Pirates at Continental Airlines Arena. Now, Kevin Pittsnagel, no doubt, not to bust him, he did great, shot the ball well. Now, Mike Gansey, on the other hand, he was not up there. 4 for 15 shooting. He didn't have one of the best ball games. Do you think, and losing to Seton Hall, do you think this loss by West Virginia is going to be in their heads when they play Saturday against UConn?
Well, I actually be at that UConn game at the Morgantown Coliseum, and I really don't think it will, because perimeter shooting teams are always going to have off days. And just like Villanova, if they have an off shooting day, it's going to be tough for them to win games. And especially a team like West Virginia, they have pretty much no interior presence. Kevin Pittsnagel is their biggest guy. He plays on the perimeter. So I think that this is not a good loss, but it's not going to hurt them, because some teams you need losses. I look at North Carolina last year in the ACC tournament. They lost that game to Georgia Tech. And I'm still convinced to this day that was the biggest loss. And I know it sounds bad, but sometimes you need a loss just to keep your head straight.
Yeah, I know losing it's not, I mean, it's bad, we all know that, but you can learn a lot from losing. I mean, we've seen great teams, such as last year, unfortunately, when North Carolina lost to Duke at Cameron Indoor Stadium. After that loss, they seemed to be a totally different team. They just reformed. I mean, it was not really my favorite time, but no, back to West Virginia. I mean, you said that Pittsnagel, he's really a perimeter player, and he stands at 6'11". He has that Arvydas Sabonis type of game, when he steps behind the line, takes a lot of threes. But no knock on him, he's a pretty decent defender. I mean, he's a leader on that team. It seems that he's been at that school for now like a decade, because he's like the oldest player on that team. But if the Mountaineers, if they want a chance at winning the dance, they're going to have Mike Gansey play much better than what he did. And now we're going to talk about the season so far. I mean, it's been a wild season. I mean, teams such as Louisville, Arizona, anticipated to be the typical teams that they've been for the past 20 years or so. They haven't been up there. What do you think the problem is of Louisville?
Well, I think it's a little bit of the Big East being tough. I mean, you look at the Big East from top to bottom, every night is going to be a tough game. And I think that Louisville losing Francisco Garcia, who was pretty much an excellent swing man, he could do anything, that really hurt them. And their interior game is, well, I'm not even going to talk about it because they don't have an interior game. So I think it's a mix of things. Taekwon Dean's not having the year as expected, so it's a little mix of a lot of things.
Yeah, and quickly, who is your biggest surprise this year?
Well, I got to say North Carolina now. I might sound biased because I'm a North Carolina fan, but coming into this season, they lost their top 7 scorers. No one thought that this recruiting class was going to be able to lead them to a top 25 ranking, and we all know that Tyler Hansbrough is really a tremendous talent. You got guys like Danny Greene, Bobby Frazier. These guys are tremendous. And guys like Rayshawn Terry, who last year was a bench player, this year he's turned into a star in this league.
Disappointments?
Well, I'm going to stick with what you said with Louisville. They really had high expectations coming into this season, and they haven't met any of them.
Now, I'm going to say, for the biggest surprise, I'm going to say the George Washington team, which has come out and flattened everybody's chances. And then disappointments, I'm going to go a little here, St. Joseph's, because a lot of people said that they were going to win that Atlantic 10, and they really have not shown for what the potential that they could have. And the last question, winner of the dance?
Well, I'm not going to say Duke, and right now I'm not even sold on UConn because their inability on both the offensive and defensive end. I'm going to say the Villanova Wildcats just because of the fact that they got so much momentum. Jay Wright seems like he's got a great ball club right now, and if these guys are on, they could beat anyone in the country.
I agree, they can beat anybody in the country, but I'm going to say my Duke Blue Devils are going to win it all. And thank you for joining us for this segment. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this. Hello, welcome back to 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm Andrew Gayo, Mr. Matt Taylor. This time, we're going to throw a little curveball at you. We're going to be talking about the new founded, coming into the next fall, high school drug testing. It's an option for people. It's voluntary. What is your opinion on this act?
Well, there's always going to be pros and cons, especially when there's drug testing dealing with sports. And you got to feel that this is going to make sports more even now. There's always going to be teams that are just on a level above others. But I think that this will keep more of a competitive balance in high school sports. I mean, people are going to get convicted for drugs and other things, drugs, steroids, performance enhancers. But you got to think that now the level of sports, it might be a little lower, but at least it's not going to be one team just dominating a league, because everyone seems that they have equal opportunity. Because everyone, if you work hard, you might have a little edge in sports nowadays.
Yeah, but quite frankly, it's voluntary. So doesn't it defeat the purpose of the high school drug testing? Because if you're taking steroids and it's voluntary, you're not going to get tested.
Well, like I said, there is pros and cons to everything. And I'm not saying this is the greatest invention. I'm not saying it's the worst. It's not even an invention. It's an idea. But, it's not going to hurt to try. I mean, it might cost a little money here and there, but it's not going to put any high schools in debt.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good idea. Don't get me wrong on that, because steroids it's not the answer. If you want to succeed, it's cheating. But when it's voluntary, I know if you're going to take it, obviously, unless there's something wrong with you, you're not going to go get tested and get caught. But it is the right idea to get the kids to think, the students, that it's to be prepared for life. You can't cheat in life. In order to succeed in life, you have to have a hard work ethic. And just, you have to have some talent. You cannot get your way through life be cheating along the way. Now, do you think this will affect the sports teams in any way? Like, overall, do you think the best teams, or I shouldn't even say that, the best players, is this going to affect them in any way?
Well, let me put it like this. If a team has talent, they're still going to win. But I think that the lower teams, now that they have the same edge as the positive teams, it's going to be around the same balance. And you got to say that if this drug testing voluntary doesn't work, they might turn it into a thing where it is mandatory and that every single student is going to have to do it, whether they play sports or not, just to make a school a safer setting. We know that steroids, the effects on performance is very positive, but on the body it's awful. At Wayne Hills, we had a guy named Dan Davis come in, and he told us about the effects of steroids, and really wasn't a pretty sight, and it was an eye-opener for a lot of people, I feel.
Yeah, Mr. Dan Davis, he was a very influential man, to say the least. I mean, with all his statements and just stories about how horrible steroids can turn you into, and it's not a pretty thing. Thank you for joining us this week on The Drill. We will see you next week. Have a nice week.
And the capital cheesesteaks in the Philadelphia Eagles. But this year there's a new hype in Philadelphia, and that's the Villanova Wildcats.
On the show when they play, they throw a lot of alley-oops. And it's has a lot of dunks.
Rotation now, and these guys off the bench have stepped up and played very well.
One person on defense that was doing the job. They made the big plays.
So doesn't it defeat the purpose of the high school drug testing? Because if you're taking steroids and it's voluntary, you're not going to get tested.
There was so much talk about, oh, no one's going to be Seattle now, because, it's so hard going into Seattle and beating them.
Their special teams. In the previous years, they've really been the dominating special teams force in the NFL.
Come down to a shootout between Big Ben and Carson. Ben Roethlisberger can perform.
Let's go to the other side of the NFC with Washington Redskins and the Seattle Seahawks.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Andrew Axelband is out. We wish him a speedy recovery from tonsillectomy. I'm here alongside with Brian Rossman and David Suntup. And today we're going to talk about the Olympic hockey tournament. Team USA lost in the quarterfinals 4-3 to Finland. Team USA went 1-4-1 in the tournament. What are your thoughts on their performances, and why did they not do better?
The reason I think they didn't do better, I think it was a little bit of everything between goaltending, defense, and offense. They definitely had the firepower.
on offense with Madonna and Gianta and Gomez, and they just couldn't capitalize on their chances. The defense, at times it can get a little shaky, and DiPietro isn't exactly a brick wall. He's not able to stop everything. I feel Luongo might have had a little bit. I think they might have had a better chance if Luongo was in net instead of DiPietro. I mean, DiPietro's a good goaltender, but I think Luongo was a little bit better.
Actually, Brad, I thought Luongo plays for Canada, I think. He's Canadian.
Oh, excuse me, my bad. I'm talking about Robert Ashe, my bad.
Yeah, don't worry, Brad.
Pardon me,
It happens to
Dave.
the best of us. Well, if Luongo was in net for the U.S., even though he's Canadian,
Yes,
he definitely would have been.
yes.
Anyways, well, they didn't have the offensive firepower. Guys like Mike Modano, Bill Guerin, Scott Gomez, Brian Gianta, they couldn't pick up the slack. Team USA struggled to score goals. They put in a lot of close games, so Rick DiPietro is not the best goalie. He wasn't like Richter when Richter played for the Team USA in '98 and 2002. And in 2002, Team USA won the silver. So they didn't have a goalie like Richter who could carry a team. But DiPietro did play very well in this tournament. And the defense was spotty, as Brian said. They couldn't shut down the opponents, and DiPietro had to save a lot of shots. So it was disappointing because they didn't have the offense. Basically a little bit of everything, but mainly they didn't have the offense, and they couldn't score goals. They didn't have a star player, like a huge star player.
Team Canada also lost in the quarterfinals 2-0 to Russia. This was a team with high expectations, and they just were not able to score goals. Why were they not able to reach their high expectations?
Nabokov, their team Russia's goalie, played extremely well in this game. This is definitely a big upset. Canada was, I think, definitely favored to win the gold medal this year, and I don't know. Russia just definitely upset them. The first couple of games into the tournament, you were saying it. People were saying anyone can take this, and Russia came out with a big upset with Canada.
I think if you asked any hockey fan, any avid hockey fan, do you think Canada will not come out of these games with a medal? They would have said, are you kidding me? Canada will definitely get gold, silver, or bronze. Well, not the case. Brodeur, as well as he played in this tournament, Canada couldn't come up with the goals, with enough goals. Joe Sakic, Shane Doan, guys like that, Chris Draper, they couldn't pick up the slack. They weren't able to score goals, and they faced a hot Russia team. All it takes is for a team to get hot. And in this case, with Russia, Evgeny Nabokov, he's had a tough season with the Sharks. Sharks are in last place, but he's played fantastic in this tournament. So he's caught fire, and we'll see if he could propel Russia to possibly a gold medal.
Finland takes on Russia in the semifinals. Who wins this match?
I'm going to have to say Finland. Niittymaki has been playing excellent in this tournament. Nabokov has been playing good, but I don't know. With the way Finland's been playing, I think it's going to be a little too much for Russia to handle.
Well, these could be the best two teams in my opinion. I'm going to have to disagree. I'm going to go with Russia. The way Nabokov has been playing, he's just been playing fantastic. He has playoff experience, not really international playoff experience, but playoff experience, so he knows what the big games are like. Niittymaki, he's the backup goalie on the Flyers. While he's played very well, he doesn't have the experience that Nabokov has. When you have someone like Alexander Ovechkin, he's a young stud. He's the kind of player who could carry a team, score goals, does all the little things right. He's a great player. And you have guys like Martin Ruchinsky, I believe he plays for Russia. He's also playing well. So I think Ovechkin and Nabokov will carry Team Russia.
Czech Republic takes on Sweden in semifinals. Who comes out on top and why?
This one I'm going to say Sweden. Lundqvist has been playing amazing in this one with Matt Sundin on that team. Sweden definitely has the firepower to overcome the Czech Republic, and I don't think who's the goalie for Russia, Dave? It just slipped my mind.
Goalie for Russia?
Yes.
Nabokov. But Sweden's playing
Czech Republic. My bad.
Well, actually,
second time I messed up there, Dave. Jeez, I'm not doing too good today.
Well, Czech Republic. Their goalie's injured. Hasek is injured. Thomas Voikun, goalie of the Predators, he hasn't played well. So I don't remember the name of the goalie that's playing, but they've had a tough goaltending situation in the Czech Republic.
All right, guys. Which two teams?
Wait, actually, I didn't answer the question yet. Okay. See, it's a rough day today.
You're jumping the gun, Dave.
Things happen. Well, I definitely think Sweden's going to win. The way Henrik Lundqvist has been playing, he's just been on fire in this tournament. He's just been playing fantastic, and good goaltending wins games. I know I'm a Rangers fan, so I see Lundqvist play on a nightly basis, and he's been fantastic the whole season. So good goaltending wins games. And besides, you have Henrik Zetterberg, Matt Sundin, Frederick Modin, just great offense. Peter Forsberg came back last week, and he's playing now. So they definitely have the offensive firepower. And if you have questionable goaltending like the Czech Republic, you can't expect to win games. I know Jágr's been playing well, so they've definitely gotten good play from Jágr. But Jágr and Straka have played well in this tournament. But when it comes down to it, goaltending wins, and Sweden has the better goaltending.
All right, which two teams will play in the gold medal game, and who will get the bronze?
I'm going to say gold medal game is going to be Sweden and Finland, and I think Sweden will come out on top on that one, which means Finland will get the silver, and I think Russia might get the bronze.
Well, like I said before, I thought Sweden would beat the Czech Republic, and I thought Russia would beat Finland. And I'm going to have to agree with Brian with Sweden here. I think Sweden has a lot of firepower. They have Henrik Zetterberg, great young player on the Red Wings who's played great in this tournament. Fredrik Modin, very hard shot, played very well. They have Forsberg back. They have Sundin, so they have a lot of experience. These guys have played together a lot. So I've been really impressed with them. Henrik Lundqvist has been great in goal. And then for the bronze medal, I'm going to have to go with Finland here. They've really played well in this tournament, but I think Russia's going to win.
Thanks, guys. We'll be back with more drill after this. Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, Matthew Dubow and David Suntup. The NBA deadline just passed, and we're going to sum that up on today's segment. The Knicks made the biggest deadline move. They got Steve Francis. They traded away Penny Hardaway and Ariza. And how does this affect both teams?
Well, I think this is definitely going to help the Knicks a little more than the Magic. I mean, Steve Francis is definitely an asset to any team. However, which I think, therefore, he's going to improve the Knicks. I mean, he's got 16 points a game, a little over 5 assists a game. Those numbers are going to help any team. However, he's going to clash with Marbury. Marbury's not really a team player. He's more of an individual. He's known to be selfish. I mean, it's going to be interesting watching them team up together and see how they perform. As far as Orlando goes, I'm happy to see Penny Hardaway back with the Magic. First time since the Shaq and him duo in '96, but it's not going to be the same results. I mean, the fans aren't happy with him being there. He's really just a no-name now. He's got nothing. He's sitting on the bench. It's not going to help him that much.
Yeah, I agree with your assessment. Definitely Orlando. The reason why they trade for Hardaway, salary cap relief. The NBA cap system is really messed up. All these GMs give out horrible contracts, all these long deals, and teams just want to get under the cap. That's why Orlando is. So they traded for Hardaway. It's $15 million off the cap after the year. Ariza, he really wasn't playing for Larry Brown. He was in the doghouse. He's a very good defensively, but he really has to develop a jump shot if he wants to be a good player in this league. So Orlando really didn't get anything back for Francis. So it's a good deal for the Knicks talent-wise because it's definitely Knicks totally rip Orlando off because Francis, he's an all-star caliber player. He usually averages over 20 points a game, but he was really being affected by the trade rumors and he wasn't happy in Orlando. But he's not really a Larry Brown type player. He's a selfish player. He's basically a clone of Marbury. He's a selfish player who likes to shoot a lot, doesn't really play defense. And the Knicks now have a guard logjam because they have Marbury, they have Crawford, they have Francis, they have Robinson, they have Jalen Rose. So I think you have too many guards. So Matt, what do you think the Knicks should have done? Do you think they should have just let Hardaway come off the cap, or?
I think they definitely should trade him away. Steve Francis, I think, is good. I mean, Marbury's been injured a lot. He's been a little iffy. He's a great alternative. I mean, you never know. You could trade Marbury, pick up a good power forward or something. They do have too many guards. I agree with you there. But I think having him is definitely to their advantage.
Well, I heard the Knicks could trade Francis over the summer, possibly for Garnett, because the Knicks definitely have the salaries. But I would have kept Hardaway because they need to get under the cap. What they're trying to do is they want to be the 8th seed, but the ultimate goal is to win a championship. And making these moves may help them make the playoffs, but the ultimate goal of the championship is in question. Next question, dude.
All right, Dave. Thank you for that. The Nets traded Mark Johnson and Linton Johnson to the Hornets for Boston Akbar. The Nets failed to add a power forward or center before the deadline. Do you think this deal helps the Nets at all?
No, I think it absolutely does nothing for them. It's not the right deal for them. Akbar has just 5 points a game. I mean, he's not really going to help their team as far as structure goes. They needed a big guy. They needed a power forward in the center. And what do? They trade one away. I mean, he's not a starter. Comes off the bench, but if somebody gets hurt, you never know. He puts up 4.5 points a game, which compared to Akbar is almost the same thing, and he's a big man. So when you take that into account, you kind of got to wonder what the heck they were doing.
I don't see the point of this deal. I know Mark Jackson and Linton Johnson, they weren't playing very much, but what happens if Collins or Christian gets hurt? Cliff Robinson, he's played great off the bench. He's been the one main contributor. He's more of an outside player. He's more of a three-point guy. They need someone inside. And even though Mark Jackson has been playing a lot, if he's called on, he could contribute to this team. So I don't get why they're trading him. I can understand why they maybe wanted a small forward off the bench and Akbar because Padgett really hasn't been shooting well. He had a tough game after the All-Star break. But I give Antoine Wright a chance. I know he's a little young, but he can contribute to this next team.
The Sonics traded Ronald Murray to the Cavs for Mike Wilkes. How will this deal help Cleveland?
I think that this is definitely going to take some pressure off LeBron James as far as that goes. And, I mean, he's been performing great this season. I mean, can't get anything past him. And Murray's been averaging 9 almost 10 points a game, and that's really going to help them take the pressure off LeBron, who's been, driving every time and trying to keep it all for himself. And they're still performing. They're still a pretty big contender, but you really just have to wonder how much he can do by himself. So this is definitely going to help him.
It's a good trade for the Cavaliers. Murray, he has a lot of potential in offense, very good shooter, very explosive. But his problem is defense. He doesn't play defense. He may score 15 or 20 points a night, but on the other hand, he'll give up 30 points. So that's his problem. If he played defense, he'd be a very good player in this league. So definitely a good trade for the Cavs, especially since Larry Hughes out for the season with a broken finger, so they needed to pick up someone.
That's why I don't know if, Dave, you might agree with me. People are comparing LeBron James to Michael Jordan. I mean, he had Scottie Pippen. He had players
really
to work with.
cast.
LeBron doesn't have a lot to work with. And
So, Dubin, what do you think of that? So, how about that big trade that just happened with the Sonics, Blazers, Nuggets, and Kings?
well, I think it's a good trade. What do you think?
Well, basically, Portland wants to get rid of salaries. Leonard comes off the books after this year. The Nuggets, they needed size, so they got Reggie Evans. But I don't see the point of getting Ruben Patterson. I know he's good defensively, but he's a nutcase. So, I don't see him and George Karl seeing eye to eye. The Nuggets were stupid, though. Some of these bad contracts that they've had in the past. Earl Watson just signed him for 6 years. Early, when he was eligible to be traded, they were trying to trade him. Kenyon Martin, another bad contract they're trying to trade. But the Sonics got the backup point guard they wanted in Earl Watson. They got a pick. They got a veteran Byron Russell. And the Kings, this trade really didn't do much for them. They just got another body in Vitaly Potapenko.
Well, I think Seattle got the best end of this trade. I mean, they needed that backup guard, and Watson, I think, fits good in Seattle with their offense. I mean, as far as Brian Russell goes, I'm not sure how much that did, but you did get a second-round pick, so I think that kind of puts him over the edge as far as better than the Kings, who didn't really get much.
All right, guys. Thanks. More drill after this.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill for this week. I'm going to be your host, Andrew Gayo, alongside me, Matthew Stifler Taylor. College hoops action has been occurring lately, just a lot of great contests. February is a month when I guess you could say champions can be determined because teams that have been underachieving have come out of their prime and they've been playing very well, while other teams that started off hot have been starting to fade. And reality has set in. So we're going to talk about mostly the teams that have done this and the other teams that have faded out. But first, before we go into that, we're going to talk about some of the games that have occurred. And notoriously over the weekend, Duke faced Miami at Cameron Indoor Stadium. J.J. Redick passed Johnny Dawkins on the all-time point leader list to be the all-time leader at Duke in points. What was your opinion on this game overall, and what do you think of J.J. Redick passing Johnny Dawkins on the all-time list?
Well, first take a look at J.J. Redick, and he's been playing at Duke for 4 years, and it's really been an accomplishment. You look at how many great college players that Duke has produced, maybe not in the NBA but you look at how many great players that J.J. Redick's passed in this past year, and it's really just a tremendous accomplishment. And the game on a whole, you look, and Miami has been one of the big surprises in the ACC along with North Carolina. And they have really tremendous guards. We all know about Guillermo Diaz, who's one of the most underrated players in the country. And it's not like they played bad, just that Duke kept hitting every shot they took. J.J. Redick just wasn't missing. DeMarcus Nelson was on fire. It was just a mismatch. And when Duke starts hitting their threes, they're impossible to beat.
Yeah, but then controversially, don't you think Diaz was taking some, not only Diaz, but some of the players on Miami were taking, the shot selection was just not there?
Oh, yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures, and it's not a ball club that's been to the big dance, and they might not know how to handle these big games versus great teams, and that's what young players are going to do. They're going to try and force shots and try and look like Michael Jordan, and over time, these teams are going to have to learn that you're going to have to play consistent and a full 40 minutes in a game in order to beat teams as well as Duke.
Now, with Duke, we all know that their biggest trouble, I mean, they're number one in the country, but they do have a trouble, and that's their inside game because they always get outscored in points and in the paint. Do you think this problem's going to continue and emerge in the big dance?
Well, when you look at inside games and you think of Duke, you think of Sheldon Williams and Josh McRoberts. But when it comes tournament time, if they have to match up with those UConn big guys, I really don't know what's going to happen because the UConn big guys, I saw this past weekend, I was at the West Virginia-UConn game. They're just unbelievable inside. I mean, you got Hilton Armstrong and Josh Boone. These guys are monsters inside. So we all know about Sheldon Williams' defense, but inconsistency on the offensive end has been his problem this season.
Now that brings me into my next question. Down in Morgantown Coliseum, when the Mountaineers of West Virginia played the UConn Huskies, you were there. UConn came out on top. This was a statement game for UConn coming off the loss against Villanova, and as well as a statement game for West Virginia, because if West Virginia won this game, it could have been, the rankings would have been all over the place, because UConn would have fell in the Big East, and West Virginia would have gone up in the Big East, and then West Virginia could have been inside the top 10. But UConn came out on top. They shut down most of the scores on the West Virginia. Now, what is your opinion on this game?
Well, I was at the Morgantown Coliseum this past Saturday, and it was really rocking. And the big problem was Kevin Pittsnall couldn't get open. Josh Boone, he's a very big guy, athletic, and he just wasn't giving Pittsnall any open looks. And when it's all said and done, West Virginia didn't play a great game. Mike Gandy played excellent, but they were there at the end. So that says a lot about the team. And if Pat Beeline hit one of those corner threes, I think the whole game could have been changed. And it came down to it. When there was a big shot, Rashad Anderson hit at the corner three, and that pretty much put the nail in the coffin for UConn.
Yeah, I was watching that game, actually, the clips of the game. Now, going to Boone on Pittsnoggle. I mean, Pittsnoggle, we all know he's a perennial shooter. He could basically give him the ball anywhere on the court. He's going to take the shot. He can make it. But Boone, and not only Boone, but against the other big men in the Big Dance or the Big East tournament, Noggle's not going to be able to take these long-range shots all the time. He's not going to be open all the time. He's going to have to find ways to get open, and other guys on the team are going to have to step up, such as you said, Mike Gansey. These guys are going to have to fill in the shoes when Noggle's just not making his shots. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
yeah. I mean, you look at this West Virginia ball club, and John Beeline has his team to be unselfish, and the most selfish player on the team is Kevin Pittsnoggle, and it's going to come down to it is if this team is having an all-shooting day, which all perimeter shooting teams are going to have, or they're going to be able to shut down on defense and get a little inside game going, which they really haven't shown much of this year. So, and it comes dance time, John Beeline better hope that his shooters could put the ball on the rim.
Now, quickly, just a couple questions before we go. Can Villanova, they've been playing excellent, coming off a win against Georgetown, really dismantled Georgetown. They were never in the game. Can they live up to the hype come April?
Oh, yeah, I don't see a reason why not. Their guards are just simply unbelievable. And you look at the inside game, and everyone says their weakness is their inside guys. But they got guys like Will Sheridan and Jason Frazier, and these guys, they're not superstars. They're not going to score 20 points, but they're solid and they're athletic big guys. And when it comes tournament time, you just need someone that's consistent, and that's what these guys are.
And finally, the Syracuse Orangemen, again, coming off a win at the Carrier Dome against the West Virginia Mountaineers. Are they finally starting to gel now that they're 19-8?
Oh, yeah, you look at Eric Devendorf. He's been playing unbelievable of late. Jerry McNamara's coming into his own. You look at their big guys, Terrence Roberts and Darrell Watkins from Patterson Catholic. It seems like this zone defense is coming into its own from the great years that Syracuse has had recently. So I think that they're going to make a run in this tournament if they get in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because if this team gels, they are scary. But we all know Darrell Watkins cannot win the big game because in 2003, Patterson Catholic lost it to DePaul in the Passaic County final. And that'll be it for this segment. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this. Hello, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill this week. More NCAA basketball coming at you. I'm Andrew Gayo, Matthew Taylor. Now, great games on Big Wednesday as we saw UNC just destroying North Carolina State at the Dean Dome. David Noel, 25-11. Hansbrough chipping in with 17. How does this affect North Carolina in the ACC, and as well, how does it affect their chances in the ACC tournament?
Well, you look at this game, and it's really a huge confidence builder for the North Carolina ball club. Roy Williams really done an unbelievable job this year. I could say he's the coach of the year. I mean, they lost their top 7 scorers coming into this season. Yeah, it seems like they're just at the top of the pack right now in the ACC, in second place after that victory over NC State. And coming into this season, my one concern was at the point guard position. I wasn't sold on Quentin Thomas. And now they're bringing a guy named Bobby Frazier. He's a point guard. He's not a big-time scorer, but he pretty much gets the job done. And sometimes you look at the Duke teams of the past. Chris Duhon, he was a solid point guard, but he wasn't a big scorer. And I'm not saying this guy's as good as Chris Duhon was at Duke, but he's just a consistent point guard. And I think that Wes Miller, who was pretty much a bench warmer last year, and me and my brother used to make fun of him when he came into the game when they were up 30 points, we really turned that. He's an excellent defender, and he's a great perimeter shooter. So people are stepping into roles that they're not accustomed to.
Yeah, talking about your point with Roy Williams, I never was a fan of his style, coaching Kansas and North Carolina. I just never liked the way he coached, but I have to say he's really taken his players as a team, told them the offense and the defense, just really controlled them and kept them, bring them to
bring them to the level that they've been playing at, you got to give the credit to Roy Williams. Now, Duke defeating Georgia Tech on the road. J.J. Redick, he did not have the best shooting night of his career, shooting only 5 for 21. Sheldon Williams, though, picked up the slack, 26 points. Redick actually ended up with 22. What does Duke have to do if Redick is off? Do they have the components to win these games?
When you look at Redick, he really couldn't hit a shot yet. He still ended up with 20-plus points in this game. And Duke is pretty much based on a 1-2 combination. Now, they have other players that probably top 5 recruits coming out of high school. But Sheldon Williams and J.J. Redick are the components to this team winning games. And we saw in this game that J.J. Redick just wasn't on. He wasn't himself. But Sheldon Williams is just the beast in this game. And talking about Paul Ewitt's ball club, well, they just can't finish teams out. They were up 20 points against North Carolina a few weeks back, and they blew that lead. So they're pretty much a young, inexperienced ball club, but you could see that they got talent in the future.
Yeah, Georgia Tech has that Notre Dame syndrome when they cannot finish out games. It seems that every time these two teams play, that when it comes down to the last minute or so, they'll just get blown out because they don't know how to win, basically. And then one of the maybe the shocker of Wednesday, Michigan State losing to Ohio State at home. Michigan State, one of the teams that, I mean, you got to win this game. This is a very important game to win at your own stadium against a rival, and they always complain about their tough conference. What is your opinion on this game, and does this affect Michigan State's chances come the big dance?
Well, yeah, any home loss is really going to be a bad loss, especially when the committee's looking at it come tournament time. And it seems like in the past few years, you look at Michigan State and you always say they're a contender, they're a contender. Yeah, it seems like they never come through in the big game. Last year, they actually made a run in the tournament. They got stopped by North Carolina in the Final Four. And I think that this team is just, they don't lack a dominating player. Maybe their best player is Paul Davis, and sometimes he's inconsistent. He gets in foul trouble often. So I think that Michigan State in the Big Ten's got to win some home and away games in order to get maybe a top 4 seed in the tournament.
Absolutely, because we all know this team, if they can have a high seed in the tournament, that they can be successful. Now, just quickly, what the bubble teams? There's a lot of bubble teams. We got Syracuse, Arizona. Quickly, who do you think's in and who's out?
I'm going to stay in the Big East. I'm going to say Syracuse. If they can make a run in the Big East tournament, go back to last year, West Virginia. They were just above 500 around this time of the year. They made a big run in the Big East tournament, and they got into the tournament. And when teams have momentum going into the NCAA tournament, you could see what could happen. The Mountaineers, they made it to the Elite Eight last year. Actually should have beaten Louisville. So maybe if Cuse can get some momentum, they'll get in.
All right, absolutely. I totally agree with you that because if Cuse makes a dance, it could be dangerous. Thank you for joining us this week on The Drill. We'll be back with more drill next week. Have a nice weekend.
Cheesesteaks and the capital cheesesteaks in the Philadelphia Eagles. But this year there's a new hype in Philadelphia, and that's the Villanova Wildcats.
On the show when they play, they throw a lot of alley-oops and has a lot of dunks.
Rotation now, and these guys off the bench have stepped up and played very well.
It's one person on defense that was doing the job. They made the big plays.
So doesn't it defeat the purpose of the high school drug testing? Because if you're taking steroids and it's voluntary, you're not going to get tested.
There was so much talk about, oh, no one's going to be Seattle now because, it's so hard going into Seattle and beating them.
Special teams. In the previous years, they've really been the dominating special teams force in the NFL.
Come down to a shootout between Big Ben and Carson. Ben Roethlisberger can perform.
Let's go to the other side of the NFC with Washington Redskins and the Seattle Seahawks.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill this week. I'm your host, Andrew Gayo. Matthew Taylor, who was a little ill over the weekend, but now he's feeling better, so happy to hear that. College hoops action this week. The NCAA tournament is coming to us quicker than usual because it was Judgment Week last week, and a lot of teams that I thought were a little out of the picture have come back into the tournament picture. A lot of teams that were on the ball are kind of falling off. First game we want to talk about, UConn, the number 3 UConn played number 2 Villanova at UConn. They were actually number 4 UConn, but they played Villanova. It was a rematch from a couple weeks ago because Villanova won at the Wachovia Center. UConn won this game, really making a statement because Villanova
I mean, they were really overpowered. If UConn plays this way, they're really unstoppable. What do you think of this game?
Well, you look at these teams, and it's really two different styles. You look at UConn, they're just a huge team. They have a deep bench and a great coach in Jim Calhoun. And then you look at Villanova, coached by Jay Wright, and they really got affected by the loss of Curtis Sumter last year in the NCAA tournament and in the offseason as well. And they found a guy by Kyle Lowry that's really stepped up into this spot. But UConn pretty much dominated this game, but Villanova was just able to hang in there with their three-point shooting abilities, and Will Sheridan had the game of his life. But when it was all said and done, senior experience, Rashad Anderson, it was just a good performance by UConn.
Now, if we all know Rudy Gay didn't have this typical type game because he was really shut down, only taking 5 field goal attempts. If he's on, can anybody beat this UConn team?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, when he's playing well, it just adds another 6'9" guy to add to the rebounding and the defensive end, another long body inside. And I think that Rudy Gay this whole season has been a little bit of a disappointment. The scouts are still high on this guy, but his problem for next year is going to be his shooting ability. This year it's been kind of inconsistent. So I think that if he gets a shot down, they're close to impossible to beat.
They really are because they have so much senior leadership on that team. I mean, Rashad Anderson was back. Josh Boone was back when 2004 when UConn won the national title with Emeka Okafor and Ben Gordon. But that brings us to another game we're talking about. Speaking of national champions, the defending national champions, the Tar Heels of North Carolina, defeated Maryland Terps. Tyler Hansbrough, he is just unbelievable. The numbers that he put up there at the Dean Dome, he's another freshman phenom for that team. Do you think this North Carolina team, even though they are young, can they do something in advance?
Well, I don't see a reason why not. Right now they're playing as good ball as I've seen them play all year. But I know it might sound bad or the opposite of what you want to hear, but I think it's best if they lose a game before the tournament. You look at the Tar Heels from last year, they lost to Georgia Tech in the ACC tournament, and it seemed like a little fuse under their butts for the tournament, and they played very well. Now you look at this Carolina team, people are going to say their weaknesses, their guards, Bobby Frazier and Wes Miller. 2 little guys, they don't do much for you. But I think that these guys are going to be the key in the tournament. And you look at this season, junior Rayshawn Terry and senior David Noel really stepped up. Last year they were role players. Now they're turning into superstars in the ACC.
Yeah, they have been. They've turned into solid players. And, they've really stepped it up for their team because before the season, this North Carolina team was not projected to even make the NCAA tournament. And then in the next game we're talking about, congratulations to J.J. Redick breaking the all-time ACC scoring record as the Duke Blue Devils defeated the Temple Owls at the hometown of Matthew Greene, Philadelphia. Now, just talk about this game, John. I mean, this was a game when it was anticipated that Duke was going to blow Temple off the court. It was not the case because J.J. Redick did not have he had an awful shooting day, and Temple just Marty Collins with the leadership, they hung in there. What did you think of this game?
Well, you look at J.J. Redick, these last few games really hasn't been playing himself. I don't know if it's just he's getting worn down by the long season and heavy minutes that he's been playing this season, or it's just that Sheldon Williams has been dominating and they haven't been giving him the ball as much. But when it comes tournament time, you're going to have to give J.J. Redick the ball. He's really just a tremendous asset to this team. And you got a guy like Sheldon Williams. He's going to get his points. He's going to get his rebounds. He's just a force inside. But it's very important if you have that 1-2 combo when it comes tournament time.
Well, Redick is just he's such an essential to this team because we all know last year he wore down come tournament time, and obviously they lost, and I believe it was the 3rd round in the tournament, and it was not the same team because without Redick, they really have no sharp shooters out there. I mean, you could say Greg Paulus, but he's a freshman and he's not even the greatest shooter, and they can't put all the pressure on Williams because he cannot handle the heavy workload down low if it's just him. Because Duke needs those 2 players in order to compete. And then just a couple follow-up questions. Any teams during judging meet, has anybody's status changed that comes to your mind particularly?
Well, I think the 2 teams that pretty much hurt their status, and I say they're out of the tournament now, is Maryland and Louisville. Louisville went to Morgantown. They lost to West Virginia. They played solid. Taekwon Dean played a tremendous game, but when it was all said and done, the Mountaineers pulled that game out. And Maryland, I think if they went to Chapel Hill and won that game, it really would have helped their status. Winning on the road in the ACC, it's always tough, but I think Gary Williams' ball club pretty much got knocked out with that loss.
Yeah, it did because Maryland, and it wasn't even like it was a close game. They just came out flat. They had no desire to win this team. They really don't even deserve to make the tournament. And then out of all these teams, who are you afraid to play in the tournament? Like, who comes to mind that you would not, if you had a tournament game, you would really not want to play them?
Well, I'm thinking of a really big athletic team, and the first team that comes to mind is Georgetown. We all know earlier in the year they beat Duke on their home court, at Georgetown. And you look at them, and they start a guy 7'2" and Roy Hibbert, and the guy that's 6'11", and really just everyone on this team is athletic. They got shooters, and John Thompson III has really done a tremendous job with this team. And in the Big East, they kind of get overshadowed by these other great teams. But this is a team that, when it comes tournament time, I wouldn't want them in my bracket.
Absolutely. And going back to the previous question about status change, I think Syracuse can be considered that because they really looked fly against Georgetown on the road. They did not play well at all. Jerry McNamara has to step up his game in order for his team to win. And the team that I would not want to face in the tournament has to be the Tigers of LSU, because with Thomas on that team and a lot of big men, you do not want to face them inside. And thank you for joining us for this segment. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this. Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. This week we're going to be talking about more NCAA college basketball, really Duke, North Carolina. I'm your host, Andrew Gayo. Matthew the Burglar Taylor as my guest. Now, Duke, North Carolina on March 4th, senior night, meaning Tyler Hansborough will not be eligible to start if Roy Williams goes by the rules to start all his seniors. This is a very, obviously, highly anticipated matchup. Duke at Cameron Indoor, where they're virtually unbeatable. They rarely lose there. What are your thoughts on this game?
Well, you say that Duke's virtually unbeatable, and this year it seems like the home court advantage, it's been strong. They haven't lost in the ACC, but they've had a few scares at home. We all know about that Virginia Tech game where Sean Dockery just threw up that half-court shot and went in. And, it seems like when both these teams meet up, both teams just play at another level. And the seedings don't mean anything. Carolina's beat expectations this year. And Duke, they only have one loss, and it seems like J.J. Redick in the last 2 to 3 games has really been struggling with this jumper. He hasn't been able to get open, but the X factor has been Sheldon Williams of late, and it's going to be key for Tyler Hansborough and even Byron Sanders off the bench to just contain him.
Absolutely. This game is obviously, it's going to live up to its hype no matter what, because when it's Duke, North Carolina, it's like any other rivalry. Now, we're going to break this down position by position here. We're going to go really deep into detail. We're going to start off with the point guard position. Who do you like winning this matchup, Greg Paulus or Bobby Frazier?
Well, both point guards have their unique styles. Paulus likes to penetrate and dish off to his big guys. Bobby Frazier just likes to be a consistent point guard, not turn the ball over. And it seems like if you look at the strength, you look at Greg Paulus, he was an all-state quarterback in high school. But I think there's more of an even matchup than people think. No one gives Bobby Frazier, any credit, because Greg Paulus was really a high recruit coming out of high school. Bobby Frazier, just an average player. Must have done something right to get into Carolina, but I think this could be a stalemate.
Now, what do you think, though, of Paulus? Because he's been really inconsistent lately. It seems that his shooting has been way off. His passing, he's been making a lot. Every time he throws a good pass, it seems to be followed by a horrible pass, like throwing it over into the stands. Do you think come tournament time, or I even shouldn't say tournament time, like ACC tournament time, if Paulus continues his turnover problems, this is going to be trouble for Duke?
Well, obviously, when your point guard is probably the most important position on the court. If he's playing bad, then the team's going to be brought down to a lower level. And there's really no surprise, because any freshman point guard is going to have inconsistencies throughout the season. Look at the great point guards that have come through the ACC. I'll just take a look at Raymond Felton now. He developed into an excellent player, but freshman year, there was games where he just threw the ball away. So I think that Greg Paulus is going to be a solid player to come.
Absolutely. Now we're going to go to the shooting guard position. We got, obviously, J.J. Redick versus Rayshawn Terry. Now, what are your thoughts? Obviously, Redick, the all-time leading scorer in the ACC, but do you think, who's going to match up with Redick in this game, I should say? Because I don't think it's going to be Terry. I think you know the answer.
Well, I think that's going to be Wes Miller. That's who you're talking about at the shooting guard position. And really, he was a scrub last year, and he stepped into his own. He's an excellent shooter, and what sticks out in my mind is his excellent ability to cover one-on-one. And whenever you're playing a team like Duke and you have such an excellent shooter like J.J. Redick that works so well without the ball, it's really key to have an excellent shutdown defender. And that's what Carolina had last year in Jackie Manuel. And we saw that J.J. Redick's production versus Carolina last year was down. So I think that's going to be key for Wes Miller to not shut down, but at least contain Redick.
Now, we're going to go to another position here. We're going to skip the small forward position because Dockery, basically, I would say he cancels out with Rayshon Terry. Terry obviously has a scoring advantage, but I think maybe if DeMarcus Nelson gets in there, he could shut him down because DeMarcus Nelson, in my opinion, is the best defensive player on the team besides Sheldon Williams. Josh McRoberts versus David Noel. Thoughts?
Well, you look at these, and they're two opposite players. You got McRoberts, he's 6'11", and then you got David Noel. He was an all-state wide receiver in high school. So you look at the Carolina team, they got really athletic bodies inside. And Noel's really stepped up. He went through a bad streaky games earlier in the season, and him and Terry have been the key the whole season for them. And talking about McRoberts, he really has gotten overshadowed by Sheldon Williams and J.J. Wright this season, but it's going to be key for him to stay out of foul trouble because that's been his problem the whole season.
That has been his trouble because whenever you get one of your best big men in foul trouble, it brings your depth down because usually when that happens, they have to go to Lee Belchiotti, and I'm not really a big fan of Lee Belchiotti because he's one of those big guys that just sits outside and chucks up threes and misses them most of the time, which makes him literally very inconsistent. And quickly, the center position, Tyler Hansborough will probably be covering Sheldon Williams. This is going to be the matchup of the night. Who has the best of this advantage?
Well, I'm not even going to say anyone distinctly sticks out in this matchup. We know Sheldon Williams, he's a dominating defender. In the first matchup, Tyler Hansborough, you could say he was a little intimidated in this matchup, and rightfully so. It's your first matchup against Duke. You're going versus the #1 ranked team in the country, and you got a guy like Sheldon Williams inside, which you know he's a great defender, so it might have to alter your game a little bit. But I think that Hansborough is going to step up to the occasion, and it's going to be key for him to hit his free throws because versus Duke, you have to shoot very well from the line and pretty much hit open shots in order to win, and that's going to be key today.
And finally, prediction.
Well, you know what? I'm a Carolina fan, but I'm going to say Duke by 5, and I think that Duke needs a little momentum going into the tournament because right now they're playing a little shaky.
Absolutely. I think Duke's going to win this game. I think Patrick Johnson will get the player of the game because he's a senior. He's been very underappreciated here at Duke. So Patrick Johnson will get the player of the game. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm today's host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, Brian Rossman and David Suntup. Today we're going to wrap up the Olympic hockey tournament. Sweden won the gold medal by defeating Finland 3-2. Were you surprised Sweden won?
No, I was not surprised that they did win. I predicted the outcome, that I predicted Sweden would win before the medal rounds even started. Lundqvist played amazing as he did throughout the whole tournament, and their powerhouse offense really helped them out here too. And when they came out, I definitely saw they had the determination to do it, so I'm not surprised they won.
Yeah, Sweden really wanted this gold medal really badly. Their country is big on hockey. Henrik Lundqvist was awesome in net, especially in the third period towards the end of the game when it came down to it. He was making a lot of huge saves. Finland played really well this tournament. They were a great team effort, really cohesive, very disciplined. Saku Koivu, Teppo Nieminen, Timo Solani, Gary Lettinen really played great. He's a great player on the Dallas Stars. So Finland really played well, but I'm not surprised that Sweden pulled it off because they had a lot of hard desire and great goaltending wins. And Lundqvist came to play. They had Forsberg, they had Zetterberg, they had Nick Lindstrom, one of the best defensemen. So I'm not surprised Sweden won.
I know we got a hockey fan in the class. I wonder if Matt Dubow is surprised, that Sweden won. All right. Czech Republic beat Russia to take the bronze medal. Russia had really high expectations, but they leave Torino with no medal. Why did Russia not come away with a medal?
It's quite simple. Russia, they didn't come to play that game. Czech Republic, they did come to play, and Volkun played absolutely outstanding. He was a little shaky throughout the tournament, and very surprised he came out with a shutout, but very happy for him. And goaltending. Dave?
Well, Russia, in the beginning of that game, Ilya Kovalchuk got a game misconduct for an elbow that he took to someone's head, that he gave to someone's head. And then the Czech Republic had a power play for 5 minutes. So the penalty kill unit of Russia was on the ice for 5 minutes, and they lost one of their best players in Kovalchuk. And then Thomas Volkun just played awesome goaltending in that game. Nabokov, he played great throughout the Olympics, but in that game, it just didn't work out for him. And then Ovechkin couldn't come up big in the game, but the Czech Republic with Jágr and Straka, they really played well, and at least they came away with a medal.
Matt, do you agree with Dave?
I don't believe this. Matt, just go down there and
get down.
Get down.
Many people have questioned NHL players participating in the Olympics because of the threat of injury and since it disrupts the season. Do you think NHL players should be allowed to participate in the Olympics?
I don't think they should. I definitely don't think it's a good idea. Injury is definitely a big threat, and it's just the Olympics. They really have to be focusing on their season, to win the Stanley Cup. And I think it's a lot more exciting when they play with amateurs, like 1980.
I totally disagree. I think that these teams should be allowed to, represent their country. I mean, what do you think, Dave?
Well, I agree. I agree with you, Ryan. But I'll tell you this: if someone on my Rangers got hurt, in the Olympics, I'd be pretty upset. But anyways, I agree with you. Players should be able to participate. It's very important when they represent their country. And then ratings for the Olympics. This is the #1 sport in the Olympics. Okay, so when these NHL players are playing, they're going to attract ratings. But if a lot of players keep on getting hurt, the teams are going to get upset, and the NHL will not let their players participate.
Dubow, you think that players should play in the Olympics? All right. Team USA and Team Canada both did not perform well in Torino. After both teams won silver and gold respectively back in 2002 at the Salt Lake City Olympics, what improvements should these teams make to contend in 2010 in Vancouver?
Well, for the United States, they just a little bit on their offense. They definitely have the firepower to score the goals. They just couldn't capitalize. Their goaltending was a little shaky. I think they should get a better goaltender. And for Canada, it was just hard to say. They're a good team. They just simply got upset by Russia. Russia's obviously a worse team because they didn't come out of Torino with a medal.
Well, Team USA lost a lot of close games. Rick DiPietro, some nights he was good, some nights he wasn't. The USA, other than maybe Brian Gianta and Brian Ralston, they really didn't have a lot of goal scoring. They really didn't have. They lacked a star player. So the Team USA really didn't have in this tournament. And Team Canada, they had some good young players, but they probably could have used Sidney Crosby. I mean, they had Thornton, they had Ginla, so they had the young talent there. They had Martin St. Louis, but they had too many old players. And this is a tournament where you play 8 games in 12 days, so you really have to have young legs and fresh legs. And Canada did have Martin Brodeur, but they just didn't have it.
Guys, thank you very much. We'll see you next segment with more. Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin, and today's guests, Jimmy Stockdale and David Suntup. Now we are going to preview the World Baseball Classic. Do you guys think the World Baseball Classic is a good idea, and what do you think of the timing of the tournament?
I'll be honest with you, I think this whole tournament's a joke. It's just absolutely ridiculous. There's no point to it at all whatsoever, and the timing couldn't be any worse. The players are going to be missing like 2 weeks of the preseason. It's just like ridiculous. The spring training, they're going to be behind. I just don't think, plus there's a fear of injury and stuff like that, and I think if they wanted to do it, they should have done it back like after the World Series, like in October or early November or something like that, but this is just a dangerous time to be doing this whole tournament.
Well, I totally agree with you on the timing of this tournament. You don't do it in March, do it after the season in November. Then you could have baseball interest throughout the year because people aren't interested after the World Series, take a little break, but it would give them a carryover to free agency and stuff like that. So they should have had this in November. You don't have it during spring training. Then players new to their respective teams, they can't have spring training with their teams. Pitchers, they use March as a training period to strengthen their arms, and then they'll be pitching in meaningful baseball games, and they'll be going all out when they're not ready to go out. But I disagree with you. There is a purpose to this. These players don't play in the Olympics, so they want to represent their countries. So this is important for them. They're really looking forward to this, representing their countries, playing against the other countries. So it's a good thing to see. But what do you think about that? But Jimmy, don't you think that these players should be able to play for their country since they can't play for their country in the Olympics?
I mean, that's their own personal opinion. I mean, it doesn't mean anything to their baseball season. The whole thing is, it's for entertainment, really. That's what I think. The players, there's no really purpose. It's not like in the All-Star game, then the winning team has home field advantage. It's really nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It's just for entertainment.
I personally think it's a good idea. I'm sure a lot of people are going to tune into this and watch this. They're going to get high ratings. I also think the timing is bad. I mean, you have big guys at A-Rod. What happens if these guys get hurt? The Yankees will get they'll be in trouble. So which teams are top in the tournament and why?
I'm going to have to go with U.S. and the Dominican Republic. The U.S. has some pretty solid players like A-Rod, Jeter, and Damon, and they have a pretty good shot, as well as the Dominican Republic. They got like Ortiz and Miguel Tejada, and they got pretty solid players too. But I think either one of those teams, they should be able to duke it out pretty well.
Well, my top 3 teams would be Team USA. You have great defense, great hitting. You have speed. You have A-Rod. You have Jeter, you have Chase Utley, Derek Lee, Mark Teixeira, Johnny Damon, Vernon Wells.
Griffey in that outfield. So you definitely have a great lineup. You have Jason Varitek catching, and then the pitching is very good. They have about 5 elite closers from the majors on their team. They have Billy Wagner, Joe Nathan, Houston Street. So they definitely have the closers to compete with these guys. And then their starting pitching is also very good. They have Dontrell Willis, Roger Clemens, Jake Peavy, CeCe Sabathia. So they have a very good team, and the game's going to be very short for them because they have so many closers that could come in and pitch. I like the Dominican Republic. They have Tejada, Ortiz, Ramirez, Vlad Guerrero. So they have a very potent lineup. Their pitching, besides Pedro Martinez, is a little iffy. They have Benitez at the end of the game. And then I like Venezuela. They have Carlos Zambrano, and they have Johan Santana. And they want the ball against the Dominican team. And then Venezuela, they have Miguel Cabrera, Bobby Abreu, Maglio Ordonez. So they also have a very potent lineup. And then they have Argaro Alfonso at third base. So I like Venezuela also.
I don't notice you guys name these 3 top teams. Like, can you guys think of any dark horse coming out of this competition?
I'm gonna have to go with Japan. I don't see them winning, but if they do, I wouldn't be surprised. They've always been pretty solid coming to baseball and stuff, but because like they live it and breathe it over there in Japan. So I'd have to say Japan because I wouldn't expect them to win, but if they did, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, I think the only major league player they have in that roster is Ichiro. And while I do agree with you because they do eat, breathe, and live baseball over there, and Bobby Valentine, who manages a team in Japan, he used to manage the Mets and the Rangers, he thinks that his Japanese team could have beaten the White Sox. So Japan may have some talent, but besides Ichiro, Hideki Matsui isn't playing, Tadahito Oguchi isn't playing, Kaz Matsui isn't playing. But I'm going to go with Canada here. They have Jason Bay, Justin Morneau, Corey Koski, so they have some good hitting, they have some good defense, and then they have Jeff Francis pitching, so they have decent pitching. And then I think they really could have been a big dark horse team if they had Eric Gagne, but he's not playing due to injury.
What do you think about A-Rod's choice to play for the United States instead of Dominican Republic, and how will this choice affect the U.S. team?
Well, A-Rod was born in the Dominican Republic. I would assume that's his choice to make. I mean, he is a U.S. citizen. He does play in the United States. It's his own personal decision if he wants to play for the Dominican Republic or America, because he lives in America. He is a citizen here, so it was his own personal choice. I think he made a good one.
He's from America. He's lived in America his whole life. He should be playing for Team USA. The problem that I had with his choice was he made such a big deal out of it with the press. I mean, I'm going to play for the Dominican Republic. I'm going to play for Team USA. Just make a decision and don't make a big deal out of it in the press. That was my problem with this whole thing. As for affecting both teams, well, Team USA was stacked at third base. They had David Wright, they had Chipper Jones, but David Wright isn't playing because he didn't make the final roster, and it's better off because since I'm a Mets fan, he'll be playing in Port St. Lucie with the Mets. And as it affects the Dominican, they have Aramis Ramirez, so they have good third baseman on the Dominican team. But A-Rod just should have said, I'm playing for Team USA, end of it. He committed to the Dominican, and then he changed his mind. That's why everyone's so upset. But there's other players who are doing this too. Mike Piazza's playing for Italy. He's living in the United States. Nomar Garciaparra is going to play for Mexico until he withdrew from the Classic.
Thanks, guys. That wraps up the segment. Thanks for watching. See you next week.
What is it good for? You tell me. Say it. Whoa. Good God, now. What is it good for? Let's get it started in here.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill this week. We're going to be talking about March Madness, college hoops, basically the whole week this week. I'm Andrew Gayo, Matthew the Professor Taylor joining us for this week. Now we got so many games to talk about, a lot of teams that got in, a lot of teams, their bubbles burst, they didn't get in. We're going to cover the Atlanta bracket, the Washington bracket, and the Minneapolis bracket for you guys. First, we're going to start off with the Atlanta bracket. Duke, West Virginia, Texas, Syracuse, LSU, all in this bracket. Really a lot of condensed games. These games are going to be excellent matchups. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this bracket?
Well, I'll say it right now. You got Duke, they were the overall #1 seed, but they're really going to have a difficult route to get to the Final Four. Potentially second round, they might have to play George Washington. Very athletic ball club. They only had 2 losses the whole season. You got Syracuse and LSU in the region. You got Syracuse, we know about them. They're just playing so well. If they have to match up at LSU, there's always going to be size problems. They got big guys, Tyrus Thomas, Glenn Big Daddy Davis. And you also got Texas, which we know the capabilities they have. And if it's a rematch from earlier in the year, you know that Texas is going to elevate their level
when the game was at Continental Airlines Arena, Duke pretty much just blew them right off the court. The Mountaineers of West Virginia, we know that they've been playing awful lately, but if their shots are on, they're going to be difficult to beat. And the Iowa Hawkeyes are also playing very well, so I think that Duke is not going to be no walk in the park for them.
Now, we're going to go through each game. Some of the games the obvious games, we're going to quickly go through them, but then when the better games come in, we're going to basically break it down little by little. First game, Duke versus the number 16 Southern U. I think even if you're a Duke hater, which I'm not, you have to take Duke in this game. You agree?
Well,
yeah,
it's a 116 game. Duke's not going to lose this.
Yeah.
There's nothing to talk about.
George Washington, UNC Willingham, a 6 versus a 9. A lot of people taking Willingham over this team. I'm taking George Washington. You?
Oh yeah, I think that George Washington, the whole season they've been playing well. They're a very athletic ball club, and I think that UNC Wilmington is a potential sleeper, and they could cause some problems in this game, but I think that George Washington's got the edge.
Absolutely. I mean, George Washington, we all know they lost to Temple last week in the Atlantic 10 tournament. Matthew Greene was very jubilant about that, to say the least. But no, I still think George Washington will beat UNC Wilmington. Syracuse, Texas A&M. Syracuse coming into the Big East tournament was, I mean, they still were considered that they could not have made the tournament, but they ended up winning the Big East tournament, and that propelled them to the big dance. Them versus the Aggies of Texas A&M. Choice.
Well, I think that this is going to be a very interesting game. There will be no surprise if there's an upset here. You got Texas A&M, who really play tough defense, but the problem is, how are they going to be able to score on the zone defense that they've never seen before? And you look at Syracuse, they're a very streaky ball club. They go and win 4 games in a row in the Big East tournament, and then previously they lose by 39 points to DePaul. So this game can go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm taking Syracuse in this game just because Texas A&M, we all know how they have a nice defense, but when it comes to the offense, it's just not there. LSU, Iona. I'm taking Iona in an upset here because I always have to have an upset in the first round. I know you're favored towards LSU.
Oh yeah, the whole season I think that LSU is just a really tough matchup for teams. They got size inside. Tyrese Thomas is going to be back for the tournament, so that just adds another athletic body in the mix. So I think that LSU's got the edge.
WVU, the West Virginia Mountaineers versus Southern Illinois. I'm taking the Mountaineers.
Well, for my sake, I'm pretty much hoping that the Mountaineers could get their shot back. We all knew last year that they made that big run in the tournament, second round, they beat Wake Forest. But the way that West Virginia is playing, they got to worry each day by day and not look ahead to a potential Iowa matchup. So they pretty much got to be assertive and hope that the threes go down.
Now, Iowa winning the Big Ten, playing Northwestern State. I mean, I think Iowa's just going to dominate this game, and that will propel them to a second-round matchup against the Mountaineers. Do you think, who do you take in this game, Iowa with Northwestern State?
Well, I like Iowa. They got such big guys inside. They're a tough matchup for most teams, and they've been really playing well lately, and I'm going to carry the momentum and take Iowa.
Absolutely. I mean, Iowa, they have a big team, and when they beat Ohio State in the Big Ten tournament, that just showed that they're for real. Number 7, California against number 10, North Carolina State. I'm taking North Carolina State in the upset, despite them not playing well lately. Who are you leaning towards?
Well, I'm going to take Cal just for the fact that NC State's playing awful right now. They couldn't do anything in the ACC tournament, so I'll stick with Cal.
And then quickly, Texas versus Penn.
I don't think it's going to be much of a matchup. Texas, they're going to create problems inside, but Aldridge and Buckman, so I'll take the Longhorns.
Yeah. Thanks. We'll be back covering more NCAA basketball. Stick around. Welcome back to the drill this week. More college basketball action. Washington bracket now. Lord Matthew Taylor joining me. We're going to break it down game by game here in this bracket. It's really a stacked bracket. In my opinion, the best bracket in this tournament so far. First round game, UConn versus Albany. You got to take UConn, obviously. I mean,
oh, yeah, you know that Jim Calhoun, he really has the experience coming into the tournament. And you look at the seniors on this ball club, they were there for that championship run in 2003 or 2004. I'm not even sure. But you know that these people have experienced the NCAA tournament, and in the future, in the later rounds, that's going to help them.
Now, this is really a throw-up, this game. Number 8, Kentucky versus the 9, UAB. I'm taking UAB just because I don't see, I mean, even though Kentucky won some games in the SEC tournament, they really had a down season. Tubby Smith, him and his players, they didn't have the best season in years that they've had. Who do you take in this game, and do you think that Kentucky deserved the spot?
Well, I think that Kentucky did deserve to make the tournament, but I like UAB in this matchup. We all know how good they are. They run a full court press the whole game. They have a marquee name in Squeaky Johnson. Some people may know that from the past tournaments. In Kentucky, you know, they got back Randolph Morris, which they needed their big guy back. But I think that it's been just a really downfall the whole season for Tubby Smith Ball Club.
Now, the number 5 team, Washington, playing Utah State. I know a lot of people are taking Utah State in the upset, but I just think the way Washington's playing with Roy, that they're doing just so well, 24-6, doing very, having a great year as usual, even though they lost their top scorer last year. Nate Robinson, who's playing for the Knicks now. Who are you taking in this game?
I like Washington. They got a star player in Brandon Roy. And you can see that he's a game-changing player. And that's what's always been big in the NCAA tournament. So I'd like Washington in this matchup.
Yeah, I have to go with them just by the momentum that they got. As Dick Vitale says, Uncle Mo, momentum. Illinois, they are playing Air Force. Why is Air Force in this tournament? Please tell me.
Well, I don't even know. I mean, I think if Cincinnati was in this matchup, I'd take Cincinnati because I think Illinois, yes, they had a very good season, but I think they're one of the more overrated teams in the tournament per se. So I'll take Illinois because, well, Air Force is like a naval academy.
I agree. I think I'm taking Illinois, but because Air Force they should be playing in the AIT right now. There's no way. The committee, it was absolutely ridiculous. I thought we're going to get to more selections later, but there was a lot of selections in this bracket, in the whole tournament that just they shouldn't be here basically. I mean, I guess they're favoring those mid-major schools, would you say? I mean,
yeah, I really don't know why. You look at the past tournaments and you look at the winners of the tournaments, and they've been from the big conferences. So you're just throwing these teams in here to get killed.
Yeah, I know. Now, my sleeper in this bracket, because even though they got a mediocre seeding, but they have a big reputation. That's Michigan State. They're playing number 11 George Mason in the first round. I'm taking Michigan State, and actually I have Michigan State going all the way to the Elite Eight. How do you see Michigan State faring?
Well, they've been one of the biggest disappointments all season. You know that Tom Izzo can't be happy with the team's performance this whole season, yet they're playing George Mason, a mediocre team at best. So I think that Michigan State, it seems like they always come alive come tournament time. We all know last year they knocked off Duke in the Sweet 16. So I think that Michigan State, the team that I would not want to face.
Now, in this next game, this is a marquee matchup. The North Carolina Tar Heels are playing Murray State. Maybe 10th time will be a charm for Murray State because they've made the tournament the last 9 years and they've lost all 9. So maybe they can rekindle some fire, I would say. I mean, I don't think so. In my bracket, North Carolina's winning. What do you say?
Oh, yeah, the Tar Heels. I mean, Tyler Hansbrough really has struggled in the ACC tournament, but I think that the Tar Heels are just going to have too much manpower. And if Sheldon Williams can't stop Hansbrough, has a mediocre center on a mediocre team, going to stop pretty much an All-American center. So I like the Tar Heels.
Yeah, obviously. Wichita State, Seton Hall, I'm taking the Pirates.
Well, this is a simply bad game. I have absolutely no interest in this game. The Pirates of Seton Hall, they really didn't play good down the stretch. So I think that this is just a bad game. I really don't even care who wins this game.
Oh, thanks for your opinion, but I'm taking Seton Hall. Tennessee Winthrop. Bruce Pearl, I don't think he's going to be sweating much in this game because Tennessee, they should kill Winthrop, basically.
Well, I'll say it. Tennessee really had a very good season, but the committee always says it's how you finish that affects your seeding. And Tennessee didn't finish the season well. So, yes, Bruce Pearl did a great job with this ball club. He turned the whole program around, but they're definitely not deserving of a 2 seed, and don't win this game.
Thank you, Lord Matt. We'll be back covering the Minneapolis bracket and previewing the second-round games and further and beyond. We'll be back. Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill this week. More tournament action, Minneapolis bracket we're previewing now. I'm your host, Andrew Gayo. Matthew, the chairman of the board, Taylor. Now, lots of games this week. This bracket started off Monmouth defeating Hampton in the playing game. Monmouth really dominating the game. But first, we're going to preview basically all the games. We have analysis of each game. First game, Villanova, the number 1 seed, taking on Monmouth, the number 16 seed. Now, this is really it's unrealistic for Monmouth to win this game because this doesn't happen often that 16 beats a 1. And Villanova just has all the tools. What's your say on this game?
Well, you look at Villanova, and the whole season they've been outsized in pretty much every game they play. Yeah, it seems like their guards are just so good. Randy Foye always seems to be covering a power forward, and it just seems like Villanova's going to have too much firepower from Monmouth. Jay Wright's really done a tremendous job with his ball club, and I think that Villanova's going to prevail pretty easily in this game.
Well, I think it is essential for Villanova to get Alan Ray healthy again, because if he's not healthy, they do have the depth, but it's always nice to have an extra piece to the puzzle, I guess you could say. The next game, Arizona, who I don't think they should have made the tournament. Another stupid decision by the chairman, I think, to put them in. They're playing Wisconsin, 8-9 matchup. This can go either way. I'm taking Wisconsin in this one. What do you say?
Oh, yeah, I like Bo Ryan's ball club in this game. It seems like Bo Ryan, with the amount of talent he has, he does such a great job. Alonzo Tucker, one of the most improved players in the country. Cameron Taylor, who's also a Chris Rock lookalike, really knows how to stroke the three ball. We all know Wisconsin gave Carolina a pretty good game last year. Now they don't have Mike Wilkinson. But I think that Wisconsin's going to win this game just because Arizona's weakness and their strength is their guards, but they've been a little inconsistent this season.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a toss-up of wins. In my mind, Wisconsin has the edge. Number 5, Nevada taking on the 12th team, Montana. I think it's quite obvious to say Nevada has the edge of this game just because they've had the second longest winning streak in college basketball recently, so I have Nevada in this game.
Yeah, well, I like Nevada also. They got a superstar, Nick Fazekas, that no one really talks about when they consider better big men in the country. I mean, this guy's been a polished player. We all knew about him last year, yet he doesn't get the recognition that he deserves with the elite big men in the country. So I think that the Wolfpack men have an edge in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely do have the edge in this matchup. I mean, just with size and strength of schedule, because we all know Montana, it's just not there, the schedule. Next game, Boston College taking on Pacific. I think Boston College is on a roll right now because even though despite that loss to Duke, they played really well against Duke. I mean, just all assets of the game. I'm saying Boston College wins this one as well. Boston College is in my Final Four. How do you see this game playing out?
Yeah, along with you, I also do a BC in the Final Four. And when BC started 0-3 in the ACC, a lot of people were down on them, saying that coming from the Big East to the ACC, they just couldn't match up with the caliber of teams. And they've really proved a lot of people wrong. And for most teams, just a physical mismatch. Craig Smith is just a tank inside. Jared Dudley, one of the best versatile players in the country. He's a great free throw shooter when it's all said and done at the end of the game. So I think that they're just going to out-muscle and win this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Boston College, they just have too many tools and they're very well coached. Next game, we all have upsets in the tournament. This is my upset. Wisconsin-Milwaukee taking on number 6 Oklahoma. I have Wisconsin-Milwaukee winning this game, as well going on a roll and making it at least to the Sweet 16. How do you see this game playing out, and do you think Wisconsin-Milwaukee can be your sleeper? I don't think that's the case.
Well, I took a long look at this game, and you look at Wisconsin-Milwaukee, and they made a few runs in the last few seasons. Now this year, they were without Bruce Pearl on the sidelines, and we all know how great of a coach he turns out to be now with Tennessee. But I really like Oklahoma in this matchup. They've been underachieving all season. They really got tremendous big guys. And with Wisconsin-Milwaukee, their best player, they lost from last season, Ed McCants isn't there. But I think this is going to be a really intriguing matchup, but I'll take Oklahoma in a tight one.
Yeah, we disagree sometimes, but it happens. Florida takes on Southern Alabama. I don't like how the way Florida has played this season, but I'm going to have to take them because they obviously have the upper hand against Southern Alabama.
Yeah, well, I think Florida's going to win this matchup, but you look at Florida in the past 5 or 6 seasons, and what have they done besides first-round victories? And they always seem to be a team that they have high expectations once it comes tournament time, yet they never meet them. And I think that this is a team that they have high expectations once again, and they're not going to go anywhere after this. So it could be another disappointing season in Gainesville.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's the case that's going to occur. Quickly, Georgetown plays Northern Iowa. I think Georgetown is Elite Eight capable. I have them winning this game.
Well, this is one team that I would not want to face with Georgetown. They're just a huge team. They start somewhat 6'11", 7'2", and the key for them is can Ashante Cook hit threes, and that's been a little bit of an inconsistency all season. When they played Duke, he was able to hit threes. They were able to knock off the Blue Devils. So I think that it's going to be a really intriguing matchup, but I think Georgetown is just going to be too tough.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And Ohio State plays Davidson. Any fire for Davidson?
Oh, no, I think that Ohio State really one of the rising programs. We all know about their football program that's already been proven and established. Now they got a rising basketball program. And I think that they're just going to take this. Terrence Dials, one of the elite big men in the country, and I like the Buckeyes in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone enjoy the first round games. Mr. Suntup's is going to be back previewing more games.
Welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Andrew Axelband. Today's guests, Jared Chowdhury and Dave Suntup. Right now, we're going to preview the Oakland bracket for March Madness. The Memphis Tigers are the number 1 seed in this bracket. Do you think they will advance to the Final Four out on this side of the bracket?
Yes, I think Memphis will make it to the Final Four. Honestly, it doesn't look like Memphis doesn't have that bad of a bracket. Like, it doesn't look that hard for them. If they make it past the regionals, I think they will make it to the Final Four.
Well, this bracket, like Jared said, it's a weak side of the bracket. But I'm going to say no here. I think they're the weakest number 1 seed. They don't play in a strong conference. I think that either Kansas or UCLA has a good chance to knock them off here. Well, Memphis, they really did have a great season. They won the Conference USA for the first time in a long time. But I don't think they're going to make it to the Final Four.
I agree with you, Dave. I don't think they will make the Final Four. I think Kansas will beat them.
We'll see.
All right. Which team has the best chance to knock off Memphis?
Well, the best team that probably has a chance to knock Memphis is Gonzaga, but they're one-dimensional, so Memphis has a really good chance. Gonzaga only has Adam Morrison, so I don't think Gonzaga will probably beat Memphis. I say Memphis.
Well, I'm going to go with Kansas here. They're really playing well. They've really played well coming into the tournament. They just won the Big 12 tournament. They beat Texas. I know Kansas is a really young team, but they won into the American Airlines Center. They beat Texas in the championship game. The first time they played them, they lost in Austin to Texas. But now Kansas, they have the big game mentality. They know what it takes. So I think Kansas has a really great chance to beat Memphis. And if not, UCLA, very athletic backcourt.
Yeah.
They've really had a good year. You know, Howland, he's come over from Pittsburgh. He's done a great job. So I think UCLA could beat Memphis also. But Jared, so what do you think if Gonzaga isn't on with Morrison and Batista? You don't think they'd beat Memphis, right?
No, I don't think Gonzaga would beat Memphis. As I said, Gonzaga is one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, Adam Morrison's going to choke.
Yeah, because like you said, the later you get into the tournament, the better the defenses you face will be. So the one-dimensional teams like Gonzaga, they could have a little bit of a problem.
That's true. All right. Gonzaga has Adam Morrison, one of the top players in the country. Will he be enough to help Gonzaga win this tournament?
No, he won't. Like I said, like I just told Dave right here, he's going to choke sooner or later. He's going to face the pressure. He's going to choke.
Like I said before, it's not going to be enough because basketball is a team game. One player can only carry you so far. And Adam Morrison, he's had a great year. He could be player of the year, but that will not be enough to have them advance in this tournament because I think they'll run into trouble. UCLA could beat them, and I think they'd lose to Kansas or Memphis. So Adam Morrison, he's had a great year, but it will not be enough for Gonzaga to make it to the Final Four.
Yeah, one player can't do all the work, so I don't think they'll make it. All right. Which teams will advance to the Elite Eight in this section? Who will go to the Final Four out of the Oakland section?
I'm going to say Memphis, Gonzaga, and the Elite Eight, and Memphis over Gonzaga to make it to the Final Four.
There's been so many upsets in the last couple of years. Last year, Syracuse, they lost to Vermont. Bucknell beat Kansas. Wake Forest was supposed to make it to the Final Four. They were an early upset in the round of 32. So I'm going to pick my upset specials right now. I think Kansas and UCLA will make it to the Elite Eight. And I'm picking the Jayhawks of Kansas to go to the Final Four. Bill Self, second year in Kansas, I think he'll lead his young Jayhawks to the Final Four into Indianapolis. They have Mario Chalmers, who really played great against Texas. This is a young team, but they're experienced now. They're used to the big game pressure. So I think they will surprise a lot of people, and I think they'll make it to the Final Four.
All right. Which team is your sleeper team in the Oakland section, and why?
I want to say Kansas. The win over Texas really gave them a big lift, and I think they're going to be the sleeper.
Well, I'm high on Kansas here, so I have to go with Kansas. The big win over Texas. The teams that come hot into this tournament really do well, so I'm picking Kansas here. The only thing that could hurt them is their lack of leadership and their lack of experience, and then playing all those hard games coming up to this point. That's the only thing that could hurt them here. So they're definitely a sleeper team.
All right, one quick one. Which team will be disappointment out in the Oakland section?
I think UCLA. They shouldn't have got number 2. I don't know what was wrong with the selection committee. If anything, Gonzaga should have number 2, and I think UCLA a big disappointment.
Well, why don't you think UCLA should have been a 2 seed?
Well, like the conference is not that great. Like Pac-10, that's not.
Yeah, it used to be a pretty good conference. I know they won their championship. They beat Cal, but it's not as strong of a conference because Arizona, the Wildcats, they used to be a top team in that conference. They're not as good anymore. But I think Memphis is going to disappoint. I know they're in the number 1 seed. They had a great season, but playing all these tough teams, they're not going to be playing the weak schedule anymore. I think it's going to catch up to them.
All right, thanks, guys. More drill after this.
Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, Jared Chowdhury and David Suntup. It's March, and you know what that means. March Madness. We're going to recap some of the conference tournaments and talk about the tournament. Syracuse Orange won 4 games in a row to win the Big East tournament by beating Pittsburgh. What do you think of Syracuse's performance in this tournament, and do you think they can do well in the tournament, and the NCAA big tournament coming up?
Syracuse did have an impressive run in the Big East tournament. Beating UConn was a big surprise. And if they play like they're playing right now, they probably will make a run. But Jerry McNamara and the rest of the team has to play at the top of the game.
I was really surprised with what Syracuse did. If they didn't win any of these games, they definitely would have made the tournament because coming off a 39-point loss to DePaul, the selection board committee was very down in Syracuse. They came up big. They beat Cincinnati. Then they beat UConn. And then basically after they beat UConn, they were basically guaranteed a bid. And then beating Georgetown and then beating Pitt to win the Big East championship. Definitely a big lift for the Syracuse team. And they beat a lot of quality teams, and they play in a lot of close games, so they definitely have a lot of experience.
I don't know if you guys watched the Sunday's game, Duke and BC. Duke did a great job holding off BC. Came down to the buzzer. Do you guys think Duke is good enough to go all the way in the NCAA tournament?
Let me say this now. Duke will win the NCAA tournament. J.J. Redick had a slump. He was emotionally fatigued with all the records, and it looks like he's getting it back with some clutch plays in the ACC championship game with BC. J.J. and the rest of the team will go all the way, and yeah.
I definitely think Duke is capable of going all the way, but they need J.J. Redick to be the all-star he's been all season. When J.J. Redick does not play well, Duke does not win. So he really needs to have his game face on. Sheldon Williams and Josh McRoberts, they have to be big down low. They have to improve their interior defense. Their interior defense was not very good against Boston College. They really need to improve that. And the big men, they have to stay out of foul trouble because Duke does not have a lot of depth in terms of big men. But J.J. Redick can make all those threes like Jared said in the Boston College game. I think Duke will go a long way.
I think if Duke wins the NCAA, J.J. Redick will get Player of the Year.
I also agree with you guys, but we're talking about these teams that like Duke, they're top seeds. There's a lot of teams that didn't make it. What teams in particular do you think didn't make it that should have?
I think FSU got snubbed. I think they did one of the best jobs by beating Duke in the tournament, not the tournament, in the regular season. But you can't do anything now. It's over.
Well, I was going to agree with you on Florida State. I was thinking Florida State when they first got snubbed. How could they get snubbed? But then they lost in the first round of the ACC tournament. They lost to Wake Forest, the worst team in the ACC this year. So that's probably why they didn't get in. But beating Duke definitely was impressive. But I think the team that really got snubbed was Cincinnati. They had a good Big East record. They were 9-7 in the Big East. And the Big East is a really tough conference. They had a good overall record, but they lost to a Syracuse team at the buzzer, Jerry McNamara 3, and then Syracuse just went on a roll. So I think the selection committee should have looked at that and they should have said, well, they lost to Syracuse and they won the whole thing. So Cincinnati didn't do that badly. So I think Cincinnati should have gotten in. But they had a tough choice because they didn't want to pick too many teams from the Big East.
All right. So the UNC, they lost 7 players to the NBA draft last year. It was a big surprise to see them to play this well this year. Do you think they could repeat another championship?
Honestly, I do not think they're not going to repeat another championship. They're young and unexperienced, and I think they'll probably make it at least Elite 8. That's it.
I can definitely see them making the Elite 8. I think they will. Then they'll probably play Villanova. And after that, it's a toss-up. They have 3 really good players. They have Tyler Hansborough, one of the best freshmen in America, really shoots well from beyond the arc. They have David Knoll, the senior point guard, who offering a lot of experience to this team that lacks experience. He was on this team last year. And they have Rayshawn Terry, a fantastic guard. So those 3 really need to play well. And whoever gets hot could win this thing. North Carolina had a big win over Duke the last week of the regular season. I know they lost to Boston College in the ACC tournament. Now it's tough. But they have experience. I think they're very capable of beating Villanova in an upset and going to the Final Four.
8 teams out of the whole tournament are from the Big East. Do you guys think the Big East will dominate this tournament?
I think Big East will probably dominate this tournament, but Duke will win it. But because Big East was probably one of the hardest conferences this whole season, and I think probably Villanova will probably make it to that from the Big East.
How about UConn? You don't think UConn's Final Four bound?
No.
Who do you think would beat them?
They'll probably lose to Villanova.
Well, this is what I think. I think they're definitely going to dominate. You have UConn and Villanova, 2 #1 seeds from the Big East, and then you have Syracuse, you have Pittsburgh, you have Seton Hall. Well, they're probably the weakest one out of those 8, but you definitely have the teams in the Big East, and they play tough games every night in the Big East. Every game's a tough game. No game's easy, so the Big East will definitely dominate this tournament.
Guys, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
On the